I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Well, there's a pretty good fire going on at Robinson's Mall at Fuente Circle, a place that's very near and dear to me. I don't know what the cause is of the fire yet, more information later, or the damage. And I believe it's going on right now. I want to be the first to be your man on the scene. And there's plenty of fire trucks out there and a lot of mayhem on the road at this hour of the day. It is the evening before Valentine's Day. And people are shopping, and this happened. Shit happens. I'll give more information when I find out more about it. You can probably see what's going on Facebook somewhere. Gilda brought that to my attention about 10 minutes ago. I was very surprised to see that. Trying to think of what possibly could go wrong on that main floor. If it's coming from the main floor as you walk up the steps. So, unfortunately, no answers on that. So this is pretty new news to me, and probably many others. Fires are nothing new in Cebu City. Sometimes it's landowners that just want to clear out the squatters. Well, certainly that's not applying to Robinson's Fuente. But your guess is as good as mine on that one. I'm pretty sure Amazing Philippines will do something on that. That's kind of his territory. Although, well, it's kind of mine too. And of course, the perch. Well, I inherited that. It's mine. Let me see what else to report. Not much. I just finished having some pizza. And we're going to have a cake tonight, actually, for, well, a birthday. Yet another one. That would be my stepson's birthday. Christian. I call him Christopher sometimes. Well, he likes Christian. But it's his birthday. And guess what? Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. What a crazy month. Let's see, Gilda's mom's birthday also. Yeah, her birthday, well, our anniversary was on the 2nd of the month. So yeah, it's been quite a interesting month so far. But yeah, check into it. There's a fire going on at good old Robinson's Fuente Circle. Hope there's not too much damage there. That store is probably going to be closed for a while. I don't know even what floor, but the information is just starting to come out now. I'm sure we'll hear a full damage report in the near future on that. Not sure the factor on it. I don't think it was purposely set. I don't think there's any terrorism involved. I don't think any of that. Let's see what else is going on there. Yeah, traffic is going nuts around the circle because the numerous fire trucks are there holding up traffic. So that's going to be kind of a mayhem. If you're living in that area, you plan to go by there. It was the regular Robinson's Fuente, not the one across the street. The one with the, big steps going up there. Yeah, it's going on right now, my understanding. That's the information my girlfriend gave me. She showed me it. I guess it's going on right now. Yeah. Pretty crazy, huh? That is a landmark to me. That's where the meeting place was for me and my lovely Gilda. Right on those steps, our meeting place, designated time. Always been a cherished landmark for me. But I'll check into it more. Well, you could do that yourself too. I'm sure it's got to be on some Facebook stuff, and I would imagine so. Hold on a second here. If you find out something before I do.
Hey, what are you going to
Any new info on that, Gilbert?
Huh?
Any new info on that? How it started or anything? Huh? Nothing? Well, I'm sure we'll get the details on that pretty soon. Yeah, just before Valentine's Day. I don't know, maybe somebody got ghosted by a date or something and decided to burn the place down, but I don't think it would be that.
She doesn't look dead enough. I said we kick her a few more times and send her straight to hell.
Yeah, Wonder Bucket, you are. It's actually your screen. You better check your screen. When's the last time, how old's your phone? You mean you don't see anything? Oh, I can see myself on screen, perfect. Perfect. Hey, you may want to check. Turn your phone on and turn it off again. Reboot it. I don't know what you call that building. You got the two Fuente, you got the two Robinsons. And what do we call that building? He's got the one across the street, Gilda, and the both Robinsons buildings. What is the
Robinson Cybergate.
yeah, this one is the Robinsons. The one across the street is the Robinsons Cybergate. And that's not the one that's on fire.
Robinson Fuente.
The Robinsons Fuente one, not the Cybergate one.
The old.
Charles Kirk. Okay. Charles Kirk, what does he have to do with? I don't know. Charlie Kirk.
I know that.
Yeah, these fires tend to really spread. I personally think that the firemen generally do more damage than the fire does. When I was a kid, we lived in this 4-story apartment complex, and there was a fire downstairs. We were on the top floor. But when the firemen came around, they were spraying all the floors, their hoses and into our apartment. There was more damage from the water because our apartment didn't catch on fire, but there's more water damage in there. We couldn't stay. My sister's dresses and clothing all destroyed. We had a fish tank with fish, but the smoke got up there. But the reality was
Another reason.
they did more damage than the fire did, actually.
More insurance.
Oh, you restarted, now you see me. Good, there you go. There you go. I told you it was your phone. Yeah, if you're in the area, well, I probably would stay away because I imagine the traffic is horrible at this time of day.
I don't know. Maybe it's done already.
It might be, I don't know, fire might be out by now. I don't know how much damage, but a lot of smoke coming out of that thing. If anything, it's going to have a lot of smoke damage. For all I know, it could have come from downstairs where the food court is. I hope not, because Sabaro's one of my favorite places for, a couple little items we like to buy there. That wouldn't be good. Well, I don't know. I kind of think the place needs a little more renovation anyway. It's a pretty old mall, really. I like Robinson's because you want to get the mall experience, but you don't have a huge place like Ayala Mall. I mean, of course, there's more to see, buy, and do, and better choices. But I think Robinson's was pretty basic. And if you didn't feel like, walking for miles around to find something, Robinson's was a good place for it. They had the department store in there, and
Robinson is the old building.
it's an old building, yeah. I don't know, they should make a super duper, but they do have what's that other one called? The Robinson's Galleria.
It's a new one.
That's the new one, yeah. It's been there a while now, the Galleria.
I worked in Robinson Fuente before
She used to work at Robinson's one time years ago.
with the snake.
What department?
Huh?
With the
Cosmetics.
cosmetics, okay.
It's not like that before. It's the big Robinson pa. Now it's small.
Well, the Galleria is a pretty big place.
Before they have that one in Jollibee, the other extension like a mall.
Yeah,
That one is old. That one is
that one's very old.
what's that? Department store.
That was just a department store. The one across the street used to be just a basic department store. At once.
Downstairs is a grocery, and the department store upstairs.
Oh, and they had grocery on that. The one across the street we're talking about.
Crossing the street.
Yeah, yeah.
No, that one.
They used to have a grocery store in there.
No, they didn't have.
Did you just say that?
I know. I thought this is the old one.
Well, it is the old one. The
The
one across the
Cybergate
street.
is no.
Here we
Mostly
go
there is
again.
a clinic.
I got people waiting to get a soundbite for you and me. We're going to get into an argument or something here.
It's not argument.
I'm waiting for it. Sorry, guys, not this time. I'm just repeating what you said, that at Robinson's Fuente, the one across the street, the Robinsons, you said had a grocery store down below. But then you said that no, it didn't. So I'm just trying to interpret what you said.
I thought it's a Robinson Pointe, that in Cybergate.
Yeah, Cybergate don't have a supermarket.
No, supermarket.
They never did. As far as I know, yeah. And the supermarket there is, it's pretty basic, really. You're not going to find a really big refrigerated section with all kinds of frozen foods. Very, very limited. And if you're looking for some basic stuff, it's okay. I think if you want some boneless chicken breast, it's a good place for that, right? Is that where we got
Yeah.
the boneless
You
chicken?
know what? Rustans and Robinsons is a partner.
Rustins and Robinsons are partners. I didn't know that.
Because when I use my card, Robinson's reward card in Rustans, they accept it.
Oh, you use your card and
Rustans.
from Robinsons in Rustins. You used it in Rustins
Yeah, they accept.
and they accepted that. Okay, so it must be one of them is a parent company or something. Hey, see, live and learn. I don't know. Rustins is okay for some stuff, but I don't know. They have their refrigerated section there, but they don't have many of those vertical refrigerators you see like in S&R, which carries a whole bunch of different stuff. In fact, I don't believe that S&R has enough good shit in their refrigerated section. And I'm talking about, the vertical ones with the glass doors. They have 2 aisles of that, really. You got the first aisle, goes back to back with the other aisle, and that's about it. So what they have in there. So other than the horizontal open air ones they have with different meats and chicken and stuff like that, I don't know. I think SNR needs more choices, have more of those vertical refrigeration units, of course, with the glass doors that you're used to seeing, and carry a lot more products. And there's a lot more that they could carry, but I think what they should do is kind of now have another department where, see, a lot of the restaurants will go to SNR and get bulk items, bulk cheese and stuff like that that they usually use in their restaurants, different supplies, and make it specifically for retailers that want to buy stuff. See, this is the reason why when you go in somebody's stores and you're looking for something, just think of what most restaurants need, okay? And generally there's going to be certain cheeses, certain meats, stuff like that. And why certain things are always sold out that you're looking for, because even right here where I live, the Cocoa Bar restaurant, they have a little store right next to it, which carries some SNR meats, different types, salami, pastrami, they have some ribeye steaks. But the one thing, I was watching some guy's show, it was Philippines something, this guy, he's kind of an uppity kind of dude. He had that restaurant on the water and he lost money on it and sold it. I don't know, what's his name? He's kind of an uppity dude. He's kind of like, what Brevis wants to be, okay? And where was I going with this? Okay. Why did I mention him? Anyway, bottom line is a lot of people get stuff from retailers, from wholesalers, but they could have a section there in SNR, I think, that could be like, save people a lot of time and toil. That if you want to, like a Costco or something, really, if you want to buy something in bulk, more so for the retail stores, and have kind of almost like a wholesale section, especially for the restaurateurs that will buy things in bulk, such as, big bars of cheese and different products that the restaurant uses on a daily basis. Oh, I was going to talk about the ribeyes. Yeah, I mentioned this guy because he went out to dinner, some kind of a 5-star place. Son of a gun. He had these ribeye dinners. They were like about, holy shit, they were about a good inch thick. And the stuff, that you get at SNR, it's just, it's so thin. You don't get it. And these steaks were huge. They were huge. I don't know where this restaurant, where was he in? Was it Ilo? I think it was Ilo. For whatever this restaurant was, the biggest steaks I've seen. His wife had one big old steak, and he had one big old steak, and I mean, these were huge. Meant for like 3 people each. And you don't find that. You just don't find that at SNR and places like that. Even that little store I have in town that, they bring things over for an SNR. You're always looking for some cut of meat. There's always some kind of frozen in the plastic, and you get my little ribeyes, and they're so thin, it's pathetic. And they charge a lot for a little thin slice of a ribeye. I'm talking about a big, fat, juicy ribeye steak that you get at the finer restaurants. But that's not what they sell. Unfortunately, But the good thing is, though, I have my limitation on meat on a steak anyway. I'm fine with the smaller size ribeyes because I kind of limit my red meat. I mean, it works for me, but I wouldn't mind finding a big old fat old ribeye that me and my girlfriend could share. But the things I seen on this guy's plate was like dinosaur size, man. You know. Or maybe I just haven't been in enough restaurants. They don't give you a big old steak. I'm sure some might. You'll pay dearly for it, of course, but otherwise it's some little emaciated looking piece of beef with a big price tag on it. Okay. Hey, let's not sit in a dark room here, man. It's a little bit too early. I gotta watch some movies, actually. I was watching something, but I wasn't really paying a lot of attention to it. I'm always trying to find something new on Netflix, but it's like, eh, it's what they consider new. I gotta expand my horizons with what I watch on TV and pay for a service that's gonna get me more channels or something. But I always wind up back on my TV. I always wind up on YouTube, and there's a few movies here and there I haven't seen, or maybe they just don't interest me. But some of them are pretty good, surprising. I just maybe I didn't like the title and or something in there. I've seen almost every. It is the truth. I've seen almost every natural disaster movie that's ever been out, and pretty much all the sci-fi stuff that's out. Supposed to be some new shit coming. Isn't there something with? God dang. No, it wasn't Predator. What was it? Was it Species or something? I don't know. It's supposed to have been something new out there, but I don't see it. New releases or anything on Netflix. Maybe I'm just not looking enough, but they have some movies you could pay for on there, but even so, these are movies that most of us already have seen before. I wanted to check out Fargo again. You remember Fargo, right? And I punched that in the search engine on, yeah, I believe it was YouTube. And all I've seen was some excerpts or something from a series, a TV series, which was Fargo. But if I remember correct, Fargo was just an original movie. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember Fargo being a series, but they had this Fargo thing on, which was a series, but you couldn't watch the whole thing either. It was just kind of a teaser. Not that I thought Fargo was like that incredible, but I thought it was interesting and small town life. Turn those lights on out there.
Inita ng kwan.
Avo?
Kanang
Oh,
pizza. Yan na daw pwede.
I don't drink coffee, man. She's familiar with it, but I don't. I don't drink coffee. I'm just a tea drinker, my friend. I'm just a tea drinker, Mr. Green Tea. That's what I drink. Io's Coffee. I think it's a restaurant that my girlfriend been to. The name sounds familiar. I think she got coffee there though. Yeah. There's actually some surprising places. There's a few things that have opened up here I've never even been in, but if you go to HR, which is a music restaurant, HR, it doesn't look very fancy. A lot of Australians hang out there. Right behind the store is supposed to be like a kind of a little store that sells some foods and items that maybe foreigners would go for, the type of foods. Now, I haven't been in town today, or else I would have checked it out, because I wanted to see what they had exactly. Ayo. 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 Anybody home? Ayo. A lot of little places open up that you never even know about. There's actually a good, if you want a good coffee and you want some pastries, it's in Santa Fe, but you have to travel through this barangay quite a distance in there. It's kind of out of the way, but people know about it, and they make some business there. I'm thinking of the name of that. I've been there twice. They don't have like a good big choice of pastries, but and they got kind of an upstairs area, a patio you could go to. They got the downstairs, and there is a parking lot. It's parking off the street, and I imagine the best time to get there is in the morning and stuff. You want to have a coffee and a piece of pastry. They have a few pastries, actual pastries, but the one thing I'm finding out here is you just can't find a good place with really good pastries or anything that would be considered a little bit exotic for the Philippines. You don't find it. I tell you, one of my favorite things is scones. I always like scones. I don't really see it anywhere. You might find a Starbucks occasionally that might carry a scone or something, maybe blueberry scone or something. But when I was in Hawaii, yeah, there were. Well, the only place I found scones, to be honest with you, was over in Target. They had a little Starbucks in Target. And they'd have some scones, but just blueberry. But scones are really delicious. I used to go for the, let me see, it was the carrot scones were really, really good. Let's see, it was carrot, the ones I liked, and besides, the regular blueberry one, but there's carrot, if you got lucky. But it was in Seattle where, yeah, I get anything I want there. With all the coffee shops, they always sold things like scones. And most people in the Philippines don't even know what a scone is, SCONE. And that's the one thing that I always like to have that with a cup of tea or something. The carrot ones were the tastiest, and they had, I'm trying to think what other varieties they had that were very atypical, besides blueberry and occasionally you have carrot and just some other kinds. You have to find the right store. But here, in the Philippines, you have to look high and low to find anything like that. And if anybody knows what actually sells scones, certainly let me know. Great sandwiches, okay. I don't really have any interest in Thailand. I could probably eat some of that Thai food if it ain't too spicy, but well, I know. I mean, sure, Thailand, as I understand, is a lot better food than you'll ever get in the Philippines, no doubt. I've heard that story for years. Well, I understand Philippines is not known for their cuisine. They're not. It's not an outstanding food like Italian food or whatever. It's just not outstanding. Or Chinese food, or it's just really not. It's too bad that they're very limited. So anybody's ever visited the Philippines, well, what's the typical dish? Adobe. I mean, there's nothing special about that. And lumpia, nothing special about lumpia. There are different dishes, but they're also into a lot of fish, which I don't get into. So it's very hard for me. You ever see when I go out to a restaurant all the time, and what I wind up eating? There's a reason for that. I wind up having a Parmesan dinner, a chicken Parmesan, because that's tried and true. I've always liked the Parmesan, other than getting like a chicken Caesar salad, which they hardly put any chicken in there at all. Oh my God, I think the best salad dressing is what Gilda makes. She just takes a little bit of mayo and vinegar. What does she put in it? It's really good. In fact, I don't know. I may even go for that. I just had pizza. But we're kind of celebrating early his birthday. We have a birthday cake tonight for him, but it's it's Valentine's Day too. It's kind of a combo thing. Yeah, a lot of our relatives, their birthdays fall in with the holidays or something here, and we wind up doing double celebrations or something, double birthdays mostly. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy. Well, if you're happy where you are, nothing wrong with that. But don't totally down the Philippines. I mean, it's a good place. I'm sure you could find a lot of the foods you want if you go to the right places. But again, if you're living in a province, don't expect any comfort foods that you're used to. I don't know if you're from America or where you're from originally, but let's just say Western culture. Yeah, don't expect to find a lot of that. And if you do find it, you have to pay through the nose for it, that's for sure. But if they give you the choices in certain supermarkets, unfortunately, they don't have as good of a choice of things, even in S&R or Landers, and they just don't. But what they do, but Landers is a lot more expensive than S&R. It's a lot more expensive. I found anyway. But on their aisles in Landers, they got seemingly better choices of things on their aisles as far as like canned foods, box foods, different things. Some better choices, I think, if I remember correctly. But the problem is, what they say? Oh, stock up for emergencies. And we got a food pantry room, and there's not much in there all the time, really. I got more vitamin bottles than there's any food substance in there. Because the reality is, a lot of these stores don't carry a lot of. Well, actually, if you want to go into Metro in Yala, they have like an international food section, but I mean, you want to talk about expensive. You got to ask yourself, how much do I really, really want this? Am I willing to pay? They got canned foods going for 3 times the price you'd ever find anywhere else. You can get a certain amount of canned foods, like in, you know, that particular supermarket. But if you go to S&R, it's very limited. You want to stock up on canned vegetables. The only thing I see in S&R is some horrible looking peas. Peas in a can and maybe some Campbell's soup. There, you might have some Hormel chili. Yeah, you might have some Hormel chili. Cream of corn. Yeah. Um, there's not, for survival, I don't know. There's just not a lot of canned items in there. And a lot of times I don't even find kidney beans in there, too. It's my local store here is where I get my kidney beans. They always stock it because they know I always buy it. I got a can right here. Oh, we opened it last night. I had a salad. That's right. No, you got money to shop, right? You go in these stores and you think you're going to come out with a shitload of food, but every time we go there, it's the same thing. We get disappointed. They don't carry certain things we want, and it gets boring. No, there's no good hospitals. That's the problem, Elliot. Um, that's the problem. We've got a provincial hospital which is not set up for big emergencies and operations. They don't have a working ICU yet. They've been talking about it. It's supposed to be staffing a surgeon there. I haven't seen anything like that yet. I'm not even sure if they even possess a defibrillator. Yeah, I mean, they could help you give birth and stuff like that and, mend a broken bone or something, but it's just not good. It's just not good. The problem is, um, I don't know how many miles will be from Cebu. I don't know. Gotta look it up. Is it 80 miles? I don't know. We're not around the corner from Cebu City. We're out there in Bumfuck, Egypt. But it would take you a ferry ride of about an hour and a half And then by land, once you get into port, it could take you anywhere from 3.5 to 4 hours by car. According to traffic, be quicker to get into Cebu City to a major hospital. So time is not on your side over here. So if you have a heart attack or something, yeah, you might as well try to bend over and kiss your ass goodbye, pretty much. Oh, well, I'm concerned. My time comes, it comes. If I make it, I make it. I don't know. We got a house here and everything. We're not going anywhere. We're not selling it. I don't want to make any other changes in my life. We've got friends and all that shit here, and we're pretty much settled in. Well, I don't know what you think I'm living in. I don't know. You're reading National Geographic. I don't know. It's a nice town. I like it. And so does a million tourists a year like it. So it's not nice white sand beaches. It's a nice town. It's a nice atmosphere, seaside town. I've seen worse, and I've seen better. Well, life is taking a chance, right? And look, you can live right in the middle of Cebu City and have a heart attack and still not make it to the hospital in time. Traffic, people don't move for the ambulance. I've witnessed it, believe me. I've seen one time and I'll never forget it. Some people in a pickup truck and his girls yelling out the window at the traffic. They're beeping their horn, move, move. Somebody must have had a bad accident or heart attack. And she's right in the middle of Cebu City. The traffic was horrible. It was probably around rush hour. And she's yelling at the traffic, move, 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 because she wanted to, it wasn't an ambulance. They were trying to take the person to the hospital. I don't know if they made it or not or what happened, but it could happen right there in Cebu City. It could happen 2 blocks from a hospital, you know? Laos is about to overtake the Philippines in tourism. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. Laos is one of the last places on the Philippines, Southeast Asia, whatever list. That's at the bottom of the list. It probably goes like this. Um, Actually, although some people, speak dearly of Thailand, I think if I wanted to make a permanent move, although it's hard to be permanent, the visa system, but Malaysia would probably be the place. Not Thailand and not Vietnam. Be Malaysia. Definitely not Indonesia, but Asia, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, Georgetown, all the places around there. You get a lot more for your money. You get big ass apartments with high ceilings and, never mind these little closet sized rental apartments that you see in the Philippines. They're huge for the money. Huge rooms, balcony, according where you want to live, but most of them are spacious for the money. Philippines doesn't compare to Malaysia with the amenities as far as a spacious condo or apartment. How am I doing? I'm okay. Yeah. Penang and Georgetown, those kind of areas are pretty good. You get a lot of expats go there. So you're always going to have somebody to, and they all really speak English too. I mean, in that country, you should never have a problem there. A lot of Chinese there too, and Muslim, but they still all, as I understand, have a very, very good grasp of English, which I think is really important if you're going to be living in a place like that. But no, I would never move. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't have to move. I really couldn't do it anyway. My girlfriend has too many family ties over here. And her mother's still alive. Our children are still in school. Well, 2 of them living with us. 2, not 8. So when that smoke clears, I mean, we do whatever we want, really. The visa system has to be good, and Malaysia ain't bad. You can get 3 months. They just go over the border, I guess. You can keep on doing it, but they might get suspicious after a while. I don't know. You may have to secure a property or something. I don't know. There's some ins and outs of even Malaysia, which makes it difficult. I don't know. I heard it's even more humid and shit over there in Malaysia, hotter than it is in the Philippines. Of course, I've never been there, but I heard people living there. But they have a lot to offer, though, in Malaysia. And foods, every kind of food you want's there. Every kind of ethnic food is probably right there. Well, you can always watch Big E's stuff when he's there. You can always watch some of his stuff. Not trying to promote him, but he goes around, walks around here and there. You could get an idea what it's like. Or you could find plenty of videos on there showing it. Yeah. You just got to find the right area. Rents are varying according to how close you want to be to a body of water, for example, or, you want to be way inland, or, of course, if you want to go to KL, Kuala Lumpur, the main city, you're going to pay more in rent, a lot more in rent there. It doesn't mean that you can't find good places for a great price, so you could. But you have to go outside of KL to find anything for a really decent price. You could find a very livable place, very nice, for $200 to $300 a month. High ceilings, spacious rooms. Yeah, it's not bad. And the rest of it is up to you. For example, internet, and whether you like to eat out all the time, that'll get expensive. And, don't cook on your own. If you drink and you want to hang out in bars, and yeah, it could become a very expensive place. Travel where? I can't travel anywhere. I'm a political prisoner right now. I could travel throughout the Philippines, but right now I'm a political prisoner. I'm an administrative prisoner. I'm not joking. I'm an administrative prisoner right now. I can't travel anywhere. I can travel within the country, yeah, anywhere I want to go. That's not a problem. But anywhere I'm going to need a passport, I can't go anywhere. But then again, I wasn't planning on going anywhere anyway. So I'm not having a big problem with it. Besides, guys, remember, I'm broke, remember? I can't afford to travel. I'm broke. I'm gonna pay my way, pay my tickets. Yeah, okay. When the smoke clears, I'll consider traveling. Don't coach me on my smoking, okay? Thank you. That's not much money I spend. My name is not Jay. I don't chain smoke, and I don't smoke no fucking 3 packs a day or some shit like that. Don't worry about my personal habits. Everybody's got to worry about their own. Most people on here are alcoholics, so they need to worry about their own habit. Everybody's worried about my protein. My God, Magnum. Actually, I've had a lot of protein today. Thank you. Actually, I have, in many forms. Actually. But I've also had a bad no-no, too. Well, I did have some dark chocolate, but not the good kind. Ate a bar of that. That wasn't good. Sugar. And she comes in with these nips, they're like M&Ms with the peanuts in it. I said, oh, man. Not only does she come in with that, she comes in with a couple of boxes with mix, to make some fudge brownies. And not only that, we have a cake here for tonight. We have a cake here because kind of a combo thing, Valentine's Day and our kid's birthday. He's leaving tomorrow. He's involved with athletics at school, so volleyball and all that stuff. It's a big thing. It's like a big competition thing. I don't know if he's going to Minganilla, where he's going. They're gonna be there for a week, and they're gonna be doing all kinds of competitions, and he's all geared up for it. I give him supplies and things he needed. It's kind of a big deal for him, so we accommodated him. No, I haven't seen the Copycat channel today. You don't have to tell me what it was all about. It's about me. Did I get that right? Who else is going to be about? Nah, it's getting pretty old. See, I really haven't been removing my shows, so they're trying to find a different angle now. So what they're trying to do is to catch me saying something like the other day when I was a little pissed off at the lovely, did I say lovely Gilda, for wearing her headphones. You know, the little things like that they'll try to clip, and that's what they're looking for. But the copy channel ain't worth its salt well, if they're just putting on the same thing I'm putting on. If I don't take it off, then it seems stupid to put something on that I put on that I left on, if you get my point. It's Tiny Man, Bad Temper, and You Scream It. Oh, that was on already. That's what I was talking about. I don't know about Tiny Man, where that came in on the title, if that's what it is. No, they already went into that when she was wearing her headphones, and I got pissed off. I did a show addressing that, actually. She assumed that I was on talking live on YouTube. She didn't know I was actually talking to her, and she had her headphones on listening to something. But I didn't know that, so I reacted. I'm human. I get irritated. I'm allowed. I'm not on the rag, but, you know, I got my moments where I get irritated for something no different than anybody else. Well, there's always a lot of comments on it. No, I go on there occasionally and I will read that. But it's the same people commenting on there. It's the same shit. You're not missing any. You miss one show, there was another one. They butcher you in the comments over there. Well, duh. The show's about me after all, isn't it? This is how popular I am on here. It's amazing. I'm surprised I don't have 100,000 subscribers, really. I'm so popular on here. It's amazing. No. Let me rephrase what you're saying, Mr. Elliot Hess. I didn't create enemies. They just created a whole persona for me, which I'm not anything they put on about me. It's not who I am. It's who they want me to be. They don't want me to be happy. They don't want me to be in a good relationship. And they know I tell the truth on my channel and it hurts them, and they gotta fight back some way. Some of the copycat videos are 11 hours long. 11 hours long? What 11 hours long? Do you ever think you're wasting your precious time, especially at your age? What about my age? What about my age? You're watching my channel. Why are you wasting your time listening to my channel? No, they're never 11 hours long. Well, let's just put it this way. Somebody has a lot of time on their hands, apparently, right? To copy my shows and do all that crazy shit. So perhaps they should self-examine themselves. Yes, you what? What about my age? You got a problem with my age? Are you going to critique my age? I'm doing very well for my age, thank you. Anything more you want to add? It also shows how much time you spend walking around the house talking to yourself. Well, for you to see that, you must be spending quite a bit of time on your own watching my show. So let's kind of flip the coin a little bit here, Flipper. All right, enough of your abuse. Say goodbye. Me, mentally unstable. Apparently you're not listening to YouTube enough. Mentally unstable. Do I need to name names on here? Mentally unstable. How could you make such a statement? Seriously. Anyway, bye-bye, dude. Now you're starting to get a little nasty on here, so I gotta remove you. You're just one of them trolls going under a different name. What do you think they do with their time anyway? You think everybody's partying out there, the retirees are all partying? It's not like that at all. They show you what they want to show you, but I assure you do not, I assure you they're not doing backflips in a gym somewhere. I assure you they're not walking on a trapeze. I assure you that they're not mountain climbing. I could assure you that they're not all hang gliding and they're doing within their capabilities basically at their retirement age. What they're doing is they're home. They're watching movies on TV, period. They're doing chores. They're going to accompany their special ones to the store. Go shopping with them. There might be some few activities with a few friends. Basically, you're home, you're doing chores, you're watching TV, or if you're into YouTube, you put on some shows. That's what they're doing. I don't know what you're thinking in your mind, but if you had to see the real life of the average vlogger on here, you might be shocked, or you just may not be shocked at all. But if you see the amount of time they spend copying somebody's shows, I mean like the copycat channel, we call it, affectionately, that person has to have a hell of a lot of time on their hands, I'll tell you that. A hell of a lot of time on their hands. To watch me that much and take the time by detail to copy my show, if they do any editing on titles or putting up some kind of a thumbnail, AI or edited image, they're spending a hell of a lot of time. Frank Smith, there he is. Sorry, Frank, but I have to leave your channel too. I thought you were a health advisor, so I tried to talk to you about your testosterone, but now I'm starting to worry about your mental health. Well, what about my mental health, sir? Can't be questioning me. Just look around on YouTube. You'll find a lot of mental health issues. But let me save you the trouble, Frank. Look, you've already talked about testosterone, and I already gave you my feedback on the testosterone. That seemed to be the only subject matter you want to talk to me on my show about. Well, I'm kind of burned out on it. Don't worry about my testosterone level. I told you I'd look into it with the gel or something. I already told you that. I have an interest in it, but I'm not overly interested in it, to be honest with you. But I listened to what you had to say. But that's all you have to say. That gets kind of boring, sir. You said what you said. I absorbed it. I got you. Got your point. I know. You get older, you lose testosterone. You made your point. Testosterone could help. I'm sure it could. I've done my research on it. You could assure yourself of that. Time comes, situation comes up, I'll check into it. I'll see what's involved, and you get a doctor's appointment, you get a referral or something, whatever I need to do. Go to a lab, get the testosterone checked out, da-da-da-da-da. and take care of it. See where my level is. Maybe try it out a little bit. I won't go for the shots though. Probably just go for the gel and see how that works. Never really thought about it before, much really, before you started coming in talking about it really. You're right about a few things regarding that. It might be interesting to try. But that's just another expense every fucking month. I'm fine. I mean, I feel fine. I know why I get tired. It's from medicine I take. If it's combined with an antihistamine for my allergy, I know already why I get a nod out during the day. Because that shit's still in me. I know exactly why. Stuff stays in your system for a while. Let's just say I know my body better than most people know their bodies, okay? I probably know a lot of y'all's body more than y'all know your own bodies out here. Larry Taylor. We're getting a million of them in here. Let's read it. Frank, I think you should use old age and treachery rather than fistfights, Brevis. 30-year difference. You should get a blackjack to make it fair. Even the odds, what you're trying to say. Even out the odds. Yeah, I agree with you there. Don't worry about it. He'll never meet up with me or anybody anyway. And if he did, he might be surprised. I may not need a tool. I'm not, everybody emphasizes my age, but in a way, it's still just a number. It's an individualistic thing on what knowledge you have to protect yourself. And some people might be surprised. I might be surprised. It's not like I get into physical fights all the time, I don't know if I lost it or what. I don't know. I haven't tried it for years. I don't look to get into physical confrontations. Why would anybody want that? One can get hurt or they can hurt somebody else. Then you wind up in jail. So, what's the better alternative? Let them do something stupid. Just get them in jail. While you sit at home watching your favorite movies. It's the best revenge you can get on anybody on here. If that's what you want, revenge, or you want justice. Which is it, justice or revenge? It's a choice you make. They are different. They're alike in a way, but they're different. I don't advocate violence at all. I tell people that all the time. I really don't. It's a waste of energy, a waste of oxygen, and people heal. Their cuts, their wounds, their bruises, they all heal up. And they don't change. They're still the same person again. So that never works. Of course, you can get some good pleasure from beating the shit out of somebody that needs it, but then that wears off. And whatever damage you did to them wears off too, and you're back to the chalkboard again, so nothing really accomplished when you think about it in that way, I guess. Get it out of your system, yeah. It's nice to get something out of your system. It's very pleasurable. But how long does that last? You may want to do it again. You may want to do it again. I don't advise. Anyway, that's my disclaimer. I don't advocate violence on here with anybody. Don't have to involve me. I don't advocate violence. I don't mind watching MMA and all that stuff on TV. It's kind of an outlet. Watch people take their aggressions out on each other. You don't have to be in that ring. You can sit there and watch and, see how talented they are in their profession. I think as far as boxing goes, I have to say that, what's his name, Tommy Morris, I think that's one of the better fighters in our modern times in this past several decades. Too bad he drove himself to his grave. Tommy Morris, Morrison or Morris? I think it was Morrison. Morris. That guy was incredible. What strength this guy had. Let's see. I think she's on that old guy who worked out. Why did you retract your message, Larry? You retracted it. You're talking about that old guy that worked out or something, and who are you talking about? I don't know why you retracted it. You give me a chance to read it. Hey, look, man, age is just a number. I mean, it means something, but, you know, you're not the young version of yourself you are anymore, but neither is anybody else. As we're talking, you're aging too. That's something that we don't have control of, but age is really just a number unless the person is so out of shape and obese and, you know, just worn down by their lifestyle or whatever. Well, that's a different story. They're put themselves in a very vulnerable situation. Okay, there you go. Say it again. That older guy who worked out from your video would be a long night for Brevis. The older guy who worked out from your video. Worked out from which video was this? The older guy who worked out from my video. Oh, well, I'm not sure particular video you're talking about. I had somebody on my video that worked out. I was talking about Mick Fisher, who works out. Maybe you're talking about him. And he's the one that says he's going to kick Mick Fisher's ass and all that shit. That would be something to see. You gotta understand, there's a lot of older dudes out there that are in better shape than people half their age. There's plenty of them out there. Don't let them fool you. That's why you don't know who your assailant is. I mean, you don't know the background of anybody, really. A lot of people don't know how good they are either because they just don't get into fights. Maybe they've learned a few things, but they don't use it until they actually get into a fight. And like I said, everything is not like mapped out on paper. You may know certain moves, but they're not gonna, like, you know, hey, strike a pose. They're not gonna hold still for you to manipulate a certain move. It doesn't work that way. You just have to exercise what you're doing and be quick about it. Not spend 3 seconds to think about what you're gonna do. You just do it. Hopefully you get a straight shot in there or something, but people are not going to hold still for you to go see what your skills are. You get the point I'm making. Okay, they're not going to strike a pose and expose themselves, you know, show their vulnerability. It just doesn't work that way. So a lot of people that have a lot of skills too. But the age-old question is, if it happened on the street with these guys with the black belts and all that crap, and, you know, what's your chance of surviving against that person, and what's his chance of surviving against you? Because sometimes all it takes is a lucky shot, no matter what. You know, you catch yourself off guard, you catch yourself open, and you absorb it doesn't take much, you know, a good shot to the solar plex, a good shot to the chin or temple. I mean, you're out. It's good night, Irene, no matter what you know, if you let that shot go through. Yeah, that's who we're talking about. Oh yeah, no, he would tear Brevis apart. There's no question about that. I think most people would. But as I said, I did a show all about that, and I think that's where you got it from. And I was very honest, and I said, you know, I don't make any claims on this big tough guy. I don't think I am. I just know I could get pretty crazy if I was in a situation like that. And, you know, who knows what I'd be capable of doing once I'm all geared up with adrenaline. When I get my adrenaline going, it gets going, believe me when I tell you that. I could tear a wall apart. I mean, seriously. I know my strength, and there's sometimes I don't know my strength. Other times, when I surprise myself even. But I think when you're under stress, I think when you're facing a situation, it's a fight or flight situation, you have your choices. Take flight or fight. And if you choose to fight, that's a decision you have to make, and you got to execute whatever it is that you do possess. Whatever measures of self-protection you can take, bar none. Whether it's picking up a rock or a branch, I don't care what it is. Because when you're in a fight, you don't have to tickle each other. The whole idea is to hurt each other, and one person could die from a fight. It happens all the time. So you are fighting for your own survival when you have a fight. Some people think it's just, oh yeah, getting your aggressions off the other person. You know, they say I want to kick your ass, but you know, they kick or hurt you a certain way, you could die. So you got to take a fight being very serious. I would. I mean, you have to. Don't be stupid. When you fight somebody, they don't want to shake your hand. They don't want to give you a bouquet of flowers. They want to hurt you. And when you're in a fight with somebody, it's the same thing. Okay, you don't want to sing Kumbaya around the campfire together. You're out to hurt the guy. Because if you don't hurt him, he's going to hurt you. It's one way or the other. It's like you're a military man out in the field. You know, people firing on you, you're going to have to fire back. You got a family to go back to and all that shit. Maybe you don't like killing. Maybe you're not an advocate for that kind of shit, but you join the services. That's what you expect. That's what you get. But if you're in the front lines, you got bullets whizzing by your fucking ear. You know, you're going to fight back and try to get that sniper or whatever. The other guy in the field, which is known as your enemy, you're going to try to get him before he gets you. It's called survival. You're always retracting your messages, dude. You're going to say something, man, you know. Just say it. Don't retract your message. Too much retraction going on. Or shall we say redaction? The new political word. Everything is being redacted politically to stay with Trump and all that Epstein crap going on. That Pam Bondi, oh man, she's got to get out of office. I can't stand her. What a biatch. She is a biatch. Major biatch. Major Karen. But I kind of see where this is all going. I don't think it's going very good for the Trump administration all the way down the line. So let's look forward to that. Or I certainly would. I don't know about you, but I certainly will. I can't wait to get Trump out of office or something, and all the toxic people he surrounded himself that were kissing his ass, to get them out of office. That's like a party time. Buy a cake and whatever. It's just for that. Is that what he said? Why are people starving? Why can't people buy food anymore? You talk about the Dow for those who invest. Well, that's a joke, isn't it? Isn't that what Pam Bondi said or something? But she was counterattacked with someone that didn't agree with her, one of the senators. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what I thought you got it from. I remember the 50. Yeah, okay. That's pretty bad, guys. It looks like the protesters are winning in Minnesota. Trump's having them slowly leave Minnesota now. So those people that showed out, that's what you need, man. You got to get people speaking out. You know, in France, which is one place that I heard that the people control that fucking government. When they have a problem with the French president or any problems politically going on, people take to the streets in France big time. They overwhelm the president and other officials where they have to back down. You know, French people have to give them that. I'm not particularly fond of the French, but or the culture, but the people generally tend to speak up, and most of the time they get what they want. Oh, I can't stand Pam Bondi, man. Oh, I want to see her go down as much as I want Trump to go down. And you have a president who's a racist, on his fucking social media, having his special effects people do their little graphics depicting President Obama and his wife to be apes or monkeys. He's such a fucking racist. He's everything you think. He's obnoxious, he's a racist, he's a narcissist, he's a dictator, he's a dickweed, he's a loser, he's a crybaby. Power went to his head. He's beyond help, and he's beyond repair. Oh, Pam Bondi. She's been getting attacked a lot lately. She's starting to get so stressed from all this. She's starting to yell out during these little hearings that are going on. She's getting really stressed. Pam Bondi. Oh my God. Imagine when she's out of office, when somebody called her, well, secretary. She says, no, I'm not a secretary. I'm an attorney general. Let me tell you something. Women in power, oh. Well, that's why, in a way, we're glad that Hillary didn't get in, okay? I'm nothing against the Clintons, really. But no, I would not have wanted Hillary as president, even if I was Democrat, and no, Hillary had a temperament, very emotional, very sensitive, and you can't have a leader like that. I mean, look at Trump, though. But no, I would not see Hillary as president. I like Bill Clinton. I don't know. I like Bill Clinton. I liked his personality. I liked most things about Clinton. What the fuck? What he did with Monica Lewinsky. He did with Monica Lewinsky. Go into people's personal life. It's Hillary that has to put up with him for that. He has to put up with Hillary for what he did. He was getting his own smacks in the face from Hillary, I'm sure, from that. But yeah, all these political, they all got extramarital sex going on. They all got mistresses and all that shit. I think almost every president did. Men want to be in powerful positions, and men want to have a lot of money because power and money equals more sex. Am I right? Women are not attracted to powerful men. Women not attractive to financially well-off men. Of course they are. The ugliest men in the world. We got proof of that on YouTube. The creepiest, ugliest men in the world could get women. Does that mean because they're wonderful looking and got a great personality? No, some people have money. And some women, that's what they're after. And, if it benefits them, they're there. Oh, looks like I got my famous 13 in here. The boys in the band are back. Of course they are. Let's hear it for the boys. And so what's the same thing about the, saying about the, the copycat channel? No, I've been bored out of my mind with it. I'm going to stop going over there because I go there out of curiosity, but then what do I find? I'm just copying what I just put on. Now I don't take my shows down, so they're trying to deal with me in a different angle now. I busted them for that. Yeah, they're just waiting for you to take a show down so they can put it on. I don't know what the purpose is, really. I don't know. I hope they're at least benefiting from the channel, monetization or something. I hope they're at least making money off it. They got to benefit somehow. I mean, they're not phasing me at all for what they put on there. It's my own shows. If I want to see my own show, if I got it on file, I could go look at it again. Or I just keep it on. It doesn't make any sense, but then again, gives them something to do, you know. Has to be somebody that is retired. Has to be retired, or just has a lot of time on their hands, you know. And yes, they do have a lot of time on their hands. Time they spend concentrating on me, putting shit together on me. But like I said, it doesn't faze me. It hasn't for a long, long time. Even back then, it didn't faze me that much. Look, when you've been on YouTube as long as I have, you get used to this crap. It becomes commonplace, you know. It's household, you know. It's just another day with another insult or attack or copy my channel or whatever. It's not a big deal anymore. With that being said, I don't want to carry this on too much longer on here tonight. I want to watch some movies, but thanks for some of the dialogue. But I will also end off as saying, the very same people that complain, oh, Frank, you know, you do a lot of YouTube shows. Yeah, okay, what about it? And I look at it this way, well, for you to know that, you have to be following me, and you must be on YouTube as much as I make shows on YouTube, because there you are, following me and listening or watching my videos. Yes, that is Blueberry. And we got a happy birthday cake here too, so plenty of sugar. Actually, his birthday is tomorrow. Valentine's tomorrow, so kind of combo. Of course, she included the blueberry cheesecake. There you go.
Yung difference is, yung adjust DSC 42
Looking good, looking good.
versus yung sa DSCR.
It's actually a meeting going on the computer right now. So I can't talk too loud while daughter's interviewing a client. Shh, be careful. Well, he's leaving tomorrow morning for his little sports extravaganza tomorrow. So we got to do this tonight. All right. Any other cake? Any other cake? Oh my. Yeah, you look all you want. She's not getting none of that, dog. Could definitely cut me a piece of that pie. Did I say it was blueberry?
Just a little for you.
Looking good. Oh my.
Kada doon na ba magkaon din? Ha? Kisahid.
Oh my.
Gay mo?
A blueberry cheese.
Kasi.
Ante Janet?
Greater than or equal end of month.
Divine.
So, 130 and more. Ang criteria to is less than end of month minus 1. Okay.
Dadong kung ka.
Ha?
End of month minus 1.
Sino? Sino ito? Sulti ba? Ma'am Irene? Mga sino nagsulti ba? Eileen Tibay?
Ha? Ano may isa sa ano?
Grade 9? Ma'am Irene? Nga naman?
Kada doon ko. Kada doon ko magkaon.
Oh my.
May extra na pipito.
I need more of
Sa
this.
maestra ko niya ito ba?
Ha?
Sa maestra.
Ha? Siya ay mapakano.
Sa Nebala. Si Ma'am Irene ba? Ay, sulti. Ano na eh?
That's a 5-star cake
Yeah.
pie.
Wakan na. Kami lang.
Si Ma'am na maganda sa...
Well, it's not a Goldilocks, this one. This is from Kermit's, a bakery in Valentine. They make it right there. Have my last chunk here. Oh my, 2 pieces. Get off here.
Ano to siya? Hindi kasi naka-filter na po hanggang doon sa pinaka-baba. Ito yung filter namin. 23034. Ano dapat?
Oh my.
Yung difference niya ay
Ano sila ng kape? Nilak ng kape? Isa.
ito, ang difference.
Look at that. It goes quick.
CFD Rochester.
Ang kape nila. Yung data natin ng duha.
And ang ano kasi
Anyway, I think 2 slices were enough on that. Oh my goodness. I think that was quite enough. Definitely no big celebration here because he has to leave tomorrow morning. The timing is kind of screwed in Valentine's Day. No special dinners tomorrow. I'm not gonna have any special dinners tomorrow. I might take her out for lunch tomorrow. The kid will be gone. And actually, the big cake, I think I showed you a big cake, and that's actually for her son to take for the teacher and the students for tomorrow, have their own celebration, his birthday, and of course, kind of a Valentine's for all of them. So we got that cake with the blueberry pie, cream cheese actually, and it's so good. It's a real treat for me to eat. Not just because it's blueberries, but it's also cream cheese. So anyway, no big hoopla this year on that. I was on the quiet side because the daughter's working on her computer right now. The other son is sleeping. It's pretty early. So there we go. We got a birthday combination with Valentine's Day tomorrow. And actually, his birthday is tomorrow. And he will be leaving early in the morning, so he can't, we couldn't plan on having the neighbors over and all that shit going on because, well, the timing, he'll be gone for a week. But I'm really glad they're taking that big cake because I could not see that hanging around the house here. That'd be too dangerous. You know, temptations, man. You get hungry between meals. And that's why you don't want to have that shit around. Anyway, not much to say on my upload here. Just, hey, happy early Valentine's Day, folks. Keep loving, not hating. Keep loving, not hating.
Time is running out, no one else around but me. Steady losing light, steady losing my mind, moving shadows and gravity. Without you, there'd be no place for me to hide. Without you, there's no way I can sleep tonight. What I do, hope a little bit of peace and quiet. Without you, I keep.
Okay, I'm going to keep this short. I want to recommend a movie. And the movie is called Shell, S-H-E-L-L. It's pretty deep. Not to be confused with a different movie by name of Shell. This one here takes place in the Scottish Highlands. And it won a number of awards on its own merit. And probably never heard of the actors in there, but that's what makes it great. It's called Shell, and I can't give you the ending of this because that's, you know, that's a kind of a kill switch on there. But it really gives a good story of, okay, you got a father and daughter, and he had lost his wife, and they run this kind of a failing gas station. He's also a mechanic, way up in the Scottish Highlands, and pretty isolated. And of course, he's hurting, he's depressed, and he also has I believe, a fatal illness, but he suffers from seizures all the time. So the girl is like in her maybe early 20s, and she needs to take care of her father. She can't go out, and believe me, this could relate to some things on YouTube, and that's why I'm talking about it. And the word is loneliness. And explain a few things with some people on here. So basically, she can't go out and have her life because she has this obligation to her father because he's ill and he has seizures and so forth. It's a very isolated life, and the only people they talk to are people that come for gas or whatever. And a very isolated area in the Scottish Highlands. And it's kind of, to warn, it's kind of sort of slow moving. And you got to get the gist of what it's all about. But you'll pick up on that, actually. You'll pick up pretty well on it. A very isolated life, and she's not experiencing love from anybody, but there's kind of twist in the movie a little bit with the father, and, well, you know, as I said, I don't want to give away the movie, but it's called Shell, Shell, not to be confused with some other movie with a lot of popular stars in it. And I forgot what year this movie was made. Really kind of gets to you. It's I can understand the bitterness sometimes of some of the people here on YouTube. There's something going on here. It's called loneliness. I talk about it on my show a lot. With a lot of people on here. And that's what drives them to be, well, as cantankerous as they are, I guess. It makes me feel how lucky I really am. I played a little short of Teddy Swims. And Teddy's going big time. He's got that golden voice. If you want to hear his music, I mean, there's not anything he's put out that isn't good. You might want to listen to that whole song I dedicated to Gilda, but the whole, you know, just one verse of the song. But I really do got to dedicate it to her for Valentine's Day because she's my rock. And all the negativity on YouTube, and it just doesn't get to me because I feel like I'm one of the lucky ones, actually. You know, I could be an observer rather than someone who's participating in YouTube, you know, and I get to listen. And, you know, over a period of time, I've seen people come and go in different ways off YouTube, or they died or whatever. I see a lot of different aspects of their life that you just can't help, you know, seeing. It comes out because people do get personal. And you could figure some people out on here that even though they may be in a relationship, it's probably not a very solid foundation of a relationship. And then you got the other half of people where they just can't seem to find a relationship. And the reasons for that can vary to a great degree. And personality traits, I don't know. I have come to the conclusion after all these years, it's not anything new actually with me. I just think a lot of people are lonely out there, and I think what happens is, and believe me, I have my moments, you know, but you come to this country and you have a lot of grandiose expectations of what life is going to be like in the Philippines. And after a while, it just doesn't turn out for you. You know, you do it be the easiest place in the world to find a woman, and some people are finding out it's really not the case. And it really has to do with the person itself. It's kind of like where they're coming from, you know. You come here, you bring yourself, you know, and whoever you are, you're kind of bringing with you the trouble that you got into from the country and state, whatever that you just came from. and you're leaving a trail of trouble behind you, and know a lot of loggers that have done that. In fact, I would say, if I would even venture to say a percentage point, I'd say about 65% out of my head of loggers are coming from a place that was not comfortable, or they did something wrong, or life went bad on them, and they want to bail out of their country. They figure they're going to have this great life in the Philippines. They do want a positive change, but see, the problem is it's twofold. But knowing that you're bringing yourself here, if you had problems before, if it's personality trait or, you know, the whole psychopathy, I always love that word, psychopathy, oh, there you go. Well, some things you can't change. Then you try to meet a woman out here, and it doesn't work out, because women can be very intuitive, even upon just meeting you for the first time. They'll kind of know whether you're a possibility or not. But more so, if they spend a considerable amount of time with you, you can't hide your little personality traits, and, you know, it kind of stays with you, good or bad. And really, I am coming up with a conclusion here. After a decade of being out here, it is my conclusion on as it relates to YouTube. And there's a pattern here. I understand why people are so bitter. They want to take it out on somebody else so badly. Hey, look, it's not like anything I never said before on here. I'm pretty in tune with what's going on YouTube and the people, because the time I've spent on here and the time I've listened to a lot of people's YouTube shows, I see comments, all that. I think there's a common thread on here that is actually going on. It doesn't matter if they're in a relationship. You can still be lonely being in a relationship if it's not real. People choose maybe to have a companion, but it's not necessarily a relationship based on love. It might be dependency, or the guy's looking for a caretaker. He just wants to ease his loneliness and choose the first woman to be with that might take a liking to him, and then he goes overboard and he spends a lot of money on her because he wants to keep her like it's his own personal toy. But what's that song with in particular, I'm trying to remember this song. Hold on loosely, but don't let go. And what is that? How does the rest of it go? If you hold on too tightly, I don't remember the rest of the words on there, but, you know, find somebody, don't get too attached too quick. Make sure that you have something in common, and make sure what your relationship is really all about. Is it your dependency on having somebody in your life, and you're just extremely lonely, you see yourself getting older? I sort of went through that phase the first time, I really did. You know? And you make bad choices when you do that. Loneliness is a big factor on here. I don't care. I've seen people in relationships where their wife left him. I could name certainly one of them anyway, where his wife left him, and he's still a very active YouTuber. And I could probably see why she left him, but, you know, his gig. I see people in relationships that are really not really based on what I call love, because their relationship is more of a convenience situation, having to do with support, you know, monetary dependency, and kind of being on a power trip. I've seen people here that have nobody. I've seen people on here that just wandering the streets with their camera chasing their tail. No direction in life. They come all the way out here They have absolutely no direction. They don't know how to settle down. They don't know how to ground themselves. And instead of having a relationship with a woman, they'd rather just sit at a bar and videotape them. And then they wonder why they can't get a woman because, well, there's something kind of twerky in their personality, their demeanor, that chases women away. And whether or not they realize that they eventually do, but some people can't change or don't want to change. And after the whole purpose of coming out to the Philippines was to find a woman, they find themselves just as lonely as, if not more, than they were before they actually came to the Philippines. It's very sad. I witness it all the time on here. I mean, it's obvious to me. We don't need names to names, but if you watch enough on this genre, you'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Those that are presently living, and those that have passed away. There's a common denominator with most of these people. Their life is not going in the direction they want. They're just living a haphazard life here in the Philippines. They don't know where to go, what to do. They're like nomads, traveling around to find a greener pasture that might bring them what they want, like a good woman, a place to settle down, but they're never satisfied. In part because they're not meeting the right woman, they don't know how to go about it. They may have physical attributes. Well, you may call it an attribute, but they might be obese, overweight. They might not be very attractive. Their personality might be a little bit overwhelming to a Filipino. They're very kind of laid-back people. They don't like somebody with a big mouth. And certainly they don't like a man that wants to just use them for sex, because Filipinos are looking for love, they're looking for marriage. And not all Filipinos just take to every man just to have a foreigner. That's I don't know, that's not true. They want to be with the right man. Not just the white man, but the right man. They're not all that easy. But I've come to the conclusion, completely. I was watching this movie, and I like movies because they're very, very thought-provoking. Check out this movie called Shell. You may understand what I mean. There are more lonely people out there than there are people in relationships. And the tough thing about it, man, tough thing about it, is you're getting older. It's scary. It is, I know. It's scary. You can't see yourself not only being out of your element, and being out of your element means that you left the only country you ever knew for some new adventure in your life to hopefully find a really happy life. It's unfortunate that many, many, many are becoming more miserable here than where they came from. They're discovering that it's not as cheap as they thought it was. And they think, if I was in a relationship, could I support her? You know, you still live the lifestyle that you want to live. You're a drinker, whatever. It's, you know, not for everyone. The Philippines is not for everyone. The Philippines will, you know, will swallow you whole if it has to, or even spit you out. As I said, it's not for pussies. It's a tough place to live. Well, it's really tough if you're living your life alone. I'm sorry I couldn't see it. Once you do find somebody that's very compatible for you and you're very happy, you can't see your life without them. Then you ask yourself the question, how did I survive so far without her? Sometimes it's life-saving. finding somebody can be life-saving. You have to have somebody you can relate to, and I don't mean other YouTubers. They're not your friends. I don't care if you go to these little get-togethers, you think they're all your friends. They're not your friends. They're not your friends. Once you learn and understand that, you'll understand what I mean. They're not your friends. You may talk to them on YouTube. You may even go into some get-togethers. They're not your friends. Everybody is independent. They'll steal your woman away from you if they could. They're not your friends. They'll use you to further their channel. They're not your friends. Okay? The sooner you learn that, the better off you'll be. Now, yes, I do consider myself very fortunate, because I'll be honest with you, I always am. I hate even using that statement, I'll be honest with you, because I'm honest with you every fucking show I put on here. If it hurts somebody's feelings, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to change. I like telling you like it is, whether it pisses somebody off or not. Unless you're in a really valid, loving, monogamous relationship, okay, where it's you and her, not anybody else. It's a trusting, loving relationship. You hit the jackpot. Don't move out here just to ease your loneliness. There has to be other reasons. Something you like about the Philippines culture would really help. Or to learn to love the culture and understand it. That would really help. Good place to live, because the people are good people. I see that every day. Smiling all the time. It's friendly with me, friendly with Gilda. It's fantastic. Yeah. Because I'm not on camera, Kathleen. That's why. I'm not always on camera. So tomorrow's Valentine's Day. What did she send me here? Okay, hold on. Okay. I gotta join her pretty soon inside. I gotta wind down for the night. But I just want to come on and kind of rap about this a little bit, because I've really come down to that conclusion. I'm examining my life, and I do all the time. It's not a day that goes by that I don't examine my life. If I was living out here as long as I'm living here, and I didn't have anybody special in my life, I don't know, man. I'd probably go into a really deep-ass depression. I understand why some people are bitter on here. I truly, truly understand, to a greater degree than I have before. As you're getting older, it's almost like mandatory that you have a partner. Don't have to be married. It's whatever you want, but you can't live on your last leg of your journey and your years alone. Some people are used to it. They choose it. But the majority of people, I think, need to have somebody to love. You go to bed at night, you're not going to bed alone. Hey, in my life, I had plenty of times I go to bed alone. I lived very independently, other than having my dog or dogs. Okay? And you make do with what you have or what you may not have. You'll make do of it. But you're not really happy. And sometimes you get tired of watching other couples together. They've been together for a while. They're very happy. They're going out to events, and you're not going. There are times I've even gone into depression. I didn't feel like going to any events. I go, what's the use? Because I don't like doing anything alone. I mean, I've been very independent. I guess the majority of my life I've been pretty independent. And I didn't really mind it too much for the most part. But I had my moments when, nah, this just ain't working, man. I gotta find somebody. And I've found women, of course, but one thing or another happens, it didn't last. But then if you just kind of screw around one woman to another, it's, it's basically a day or evening with the person that is going to satisfy your need for a companion, for a loving night. Then they got to get up, go back to work or whatever it is in the morning, and you're lonely, you feel like a shell of yourself. I've been through plenty of that. Don't matter how many women I've dated, there's been quite a few, quite honestly, but it doesn't mean it wasn't shallow to me, a lot of them. I've had a lot of shallow moments. Oh yeah, you meet somebody, have some fun. Maybe that's all they wanted. Maybe they didn't want a relationship, but you did. Maybe that, that could be part of the scene. It sucks. In this world especially, it sucks. Because we live seemingly in an uncaring world to begin with. So you want to go through your life's journey alone. Some people are just happy with their pets. They don't need the aggravation of a relationship, and I understand that completely. But I think the majority of people, and don't listen to everything they say, because they may say, oh no, excuses. I like being independent. I don't want to be stuck with one woman. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them will say that. What they're really saying inside is, I don't want to show you how vulnerable I am. I don't want to show you how lonely and depressed I am. It's a macho thing, they don't want to let you know how miserable they are. And they are. So they're gonna, fly halfway around the world to the Philippines, in this particular place, Philippines, and they just think women are just gonna flock to them. It's not true. You'll get some attention as a foreigner, but first of all, ask yourself, what is it that you want? Do you want just somebody to pal around with, like an F buddy, or do you want a serious relationship? You can find both out here. But you'll pay for the transient type, okay? If that's what you're looking for, but that gets really shallow. You need to find a partner out here, because guess what? There's going to come a time, as you get older, you may have other needs. And since everybody knows that Filipinos are so nurturing, they're natural caretakers, you're going to need it. I've seen some of these foreigners that were living alone and they're miserable. I see a few on here, especially that are relatively new to YouTube. They're speaking out, but they just sound so goddamn lonely. They decide to live in a rural place in Mindanao and living in a shit shack, and they just don't look happy at all. Don't have to mention shows or names or anything, but it's pretty sad. Yeah, hi folks. Yeah. But I'm just happy to say it. I don't mind crowing about it. I really don't. Because I've been making an assessment of my life out here, because I've been out here long enough now, that I think things have happened for the best for me. Wasn't expecting it, but it happened. And I have my moments too. I have my depressive moments out here. Not very often, fortunately, but I get my moments. I'm kind of happy with the status quo. And I don't take my girlfriend for granted. I never do. So when the chips are down, you need her. Whether you have a medical emergency, or just for the fact that you love the woman. You can't see yourself being without her. But you gotta be in a good relationship to feel that way. If you just kind of have somebody around to kind of pass the time and get laid now and then and just satisfy your need for companionship, that's not a real relationship as far as love. I mean, even a friend it's called a relationship. You're relating to another person. But that's not the type I'm talking about. So I'm going to end this really, but watch this movie called Shell. It's kind of a dark movie. They're living in the Scottish Highlands, her and her father. And it's on YouTube, I believe. Punch it in. It's called Shell. What is that? No, I believe it's YouTube. And you'll realize that sometimes people can have responsibilities. In this movie, her father has seizures. He has nobody because his wife passed away. That kind of blew his mind. He's depressed, and I think he has an ongoing disease. That's not a good one, besides the seizures. And when his wife died, he was very lonely. But his daughter had to stay with him to take care of him. She had an obligation, but she was lonely too. They're living up in a rural place in the Scottish Highlands. Very good movie. I wasn't sure about it halfway in, so I really kind of figured out what was going on there. And I can't tell you the rest of the movie because I don't do no spoiler alert type of shit here. I want to tell you the whole story, but that's just the gist of it. But yes, I do see that here on YouTube. I'm very observant, and I do listen intently. I'm very good at reading between the lines with people on here. I could definitely tell you whether or not they're living a 5-star lifestyle or not. Now, of course, that's my own interpretation of some people on here. It may not be yours. I may see things that you don't see, or you're just not looking deep enough. And I do. Especially when I've been dealing with the same people for X amount of years. You get to know a lot about them and their personality. And I could honestly make the statement that I am not impressed with anybody's lifestyle on here. I mean, the regulars that come on here and some of the commenters. And some don't even live in the Philippines. They get awfully involved with this genre. I don't understand why. They're not even out here. Might decide not even to live out here. I don't get it, but or whatever. There's a lot of lonely people in this world. It's insane, man. How many? They might have lost a loved one, husband or wife. That's been your rock, their rock for all these years. Through disease, or they just divorced, or somebody gets hurt along the line. Always. But I think as one of the little uploads I did on here, that I kind of copied, borrowed, is that you have to experience some pain in order to live. Because that's how you learn, you build upon yourself. You got to have some pain. Whether it's physical pain, emotional pain, that's how we learn. And that's how we move on in life. I've had all the above, believe me. I've had all the above. So I'm kind of experienced with such. I've had losses in my life, for sure, many losses. I carried a lot on my shoulders for a lot of years. I wasn't a big playboy at all. It might have seemed that way. But I didn't feel like being alone. After a while, I got tired of being Mr. Independent. I didn't mind living on my own for the first, cook my own meals, did my own shopping, all that jazz. Then I'd see friends going out, their families, or they're married, or you got a girlfriend, and I didn't have one at the time. I always feel like the odd man out. I go out to an outing with some people, and I wasn't with anybody. I didn't like that feeling at all. I never liked it, so I had to remedy that. Well, it brings me to modern day, and it all worked out pretty well for me. Yeah. So, I'm not an ungrateful person. I appreciate any good in my life. And when somebody tries to step in between me and my relationship, or says horrible things about her, they're way over the line with me. And at my age, I don't really care. If someone tried to harm my girlfriend or something, I'd probably do something that I would maybe eventually regret, but maybe I wouldn't regret it. I'm very protective of people that I do love. And it's not like I'm a 20-year-old and I got a whole big life ahead of me in a perfect world anyway. I would. You know, if I had to do something way out of character for me to protect somebody that I love, there's a better than good chance I probably would do it. I'm actually pretty sure I would, not caring about the consequences. That's who I am. That's a part of me that ain't gonna change. But I do gotta get off. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it. For any newbies that came in here, please, whatever, subscribe, hit the notification button. We're kind of a very deep channel philosophically and otherwise. But hey, it's Valentine's Day tomorrow. And for those of you that are alone, I feel for you. All you could do is that if you have kids around, you could give them a Valentine, your grandkids, if you have, your neighbor's kids, you know, buy them a chocolate candy thing or something, I don't know. Try not to spend Valentine's Day alone. If you have a family, be with your family. It's not just a lover's thing. It's about love, and love is family, and it doesn't have to be about a wife or partner, okay? Keep that in mind in case it makes you feel bad on Valentine's Day that you don't have anybody special. Guys, believe me, I do understand. I understand more than you know, because I've had loads of my moments in between any women I've had in my life. I was miserable, really miserable. There's a lot of things that go around that'll hurt you in life, but you see you become stronger from it. I don't talk to my daughter, and I never get to know my grandchildren well. That hurts, of course it does. I got to carry that along with me. Those children could have been in my life somehow, some way. Call me up, say, hey, Grandpa, what's going on, whatever. Tell me about their life, tell me about their school, tell me about their college. You know, sure I missed that, but I never got to experience it. So a lot of people go through this stuff. You know, you have one child, that's all I have that I know about. I kind of smirk on that one. She don't talk to me, I don't talk to her. It's not that I don't love her, but people change. Or they're just too stubborn to give in. Then one day, mom or dad or whatever dies, and it's too late to make amends. And that's unfortunately what happens all the time. So, some people have lost family. Some people have lost wives or girlfriends, fathers, whatever. And you might find yourself living alone, and then you get so depressed that you can't find somebody because you're such in a depression that you just don't care anymore. Some people become suicidal. So my heart goes out on Valentine's Day to those that don't have somebody special in their life. And I'm not going to be the judge on why. It's just that you know yourself, or you're doing something wrong, perhaps, that's preventing you to have a Valentine on Valentine's Day, you know, to exchange your love and feelings, a few flowers, whatever works. You don't need the material things. But to have somebody to love and somebody to love you back, you just can't measure that with money. In all honesty, you cannot buy love. It's true. You could buy good doctors. You could buy a nice car, a nice house, a nice condo. You can't buy love. You could entice somebody with your money, but that's shallow. That's completely shallow. I would never want part of something like that. Never, ever. I would rather be alone than to be with somebody that's only going to be with me for their own monetary gain, where there's no love. Now, don't get me wrong. If you have established a relationship with somebody, that's the rules of the game, and you don't mind that basically, hey, live with me and I'll take care of you. I just need a companion. I mean, look at Nico. I hate to bring up trolls, but he has to hang around with this one chick because he can't get a woman. But it's better to be with a woman who's a friend, at least have some companionship. But the problem with that is that it stifles you from, meeting a woman for a real relationship, not a friendship. Because if you're hanging around her all the time, you can't spread your wings and actually search. Or maybe the person kind of pretty much figured out that they're probably never, for whatever reasons, could be many, are never really going to have a bona fide girlfriend out here. So they'll just settle for some woman to hang around with, which you're not going to be sexually involved with, just to have a companionship. It all comes down to the one denominator. Again, it's loneliness. I don't blame you sometimes, dude. Yeah, I'm afraid of women. Some of them are vipers, man. You got to be careful, man. I know. Some people feel that way too. They're going to take their money, or going to do something crazy to them or something. I mean, it happens. It does happen. But I understand what you're saying. Thanks for the comment. Well, listen, man, I got to go. I got to go spend time with my woman. But I put out the little video for my woman. And of course, I'll tell her that personally. She knows that already. Look, I've been around here a while on this Philippines thing and, the YouTube stuff and social media. But you know what? I've heard it all on here. I've heard every insult that somebody could bestow upon me and her. Left and right. I've heard this for years and years and years. It got to the point it doesn't even faze me anymore. And one of the reasons it doesn't is I realize I may have something that they don't have. And it's not just being stable with a house, because many couldn't afford to buy an actual house out here. I was able to. Yeah, 6 years into my relationship, that is. I want to note that. But I feel settled. Love the status quo of everything, pretty much. I'm comfortable. I even have 2 dogs that love me. I mean, I got it all. The children really respect me. What else could a man want, really? You got a permanent shelter, permanent love. You're surrounded by people that really care about you. I mean, isn't that what it's all about? Pretty much, isn't it? Thanks for all the hearts. I'm not sure who's giving me that, but I'd like to talk about this a little bit more. But I do got to go. It's getting late. And, try to enjoy your day tomorrow. If you have nobody, don't feel too bad. You have a pet, love your pet. Perhaps you can start by loving yourself first. Because it is truthful. You can't love anybody and show your love and prove your love unless you actually love yourself. I think there's a lot of truth to that. So try not to be too heavy-hearted on Valentine's Day tomorrow, because you don't need to get depressed. Watch some movies or something. It's a holiday, you'll get over it. More days to come. But I would also say don't give up on life either. There's always that possibility you will meet somebody. But you gotta have an effort to do so. You can't be afraid to put yourself out there a little bit, at least say hello to somebody. Idle conversation, and something could develop. But if you're of retirement age, you're planning to, nah, man, you gotta get your act together out here. It could be the loneliest place in the world, man. Palm trees are not gonna make any shit. The beautiful beaches ain't gonna make any shit. But you can't share certain experiences with people, and you gotta do it all alone. It's not fun, is it? All right, guys, I appreciate you listening. Anyway, happy Valentine's Day to my viewers. And we'll catch you on the next show. And I wish you well. And, deal with your loneliness as best as you can. Don't give up on yourself. There's always somebody out there for you. But unfortunately, you just have to make that effort. And yes, you're going to fail. You may fail a lot. And you're going to feel rejected sometimes. But, one day, if you keep up the work, your quest for finding somebody, it could happen. Don't act too desperate. Don't push too hard when you meet a woman. Okay? Women sense if you're desperate. But they could use that as a tool against you and get what they want. If they're kind of scam-minded. No, I got this sucker, man. I could tell he's hurting for companionship. I could probably get anything off this guy I want. Yes, that does happen, unfortunately, out here in the Philippines. All right? Microphone on mute. So just to go over what I just posted, that the fire was contained at Robinson's Fuente Mall in Cebu yesterday. It was contained pretty much in a half hour. It actually came from some kind of eating establishment in the mall, which I'm tending to believe it was possibly from the food court. I don't know which business it was in. It did create a lot of smoke, giving the impression that it was a really huge fire. But as it turned out, that it wasn't, and they had it contained in a relatively short period of time. So the Robinsons has been spared. Anyway, that's the update. I just did a little piece on there, but of course, my microphone was on mute. My apologies for that. So for those wondering about what is the update on that fire, fortunately, it was contained in a short period of time. And that's the update on that. Thanks.
Wants a house so bad, and if she's your partner, then take her with you, give her the opportunity, go to the US, let her work, let her do everything. There's no reason for you to buy her a house. I'm going to tell you why. This is my opinion. Because most of the ideas of houses come from the Filipina. I'm not saying that they don't deserve it. What I'm saying is, if they want it so bad, most of them can get it. It's going to take them half a lifetime to get the income. If they're good at what they're doing, whatever they're doing, whether they're working, they got a store, they got a whatever. If they're good at making the money, they may get it in a lifetime. They'll enjoy it. Their number one job is to take care of their family. Their number one job is to take care of their kids. So if they can stick with a foreigner or somebody that's going to, foreigner is not just a white guy, a black guy, a Puerto Rican guy. It's a guy that's not Filipino. If they can get that out of their house, out of the system, out of their way, they'll sacrifice anything they can to get it.
And we will be with you shortly. I'd like to do a special show today since it is Valentine's Day. It's highly personal but factual, and I think you'll understand where I'm coming from here and what I deem to be more important than YouTube, trolls, the whole shebang. What I think is more important in life So if you hang in there a little bit, we shall start if we get a few people showing up here. I've already done a couple of shows and certainly a couple of uploads this morning. So we're going to wait a while until we got a few viewers in here. So I'm going to talk about something today. And something that's really important to me. Instead of all this nonsense on YouTube. Today is Valentine's Day. And you think about a lot of things on Valentine's Day. People you love. It's kind of what it's all about, isn't it? But I'm going to talk about something important today. And set the record straight in some ways too, but deal with me for a minute. I'm just waiting for a few people to show up here. We'll begin. Well, maybe I won't wait. I'll just do the show because I don't take them off anymore. To the dismay of the copycat channel. Hey. Build it and they shall come. Sorry, but I'm kind of looking through a photo album book at the moment here. But I'm going to begin the show anyway, I think. I did a few shows today, maybe around burnout on me, and I'd understand that completely, but I'm still going to do the show, and you could watch it afterwards and come to your own conclusions. Okay. Yeah, we are live. We are on camera. We are live. I'm just gathering some photos here. I think somebody might be live right now. Probably. That's what I'm thinking. Somebody's live, doing a live show. All right, but either way, we're going to have to continue on this. I'm not going to wait for people to show up. I'll either get a shitload of people or I don't, or somebody's doing a live show. To be honest with you, I haven't checked. I was actually listening to another show that reunited people, Leah and I forgot his name. He does a show about reuniting people. And people haven't seen their fathers since they were born. They never knew they had a dad. Well, they know they had a dad somewhere. Obviously so, but never got to meet him. As you realize, a lot of military people were active in Subic Bay, and well, they played around, and I think this guy did get to see his baby. I really don't know the details of why he separated himself from his baby, but it was on the Leah and whatever show. You know, they unite people. And I think that's what the show is all about. They unite people. And there's some really good stories in there too, actually. If you don't mind, I need to turn the fan on in here because I'm going to do a show. It's kind of warm, and we'll get right into it. All right. Yeah, you're right. I'm bulking up a little bit here. Okay, I'm going to start now. I'm not going to wait for this to build up. We got a few people on here. Not as much as I wanted, but since I'm keeping my shows on, I'll just, and I really should use my mic. I might sound better, but I don't know, maybe I'll do that. I'll use my microphone, my lapel mic. Okay, mission successful. I'm gonna put this mic on here as best as I could. And let's go with this microphone, my lapel mic. Okay, maybe the audio is gonna be a little different, might be a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, we do get into a little bit of modern technology on here, but believe it or not, we do. But as far as I get with this. Okay, let me begin. It is Valentine's Day, of course, and it's not just a holiday for a mate, a wife, whatever. It's really a holiday for love, these children, and so forth. Some of us are fortunate to have their children in their life. There's always some kind of circumstance that breaks the bond, or you lack communication and so forth. So hopefully the audio is good. If it's not, please tell me. It might be better with this microphone on than without it. All right, here I stand at age 71 plus. Wow, I made it this far. Pretty fantastic, huh? I think so. With that being said, not everything goes your way in life. People have differences, and sometimes they don't settle their differences. But that's also part of life. Now, it's unfortunate for me that I haven't been in communication with my daughter in quite a few years. Now, I'm not going to go into all the details. I've talked about it before, but take a different direction with that. The one thing, it's my title, What's Eating Gilbert Grape? It should be What's Eating Frankie B. And this does eat at me quite a bit. Now, I'm not going to do the blame thing, whose blame it is. No, I'm not going to go there. We've had our differences and stuff like that. But you're reminded on holidays like this, and her birthday and Valentine's Day and things like this, that you got a daughter. She's out there. She's alive and well, I hope. Of course, there's been no communication. There's some conditions that you can't control. There are situations sometimes you can't control. But you deal with it the best you can. Do I miss her? Absolutely. Do I love her? Absolutely. Just to get the record straight on here, I look back on these photographs and I say, wow, those are great times. And I do look through my albums every now and again. Various reasons, different people and different situations, ex-girlfriends, whatever it might be, whatever, But here today, I'm going to talk a little bit about my situation. Now, I guess I could hold this. Whoops, I have to point this camera in another direction here. Yeah, I do look back on photographs of me and my daughter and raising her as a single man since she was age 5. I think I could actually blow this up a little bit. There we go. See the resemblance? There's actually not a day that goes by that I don't think about her. She may not think that, but I can only speak for myself. This is, I believe it's Canada. Oh, with the sunglasses. There we go, right? There you go. And we're going to take you through some of these pictures. And I believe I've used them before, Canada. On the ferry going to Victoria, Canada. I'm going to use some of these photographs, yeah. I'm just kind of going through the album book here. Looks like a happy kid. Well, for the most part, I think she was. Beautiful girl. Beautiful girl. And this is a favorite one of mine here. Pretty burly guy, I was, certainly. The Italian in me showed out with that snozzola. It did. What else we got here? We're going to show a couple of more, but of course, when we had one of our dogs, Maggie, was she in this picture? Yes, she is. One of our favorite dogs. Beautiful, beautiful dog. It's her dog. And after I show you some of these pictures, we'll go on with the story. Look at the chubby face on her here. And this is at our house that I bought in Seattle, Washington, with Maggie and Misty. I think she's a pretty, here we go, even very young. She's a pretty happy kid, I think, for the most part. I think she really was. And hopefully she's still happy now. Let's get this magnification off here. Okay. And these are just a few pictures here. Pizza and pipes. Got a party for her. That's was Suzanne, my girlfriend at the time. Doctor's daughter, that's her. And her very first bicycle. Very happy. I was terrible in trying to teach. Okay, I did this with that. Always with the mute button, I swear to God. I don't know how much you missed, but always touching the screen. Anyway, I said a few things about these pictures, and I said a few things about whether she had happiness or not, and she did. There's some things that, oh, my back, when I have to, to tell you the truth, when I have to lean over this way, it just kills my back. For real, I don't make up stories like some people do. But you've seen some photographs, and there's more, but maybe we'll hold off on it. You got the point. She had a good childhood, despite not always having a mother in her life. I had to play both parts, man. that was really hard. But I didn't mind. I mean, there's a lot I gave up, but it was well worth it. Even now, I'm not talking, I mean, it was well worth it. I think I did the best I could under the situations where I was a male, single parent, divorced, who had to take care of a child that was 5 years old. And I had to play both roles. It's not really an easy thing for a man to do, having a female child, you know. They always need a mother figure in their life, and I've dated a lot and stuff, but, you know, and she'd start to get close to somebody, and then, you know, we wouldn't be seeing each other anymore. And that is what, you know, could really hurt. And, of course, during that time, I've dated quite a few women, and I guess in her own right, she was hoping that, you know, one of these would catch on. And let's share another photo here. And this is in Hawaii. And I would right at the snorkeling beach. I would take her on vacation. Huh? She looked like a miserable child. Beautiful girl. Well, the point is, I do miss those days when we started. Well, you know, I miss those days all the way back. It is not anything that I don't remember. My memory is pretty good for that stuff, and I really miss those days. There's some things you could have control over, there's some things you cannot. It takes two people to make something work, you know. Two people, not just one. So what's eating Gilbert Grape? Me being Gilbert Grape. Yes, on a daily basis, it does bother me a lot that I'm not in touch. I didn't get to really know my grandchildren, which is a crying shame. It really is. And I'm not going to pass blame. I'm just not going to go there. You know, there's something I could have said about that, and really didn't have to do with me, but her choices. But not because I'm a bad person. It's just that people can be awfully stubborn, and people get hurt from that, from being stubborn. I'm one of them. Hurt that, well, I've been talking to her. Hurt that I really didn't get to really know my grandchildren. We're practically all grown up now. That bothers me inside. I do have a heart. Believe it or not, I actually do have a heart. I'm compassionate. I'm sympathetic. I can be empathetic. All those emotions here on Valentine's Day, 2026. I'll even give a message to my daughter. Shauna, I miss you a lot. I always have. I wish things were different. Sure, I do think about you. I'm pretty sure at some point you must think about me. But I'm not comparing apples to oranges. We're not going to do that. I don't know what you're thinking these days, but I'm telling you how I think. And to my viewers, we didn't really have a tumultuous relationship of that sort. It's just disagreeing on certain things, which got out of hand. And it takes two personalities to create that. In some ways, our personalities were similar. In some ways, our personalities were different. Still her father. She carries my DNA. She carries my blood. That's one thing she'll never be able to get rid of. When I'm no longer here, there's no last chance. I'm going to kick back for just a minute here, if you don't mind, because on my back, I got to do this every now and then because I can't really lean over and hold that position. And since I got the microphone on me, I guess that's probably working out pretty good. And for a lot of non-believers out there, yes, do love my daughter very much. I do miss her. I can't force her to write me. She knows how, my email is certainly. She probably, I can't say for sure, but I'm fairly sure that she probably tunes into my YouTube channel every now and again when she's not busy, or she gets curious. And I'm pretty sure that her way of being in my life is to watch my social media and see if Dad's okay, what's going on in my life. It's another way of her being in my life without actually being in my life. You understand where that's coming from? Yeah. I can see that happening. They may not want to be in your life physically, but they at least, it's like having a family. It's like having a father in your life, but not being in their life. They just watch your YouTube shows. I'm fairly sure, not 100%, but I'm fairly sure is what's happening with that. Okay, so you've seen the photographs, you've seen the memories. But as I said, there's not a day that goes by I don't think about her. We're both missing a lot in our lives, not being each other. Now, of course, I'm thousands and thousands of miles away, and she wasn't really appreciative when I left Seattle to move to Hawaii. In fact, that same day that I was moving is when she had her first child. Same day. Talk about timing. But I was there at least when she gave birth to her first child. I'm glad to say I was there. I probably had my van waiting for me a long time at the apartment I held at the time temporarily. I still had stuff in the apartment couldn't have a chance to clean up. I apologized to the landlord. I gave whatever I had in there left, utensils, blankets, whatever. And there's some very usable things, blow-up mattresses, bed, whatever, that I gave to my neighbors in the apartments who could use it. So it didn't go to waste. It didn't go to waste at all. So let me get my back in order again, and I'll lean up again here. I don't even think I have my camera straight on here, but no, it's not like I put something out of my mind. Sometimes things happen with families, you don't get along, or someone could be very negative, or you don't see eye to eye, and that happens all the time with family members and friendships and peers and all that stuff. It kind of goes along with life. When it really comes out, you notice is when there's holidays and sitting around a dinner table. You ever notice that growing up? Somebody would always get into something to spoil the dinner somehow, to bring up some politics. And Italian families did that, but I think all these ethnic families actually did that. I'm pretty sure of it, Anyway, you always have the memories, and that can never go away. Will I ever speak to my daughter on a phone in person? Will she ever write? I don't know. I'm doubting it. I kind of wish that would happen because, I really don't know how many years I got left. I'm doing very good. I think with my health, I don't have any high blood pressure. I don't have diabetes. I don't have any liver problems. I had not even a kidney problem. I had a kidney stone problem, which is not exactly being a kidney problem per se. Although I eat good, take vitamins, and try to take care of myself in a lot of ways, some things I don't do good either, as you know. But I think I got a head start on life here a little bit. May get a wee bit of longevity out of my life at some point, I'm not doing too bad right now, and actually surprises myself, actually, to be honest with you. Yeah, sometimes I do think that, I hope this microphone is working out real well. Yeah. I think it's charged up, so if you don't hear my audio, it's breaking up. Also, if you dare to, say something, let me know if the microphone is good or whatever. If the sound is actually good. Yeah, I could look at these pictures. I got so many pictures. I could look at these pictures and I could remember back. I have nothing really bad to say about her growing up. She got a little spoiled. I spoiled her rotten when I could. I wasn't a rich man, but she's, she never really went without. She had medical needs, dental needs, she had it all. She had my attention. And I never used to expose her to, unless I was really, really dating somebody, that's different. I never really exposed her to my little nighttime visits with some girlfriends I've had through the years, and there were plenty. They may come over the house, but I made sure she was asleep. I was in the other room, because I wouldn't do that in front of her, obviously, and, I had respect for that situation, which, you should, really. Yeah, I've had women over, all that stuff, But the only ones she's really exposed to the ones I was really dating, like Suzanne and a few others that, she got to know. But unfortunately, a lot of these women that I met were, fly-by-nights, a lot of them, or maybe it just didn't work out. But I've had some pretty good women in my life that I thought at the time would have been great for her. So I went as far as, and what is that organization? Brothers and Sisters, something. Because of the fact that she didn't have like a permanent female in her life, I was just dating around. So of course she didn't have a permanent female in her life. It was this Brother and Sisters organization. I forgot the name of it. Some redhead gal. She was one of them. And she would take my daughter out on the weekends. I don't know. After a while, my daughter didn't like it, so we didn't continue. And the reason I did that is because I was being both mother and father to her, which I enjoyed, but it was still a very difficult job. Certain things you just can't talk about with your daughter, but there's certain things I had to. She would pose questions on me, so now I was a mother and father. Some personal questions. And you had to do the best you could do, but that's why I kind of got her from the Brother and Sisters, whatever, organization for a while. Didn't last terribly long, but I did that much, I'm sure it helped a little bit, but she wasn't into it long term and all that stuff, so. But I continued to be a dad to her, and I did everything I needed to do, She always had me to talk to if she had to. She wasn't one with a lot of friends. She had her friends from school. She talked to on Facebook, but then even they turned on her a lot, made her a little bit bitter. Kind of like me on here on YouTube, Get a little bitter about people, period. Melissa, and I'd like to remember is Melissa. She was a heavyweight girl, kind of overweight. But then, as friends do, and always happens on social media, they turn on each other for some reason. And then your whole ideology of people is like, fuck, I don't need them. And, I can't trust anybody. She went through those stages too. That's, I think, what happened when she became her husband at the time. She took to him. It was her way out. It was her way of being independent, a permanent friend. She didn't have to depend on Melissa and people from her schooling in her high school at Shorecrest. Is that what it was? Shorecrest High School. She didn't have to depend on that. She had him, and I understand. We talk about this, what goes on YouTube about it. Some people get into a rush into a relationship, and they just, they're not always satisfied with the end results of it. Some shit happens, you find something out that you didn't know. Relationship ends, and that's the story. You got children from them. Father ain't in the life anymore, whatever. Shit happens. Shit happened with her. I divorced her mom. But as proof of the pudding, when mom had her visitation rights, because I got full custody, you don't hear that a lot. No, you don't. I did. Only I could do that. Because I was a better dad, period. That's all it was. She knew that. She knew that very well. Even her own mother knew that too. She was too busy cavorting around with new men, going to the bars with her sister, drinking and meeting new and exciting men. Like a shark that's been eating vegetables for a while and says, fuck this. I need some meat. Yeah, pretty much. Just like some women I met that were in long-term relationships, married. So they were kind of hunting after the marriage was over, but they were not interested in getting into a long-term relationship. And you can't blame them because they just spent how many years with their husband. It didn't work out. They were tied into that relationship and they just wanted to spread their wings and they just wanted to fly and experience other men because they were with somebody for such a very long time. I understand. I do. This still is one of my favorite pictures, one of them anyway. Shortly after she was born, holding her in my arms. It could be better than that, So yes, I do look at my album book. I do reminisce. Not just her, but other people that are in my life, friends, girlfriends, whatever. I do reminisce. I do that. I look back on old pictures. This one's kind of funny. I was at work. It says, leave me alone. Of course, you got some glare in here. It's at the Parks Department. Yeah. Certainly was. We all go through changes, as I am now, you know. I'm not the young man I used to be, but I'm kind of trying to hold it together as best as I can. You know, Mother Nature has been somewhat kind to me, I think, and hopefully it'll continue that way. And if I have something to do with that, I have something to do with it. Can't fight Mother Nature. And you also can't fight people's feelings. Whether they want to be in your life or not is their choice. It could be something really small that you make into bigger things. Next thing you know, you're not talking to each other for years. And boy, that goes on in a lot of families. It's just not me. I think you guys know that. It happens with a lot of people. There's family members, brothers, sisters, whatever, aunts, uncles, that you just don't talk to, and you haven't talked for years. You feel you don't have the need to talk to them. Hello, Princess Anne. Thank you. I like to still think I am handsome, but not like the old days. Yeah, I don't think I was a bad-looking guy growing up there, but I never saw that. And you probably think I'm not cocky. I'm really not a narcissist. I am not a narcissist. As I said, you heard me say it 1,000 times if I said it once. I'm my own biggest critic. I really am. I'm never satisfied with the status quo. I really am not. I realize I'm getting older. And I realize I'm in my last quarter of life. I realize I'm not going to be here forever. But there's only so many things I could accomplish when you're dealing with other important issues at the time that is so absolutely unnecessary. Very unnecessary. You got to deal with a lot of shit in life that comes and hits your way. The point I'm making is that you deal with it. Don't let it destroy you. Don't let it do that. Even an uncommitted relationship, with a family member, don't let it destroy you. You have to move on. I have a family now. Yes, I do call it my family. There's no question about it. I have a mate. And she's really not terribly too much older than my daughter, really, by 5 years or something. I remember when I first started dating women from the Philippines or something. Ew, Dad, she's about my age. Yuck. She'd say things like that. And of course, she's figured the girl's just using you. Well, a lot of them were, so I didn't see that many Filipinas, really. But a couple of them were. But you can't make a blanket statement. You can't make a blanket statement with that. Not all women are out to do this and do that to you. Maybe you had bad experiences, so therefore you talk very negative about Filipinas. There's some really incredible people. I don't regret moving out here at all. I don't care about the infrastructure, all that stuff. I don't regret living out here. I don't regret it at all. But sometimes you have to move on with your life, just like your children. They leave the nest. Now you got the empty nest syndrome. I experienced that. I had to force her to leave my house is what happened, unfortunately, because some things that went down, I just didn't think was right. And since she was of age, I was able to actually do that, Your wife, lucky to have you because you're a good father for her kids and good partner on Gilda. Thank you for that. I try to be. I'm not perfect. I get upset with her sometimes, obviously. The copycat channel likes to emphasize that. I'm just human, man. I don't agree with everything, and I never will. Nor shall she agree with me at everything. That's a healthy relationship, actually. Yeah. So, I do look back on these photographs, and I wish things were different. People like Snikko and people like that like to make fun of my situation. But, I don't want to get too into the details about that. He wasn't in this kid's life for a certain period of time because of some things that were going on in his life. And, did he get custody of his children? I don't think so. I did. Okay. I did. I don't think he did. He was into some bad shit. I was never into bad shit. When I raised my daughter, I barely even drank. I smoked, but I was even more respectful to smoke outside. Doesn't mean something didn't come in. Especially on a cold day when it was snow, I used to put my body half out the door. I didn't want to go out in the snow. And some would get in the house. That's probably the worst scenario, you know. Probably the worst scenario. But I was respectful not to really smoke around her. And you never saw beer in my refrigerator. You never saw wine. She's never saw beer in my house. Never did. Only thing I did is I'd go out during those days to hit the clubs with a few people I know, have a beer or two, a Budweiser. On a real, you know, challenging night, I'd have a rum and coke, watered down, you know. That was it. That's the extent of my alcoholism, which I never had, so. And to this day, I still don't drink. I don't even have a beer. I don't even have a glass of wine. The closest I come to wine is resveratrol, which is a supplement, which is like getting the good chemistry of like 1,000 glasses of wine. That's what I have. That's the closest thing. And of course, rubbing alcohol, sanitizing alcohol from my hands, which I use every day. That's the closest I'm going to come to alcohol. That's it. I don't like alcohol. I'm not an advocate of alcohol at all. People act too stupid on alcohol, and they get too cocky and they get into trouble all the time, you know. So I'm not into that. I don't need any more trouble. Oh God, remember this? That's my first apartment. Looked like Mata Hoopo or something, you know. Check that out. Still the sunglasses though. So it's not a new thing for me. Sunglasses is not a new thing for me after all. I was always known for wearing, you know, like a Howard Stern or something. I've always wore sunglasses. Look how burly I was too. Yeah. Pretty solid. You can tell from that picture. Pictures don't lie unless you edit it. And there's a lot of editing that goes on here on YouTube. Is there not? Yeah. Anyway, that's the gist of this story. I mean, I don't forget. I don't stop loving. I can't force people what they think about me, whether it's on YouTube or whether it's my child or things like that. Of course, I wish things were different because, as I said, I don't know how long I have on this earth. You never know. Nobody really knows, no matter what age you are. You just don't know. And then you can't bring the person back and say, I'm sorry and whatever. Or maybe she's not, you know, because I honestly don't know what's going on with her. I really don't. You know, only haters makes bad sayings. You're a good person and God blesses her. Thank you very much, Princess Anne. I know people are listening to this now that don't like you. But you know what, Princess Anne? Listen, it don't matter. They're pointing out what they think is not a good life for you or who you are, what you look like, all that stuff. But know in your heart, you know that their life is not perfect either. Or they wouldn't come on and hate like they do on here and try to be arrogant. Yeah, and cocky and abusive to people like yourself. Believe in yourself, because who else is going to do that? Believe in yourself. Try to let those insults and whatever they're trying to do against you just roll off. Let it roll off you. That is probably the best thing you could really do. Now, despite my not being in the kind of wanting relationship I want with my daughter, my life is still going on. You can't stop your life because you got to move on. Maybe you had a wife that died and you mourned for a while. Hello, Sasa. And you mourned for a while and it hurts. And like this movie I saw called Shell, I don't know if you guys got to go see it. I suggested this movie, not to be confused with another movie, Shell, with some more popular actors. And I forgot the name of the actor in here. It's not like really a worldwide known movie, but it really had to do with this guy's depression. His wife died on him. They were all in the big old fucking highlands of Scotland, in the middle of bumfuck Egypt, you know. And he had a daughter, maybe she's around 20 in this movie, and they were miserable. They were so depressed. Had no friends out there, just people that came by at the gas station, a failing gas station. They were out in the middle of the mountains and the boonies, the highlands, where it gets cold. And you're welcome, Princess Anne. horrible existence. She didn't have anybody important in her life. Her dad was had some kind of a long-term disease, but he also had seizures. She had to be there to take care of him. She couldn't leave this dismal spot. Depression set in on both of them to the umpteenth degree. Really horrible. Horrible. She had nobody in her life, and he lost his wife, which is so important. It's like losing a child, too. I feel the same way. I lost a part of me, point being made. He wound up killing himself. Got off his car, and a big old truck was coming, and he ran right out on the highway, out from there at the gas station. Ran in front of me because he was so much thinking about her life that she deserves not to live there, and give her excuse to get out of there and have a life. He sacrificed his life. But he was also so depressed and missing his wife that he felt he had nothing to live for. We all have something to live for. There's always something to live for, all of us. I don't care who you are, what you look like, whether you drink, whether you're obese. That really don't matter. We're going to go on a different mode here right now. Because yes, I am going to go out and have one of those nasty things for a few bit here. And I don't feel like sitting here like I have. Kind of uncomfortable on my back. I like to move around. I'm very mobile. Yes, I am, for my age. But don't think in any form, in any way, that I don't miss my daughter. And yes, I do think about it just about every day that goes by. I've tried writing a few times, but I can't force somebody to write back. Like I said, I think, but I don't know for sure, that she likely watches my shows and just inadvertently, is a way of her being in my life without actually being in my life. I think she still wants to know whether I'm alive or dead, what's going on with me without actually having to communicate with me and be in my life. I'm, again, if not on a regular basis, probably sits there with her present boyfriend, father of a new child, and probably every now and then listens to my show. I don't regret moving out of Washington State, though, and she didn't understand it. I don't regret that. I also had to spread my wings, too. And she knows how much I loved Hawaii, and I already owned 2 acres of land there prior to that. Okay, I was just, yeah. Get out of the job, just get the fuck out of there. I had 2 acres of land, and there's my girl. I got lots of children around here, if you think about it. It's one of them. Love her to death. But I had to do what I had to do. And sometimes your children, they may not understand that, I have a life to live also. And unfortunately, it would mean separating myself by a lot of miles from her. She didn't like that. I remember saying, Dad, why do you have to move so far away? Yeah, she did say that. And I remembered, I told you, I have a good memory for that stuff. She was upset, why did you, because she was talking to me on the phone a lot. And she was, whatever her problems was, she discussed with me and expected an answer. And I'd give her advice and always say that she just never really took my advice. But that's what the part of the problem actually was, in part anyway. Oh, there's the white dog. That was part of the problem. Not all of it, but that was part of the problem. But I had to spread my wings too, because she was younger and she has a life. She has children of her own. She's got a family. And I found I was alone. I was alone a lot of my life, despite how many girlfriends I might have had through all the years. I still got lonely too. She had somebody and she had her kids. And, I had to do something with my life. Those that could understand that will know where I'm coming from, okay? And those that don't really want to know or don't care, because they're going to change the story around. I'm a terrible parent. I'm terrible this and that. Well, I wasn't perfect, but I think I was a damn good parent. Okay, there were claims I was overprotective. Sure. I never regretted that. I don't mind. I'm very happy that I was, because there's some parents that don't give a shit what their kids are doing. There's a baby, a toddler, they let them run around the streets. You see that here in the Philippines every fucking day. It's disheartening to see that. It's just, it's terrible. Doesn't necessarily mean they're bad parents, but our cultures are different. They're so different. Like taking them on a motorcycle, the whole family's on a freaking motorcycle, Very dangerous, obviously. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but, some people do. It's their gig. I'm glad to see I still got some people listening in on here. Why don't we go back on camera? We're not afraid to go on camera here. But I'm going to kind of come to a conclusion on here and say that you could try to be the best that you can with people in your life, but you have to make a decision in your life whether something is working or not. And I don't regret moving out of Seattle. I don't regret it at all. It was changing too much for the worst. It's a great place. I first moved there for the first 10 years, I say. Great place. I used to boast about it quite a bit. And there was a lot to boast about. I was very proud to say that I became a Washingtonian. I basically am. Besides being in New York, I've lived, 25, 26 years in Washington State. I guess that would qualify me being a Washingtonian, even though I wasn't born there. Now, Frank, you're in New York and you were born there. Well, I spent enough years in Washington. In fact, I spent over 14 years in Hawaii, but you can't call me a Hawaiian. That's the difference. Because I don't have Hawaiian blood. It's an ethnic thing. I don't qualify for being a Hawaiian. Nor would I care to be. I don't really, be honest with you. I'm happy who I am. I have no problem with who I am. Do I make mistakes? Oh, fuck yeah. All the time. But the one thing is that I learn from my mistakes. I know whether to be humble and whether not to be. And if you've been following my show for a long time, and a lot of people have, maybe I don't have the numbers for it, but I'm back and forth on this thing, They know some things about me that I do got a good heart. I do have a good heart. And I will definitely stick up for what I think is right. But as I said, I don't expect you to be like me. What's that one chick singer? I don't know what her song is. I don't want to be like you. I don't want to be like you. I think I showed this one. Colorado. That's me in the middle. I've showed this before. A lot more active. We climbed up, I swear to God, behind Boulder Falls. That's in Boulder, Colorado, and I'm in the middle. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, believe it or not. And how I did it with a backpack on, but I did it. These were a couple of fellas that I ran into, like-minded individuals. I think they lived in Colorado. Looks like an album cover or something, right? For a rock band or something. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. I've had some good times, I met all kinds of people on my travel when I used to go across the United States on a bus. So many people I met on a bus, and some good times too. A number of women I met on a bus that I was later on in contact with. I can't, oh, you're welcome. I don't regret certain things in my life. I don't regret it. How about another one here? This is in Hawaii, in Honolulu. Let's turn this camera around. And we were at a restaurant in Waikiki. I don't know, anything else I care to show I haven't showed before? Oh yeah, this was, it was out in front of my house. She made a big old snowball. We had about 14 inches of snow. I don't think this was up in the mountains, this one. I think this was at the house when we had tremendous amount of snowfall. Can't get the whole house in here. This was my house, a little portion of it that I had in Seattle area, out in the suburbs. My little GMC Jimmy, whatever I had there at the time. It's a nice place, nice location. She was very surprised that we owned our own house. Daddy, that's our house? I said, yeah. And she had her own room upstairs. There were some steps that went to a very good-sized room with deep closets on both sides. And She really enjoyed it. We had a insert fireplace. We had solid oak floors that I refinished myself. Yes, I actually did it myself. I did it myself. And it looked really good. It looked like it was wet when somebody walked in there. It looked so good. So good. Okay, I have to get my ugly mug back on camera again, if you don't mind. Give it a few more minutes on here anyway. Anyway, that's my story. And I'll tell directly to my daughter. She listens, I love you. I have not forgotten about you. I wish things were different. I wish you'd contact me sometime. Still love you. I'll love you till the day I die. And see, people, I'm not making judgments. I could talk about a lot of different things I felt were not right, but I'm not going to get into that. She is my daughter, no matter what. Whether we don't talk or not is irrelevant, really. It's a thing between me and her. Oh, God, got to see this one. Okay. Yeah, that was me. Well, my nose looks pretty big at that angle. I had my long hair. And that was her. Anything else I could throw in there for good luck? This is me in, that's in Hapuna Beach, Hawaii, I believe, when I was just basically vacationing in Hawaii, and I didn't actually live out here. Had a nice build, did I not? That's me. That's me. Although I don't look like that now, but, what do you want? Give me a break. And we all go through changes in our life. Uh-oh, what did I hit? Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. We all go through changes in life. I'm very happy to say that I've done a fairly good job of keeping my shit together and not going out of my mind. Although sometimes, yeah, I feel like I am. But I'm grounded, and that's like the most important thing. My girlfriend of 10 years, and people don't like to hear that, 10 years now, grounded me. It's unfortunate that what I see and hear on YouTube and how people are basically chasing their tails, and we talk about this quite a bit, it's pretty sad that that's actually happening to them. It's none of my doing, of course, but it's theirs. And they're obviously doing something wrong with their life or something that I don't know why they can't find a woman, especially in the Philippines. I know people think about the Philippines, even my daughter. You got to be pretty desperate to have to go find a woman in the Philippines. I know my brother thought that way, other people I knew. But they never been here before. The beautiful women we have out here, the mixture, color of their skin, how nurturing they are, how wonderful they are. I'm sorry to those out there who have had bad relationships where it didn't work out or she went after your money and stuff like that. Yeah, it does happen. We hear it all the time on here. And the good timing is good here because I got 2% battery left. So this is working out really well. I want to wish you all a happy Valentine's Day. And to my daughter too, happy Valentine. I hope this guy is treating you well. That's all I care about, to know that you're well. You have permission to write me if you want. I believe I did send you my new email address. I'm actually going to send you a copy of this show. Just make sure that you have it. And you can make of this what you want, The message is, I love you. I always loved you. I'm not holding a bunch of stuff against you, and I really hope you wouldn't do that with me. I'm not going to be on this earth terribly much longer. Let's talk. Let's not argue with each other about anything. And remember the good in our life. There was plenty of good. Plenty of good. That's my message to you, Shauna. Not going to be here forever. Sorry. I know that. You know that. But sometimes you got to let your guard down. I have. And that's my message to my viewers. Yes, it's great modern day if your children, Nico, I have to bring him up because he's been very caustic with me over this shit with my daughter. Our situations are different, Nico. Okay? I wasn't into drugs like you were. I took the time to raise my daughter on my own. The worst I did was smoke cigarettes. I didn't drink, except a few times I'd go out now and then with the guys. That's it. Drinking and me are not synonymous. They're not synonymous. They don't go together, Nico. You like to drink. You don't worry about your diet. Well, if you cared about your kids that much, maybe you would take a lot more care of yourself so that you will be in your children's life for many years to come, Nico. Many years to come. You know, I can't control what people think about me, but I got to be honest with myself, primarily with myself, before I could be honest with people on my shows. I have to be honest with myself. That's just who I am. That's one thing that's never changed with me. If I believe in something, I believe in it. If I say I'm going to do something, as you know very well, I do. That's part of my own constitution here. Nobody's going to tell me different what to do, how to live my life, or my relationship's never going to last. Dudes, it's been 10 years. Get over it. What did they predict? I always said that, 6 weeks. It's been 10 years. And if my girlfriend didn't have an interest in me, throw out the thing about money, throw everything out the window, she would not be with me. Now, hopefully my daughter is happy for me that I have found somebody that fits into my life very well, that I am very happy. Despite circumstances going on, I got to tackle a few things yet, but I'm happy. I'm very happy being out here. It's not the kind of place you think. You probably see all these things on there with their communities. They look like garbage. And, you know, yeah, they do have that out here. Oh, it's all over the place. But there's nice places, nice houses, nice malls, and a resemblance of, you know, Western culture. We have both of that out here as well as we have in America too. It was not a bad place for me to move to when I think about it, but I did get to experience, which is great, taught me a lot. I did get to experience Washington State. If it wasn't for Washington State, Shauna, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here if I didn't meet your mom. Maybe that didn't work out, but that was for the best. I think you understand that completely, because you know how you dealt with her. She wasn't always in your life, even afterwards. You know that. You know who was the better parent. There's no question about that at all. There's none. I think you know that, dear. Yes, your father could be goofy, and I did the goofy things. We'd be in a, I just like to tease her. We'd be in a supermarket shopping, there'd be music on. I might get into a dance or do something really stupid, but I've always had that sense of humor. And she did have a sense of humor, but, you know, these things would embarrass her terribly. But I knew that. I knew that to get her, I did that to get a rise out of her. Not trying to hurt her, you know, I did that to get a rise out of her because she knew my personality. And I wasn't like this stiff shirt, you know, starched shirt. I wasn't like that. I know she would have preferred a father who wore a suit. He was a businessman. Yeah, I remember that too. I remember all of that. It always happens when you watch these family shows on TV, and she was really just so engaged with these family shows. We had the father, he had all the kids, they all got along. Every problem was settled by the end of the show. They were all happy. The father was a businessman, maybe wore a suit to work. That wasn't me. I was a blue-collar worker and proud of it. No problem. I was a blue-collar worker. I still was proud of it. I couldn't work behind a desk anyway, no matter how much you paid me. Parks Department tried to do that to me to accommodate because of my back, but my anxiety couldn't take it. The room would close in on me. I just couldn't take it. You're not going to get me to do some desk work. I'm sorry, I can't do 8 hours of that. There was no way in the world. I would go crazy. I like moving around. I'm active even at my age now. I already did my exercise this morning. I'm not deviating from it anymore. I'm starting to do that for a while. I'm going to be as, you know, vibrant and vigorous and that I possibly can for my age. I hope to live a long time, but I have no control of that. I can contribute to my longevity by doing certain things, besides certain bad things I do to myself. That's where I come from. That's what I'm all about. So anybody has a question about me, you're always welcome to ask me a question, but ask of me, not from a troll on here. I know you see all those shows they do against me. Obviously, you've been following me for years. None of that is obviously true. I don't go after, I'm not a pedophile. Not in the least. I've been around children one way or the other all my life, one way or the other. That's not who I am. It's what they'll say I am, just to kind of get my goat. And one guy is unfortunately suffering because of that. Pleaded guilty to 5 counts for cyber libel. Now, unfortunately for him, he's paying for it. Is it worth it? Then somebody else is going to find out in the end. She's going to be asking herself the question, was it worth it putting a complaint in against me? People just have to wait and find out. Maybe they're gamblers. They'll, hit a lucky 7 on the dice, but they might hit snake eyes. Got to think about that. With that being said, we've been on here for an hour and 5 minutes. And we've been on before this morning. We've been killing it, and maybe a little bit of overkill. But nothing has ever stopped me from saying the truth about things. Remember, it is I that present the mirror in front of some of the trolls on here to show them what they're really like. And it's really up to them. They want to change their life. I've done a pretty damn good job of doing that with my shows. And I think everybody who watches me on a regular basis knows that very well. It's not worth lying on here. I got nothing to lie about. Or else I would have ran away from YouTube a long time ago. I'm in 10 years now. I'm in it for 10 years. If I had something to hide, even now with this complaint thing going, I wouldn't be on here. I'd be in hiding somewhere or something. I walk the streets. I do my shows every day. Life is every day like usual. I'm not intimidated by anything, by anyone. No matter how much money you have and power you think you have, I'm not intimidated by you. I will never be intimidated by you. Just face that reality. With that being said, hey, happy Valentine's Day, people. And I mean that. It's not just for your partner or wife, children, everyone. It's about love. Oh, my back. My God, it's a good time to get off because I'm on 2%, 1% battery. Anyway, I got to get off here. Thank you, folks, for tuning in. Wasn't much dialogue, but it means I got you listening. That's the important thing. Thank you very much. Please subscribe if you haven't or don't. That's okay. And again, I got a GCash. We'll put it in the...
Of course, we can anticipate the retard Snikko Mikko saying, if he had any money, he'd be eating at the Ritz-Carlton. He leaves them in some crappy place in Da Nang when he goes out of town. No, they live in the best place in Da Nang, you moron. The prime location, but that's okay. Think how sad it would be to be a retard like Snikko Mikko. Can you imagine living your life in a basement, obsessing with other men and playing himself while watching Frank, paying Princess Anne to send her bad things? You need to go back to the PI. Stop deluding yourself. Go back there and live like...
Passionate, I'm sympathetic, I can be empathetic, all those emotions here on Valentine's Day, 2026. I'll even give a message to my daughter. Shauna, I miss you a lot, I always have. I wish things were different. Sure, I do think about you. I'm pretty sure at some point you must think about me. But I'm not comparing apples to oranges. We're not going to do that. I don't know what you're thinking these days, but I'm telling you how I think. And to my viewers, we didn't really have a tumultuous relationship of that sort. It's just disagreeing on certain things, which got out of hand. And it takes 2 personalities to create that. In some ways, our personalities were similar. In some ways, our personalities were different. Still a father, She carries my DNA. She carries my blood. That's one thing she'll never be able to get rid of. extract in it. See, green tea, I'm not wrong. So I'm gonna try to take 2 of these tablets and crush them up into a powder, and I'm gonna put it into the dog food. And they sense it. They sense there's something different in there, but they sense it. I'm gonna put it in here and find something to crush it, other than my own teeth, which I've done that too. I gotta find something to crush this shit. What can I use? The bottom of a glass, a small glass. Will that fit in here? Oh, perfect amundo. Here we go. Oh yeah, crush that puppy. Grind that puppy. Perfect amundo. And we do this. Do the twist, and it goes like this. Spread that puppy around. Well, I don't know, maybe Vitali didn't have too much of an effect. Because Bummer is still getting use of his phone. Yes, he is. Just a little while ago, he made a few select comments on the copycat channel. Oh, I talked to my, I spent my inheritance. Her inheritance. I didn't know she had an inheritance. But thanks for reminding me about that, Barry. I didn't know she had an inheritance. Where's that coming from? Inheritance? What inheritance? No cigar again, Barry. And I spent it on a bar girl or something. Barry, you know, you do deserve to be behind bars. I kind of changed my mind where I said, well, you know, the over 3 years that you're spending in there was probably enough, but, you know, I'm going to take that back. It's probably not enough. And what else does Barry say on there? What else did he say? Oh, yeah. He talks to his son every day. Really? Giving you use of the phone every day? Okay. Well, my understanding that Vitali fucked it up for everybody. That nobody was getting the use of the phone. Now, but just look back on this just a wee bit. Barry's son, or anybody in that family, wants nothing to do with Barry. Absolutely nothing. Because if they did, they would have been helping him out of jail and coming up with the needed financial resources to do so. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Oh yeah, to call my son every day to tell him that I love him. Barry, you are like the biggest liar in YouTube history, bar none. We believe you, Barry. Not. Apparently, he will never learn. Okay, that's it. There is no saving grace for this guy. There just isn't. Same Barry. Even after 3 years, the guy doesn't learn his lesson after 3 years of being incarcerated. Which kind of pretty much gives me an idea where he's going once he gets out, because he's probably going to have some surprises waiting for him when he gets back to America, whenever that is. He didn't want to pay the piper. Court-ordered penalty and damages to me. He won't pay it. He got away real easy. He doesn't even realize that. He got away real easy. We could have carried this shit on. And then, perhaps, the judge would have gave him like a 10-year sentence or so, or 12 years. He didn't even go along with the agreement with the judge, because he feels that he is above the law. Now, you'd think a judge like him would, you know, sort of kind of like, you know, like learn his lesson, but apparently not. Well, Barry manages to use that phone. I thought Vitality killed this for everyone. And the immigration office was embarrassed about all this, but, well, Barry's got something going. Sorry, I was in a bad spot. To use a standard phone to occasionally make some calls to family, lawyer, things like that. But apparently he is getting usage of his phone, so which proves that, well, Vitelli did not conquer the immigration boys because they're still at it. Even though people got fired, they're still. We'll have to talk to immigration about that. I think I will. I think I might. I think I shall. Don't want to bust your bubble there, Barry. Oh yeah, he talks to his son every day. The son that despises him because he abandoned his son. Not only did he beat up his mama, his son's mama, and went to jail for it for 6 months in Alabama, but refused to pay child support for this so-called son that he loves so much and loves him back. Barry, I could give you one thing. You are a storyteller. That you are. You are a good storyteller. But you see, the thing is, Barry, it's like the boy who cried wolf. Nobody believes you anymore. They never will. So, we know Barry's been monitoring, so he must have use of his phone. Well, obviously he does, because he had a couple of comments on the Copycat channel. I guess we'll have to talk to somebody about that, Barry. You see, every time you open your mouth, unfortunately for you, you make things worse for yourself. You do. You do. Now we'll have a talk with immigration and say that you've been using your phone. Bummer. I'm going to do that the next business day. That you are using your phone to go on YouTube and cause problems. I mean, isn't the idea, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the idea that you want to get out of there? Or maybe you see that as your new home. We're going to have an interruption in about a minute here. I got to step outside. Isn't that the whole idea? Or maybe it's become home for you. Free rent, maybe the food ain't great, but you order out, right? You order out. Ain't all that bad, right? Nah, it's all good, right, Barry? It's all good. It's all good. He has the audacity to come on YouTube. Isn't it amazing? The audacity to come on YouTube and make comments. He's not even supposed to be using his phone, but he did that the whole time anyway, didn't he? Especially back in Mandawi. Oh, he sure did. What would he can get away with? But it's all right, Barry. You can throw all the shitty words against me you want, but you're the one that's been in jail for over 3 years. 3 years. Maybe I did you a favor. Free room and board, right? Can't complain about that. It's probably better accommodations that you ever had prior to being the slammer. So maybe I actually did you a favor. I guess we could look at it that way. Yeah, Barry always has something to say. Oh, he's his inheritance on a woman. What inheritance was this? Exactly, Barry. I don't recall any said inheritance money earmarked for my daughter. But I guess you know more than I do. I never had an inheritance. I considered one time, when I sold my home in Hawaii, to give her something, but because she wasn't communicating with me, I said, fuck it. But there was never an intended inheritance for her. No. My money was to get settled out in Philippines. not to try to hold on to a family relationship that wasn't going anywhere, and I was going to reward it. No, I wasn't going to reward her for not communicating with me. And no, Barry, it's not me who is avoiding talking to my grandchildren. Apparently, your brain is more damaged than I thought it was, because if you've been listening to my shows, you'll know that it has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with my daughter. She's the one that's playing interference with that, not me, Bobo. You really are dumb as the day is long, aren't you? Maybe it's your situation you're projecting, you're talking about, but it's really not my situation at all. There was no set inheritance money, none. Okay? And it has nothing to do with me, why I'm not in touch with my lovely grandchildren. It all has to do with her. Barry the prisoner. It all has to do with her, not me. Zero involvement in that. Let's get back to the fact that Barry is using his phone. I screenshotted the copy, so he can't remove the comment. I'm going to put this information over to immigration, to the warden, get it to him, and immigration itself, that despite their new crackdown on using the cell phones, see, Barry should have shut your mouth, but that is your problem. You can't shut your mouth. You never learn, and apparently you still haven't learned, even after 3 fucking years. And after being charged with 5 cyber libel counts, you still haven't learned, after being incarcerated. And not a very lovely place, in fact. How many times have you got your ass kicked in there since you were... I would imagine. And I hope they did. I hope they did. If anybody has mental problems, it's you. Because you just don't comprehend anything. You don't have the capability of learning anything. Even though you're in jail. Like, duh, where are you? Are you in fucking jail? Look around. Take a good look around where you are. When you hear my voice, take a good look at yourself. Look at your surroundings. Why are you there? Have you not learned? I guess not. Well, I'm not going to drag this show out. I just wanted to come on and say that. I've seen your comments. I've seen your comments. And unfortunately for you, you haven't learned your lesson, and I'm going to have to take another step. I will inform. And they fired 3, 4 different immigration-related people at that facility because they were allowing people to use the phones and not following orders. Well, I guess another report in there is not going to hurt. You may have spoiled it for yourself, Barry. Why? Because you can't help what you do. You just can't help being you. And it sucks to be you. You're making one mistake over the other. You may never see the light of day for years to come at this point. Because you have not cooperated with the system, not even remotely cooperated with the system. And they recognize that. So consider that your new home for a while. No longer do I wish you any kind of exoneration. No longer. No, I don't feel sorry for you at all. You're still making comments you haven't learned. But you will. At least I got you off the street so you can't harm anybody else monetarily or any other way or verbally. But you'll always find a way to go put a comment in there, which means that you are still, or found yet another guard to cooperate with you, and I think they should know about that. In fact, tomorrow, we'll have a little chat or communication with the right people so that you will never use your phone again. How would you like that, Barry? You don't doubt me, I know that. I know you don't doubt me. let's kind of see what happens. Let's kind of go along with this. In fact, I could write a letter today. I don't have to wait till tomorrow. I'll do an email as soon as I get off this thing in a couple of minutes. That you are using your phone for the wrong purposes of getting on YouTube, which got you in trouble in the first place. Or is that second place? You don't learn. And you never will. Make all the comments you want, Barry. But I didn't spend 3 years locked up. You did. All on your own doing, pal. Son, boy. Keep up the good work. I always tell you that. Because every time you open your mouth, you get yourself in trouble. Hey, don't let me stop you. But I could. In fact, I'm going to get off this thing right now. And I'm going to write a nice little letter. And I'll make sure it gets to the right people. In fact, I'm going to get off right now. I'm going to write a nice long little email, and I have the direct contact numbers. I'm going to do that right. How do you like that, Barry? You're fucking yourself up even more. But then again, we're kind of used to that with you. You are dumber than the day is long after all, aren't you? Good luck with that one. Oh, there you go, Mr. J. You don't even be able to see part of the thumbnail. And I did what I promised I was going to do. I sent it to 3 different divisions with the Department of Justice that you are using your cell phone and somebody's allowing you to do it. Told you. Shut your mouth, but you don't listen to me. Well, there you go. There you go. Was getting the use of the phone. Now, but just look back on this just a wee bit. Barry's son, or anybody in that family, wants nothing to do with Barry. Absolutely nothing. Because if they did, they would have been helping him out of jail and coming up with the needed financial resources to do so. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Oh yeah, to call my son every day to tell him that I love him. Barry, you are like the biggest liar in YouTube history, bar none. Well, it is Valentine's evening. You think I was going to take my girl and family out to dinner? You thought wrong. Oh, kind of a Hawaii motif tonight. Aloha, Tiki. Aloha. We are near the square, MG Square, on Valentine's evening. Oh, you didn't think I was not going to go out for dinner for Valentine's? Oh, come on now, guys. There's a few people out here, that's for sure. There is some activity, no doubt about that. The ladies are out. The ladies are out. Okay, I have to find shelter. Give me shelter. Now, across the way is HR Music Restaurant. Now, I'm going to have to stop in there because it's supposed to have a store in the back. An actual store. Never knew about it. It's supposed to have some, not a big thing, but it's supposed to have some kind of like, you know, Western culture type items or something. We're going to have to check it out. I like the nightlife, baby. Let's take a walk over here. I'm waiting for my dinner, actually. What do we got here? Look at that. For pizza. Pizza, pasta. Well, their version anyway. It's supposed to have a store. I gotta ask about that. Hello. Are you supposed to have a store back here somewhere? Some kind of a store? Store? I heard that you have kind of a I always heard that you had a store or something in back of here that deals with a lot of like, Western culture, foods and stuff like. No such thing. Okay, I guess I got some wrong information. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was definitely under the impression that. That's what they said anyway. Oh well, this is an Aussie bar, by the way. They tend to get a lot of Aussie customers. So here we got this one place. It's called. I've never been in Pasta Pizza. They got these lovely little lights going on here and all that. Let me just check it out anyway. I'm just gonna walk in and why not? What else am I doing? I'm gonna check it out. Oh, how lovely! Oh, I haven't seen this place. See, this places I don't know about. So yeah, smells awfully good. Yeah. Okay, this is on my little bucket list. Oh, see, there's places that come up, open up that I don't really know about. Kind of tucked away a little bit off the road. Look, it even got a little magnification in the street here. It's called Pasta Pizza. Now, of course, I never tried it here, and that should have been where we went tonight if I actually knew about this. Should have been. Should have, could have, one of those things. Oh well, back to our choosing here, which I don't mind. I've been here quite often. Hey, Fazio liked it. It must be good. There's that famous shark. Oh, we got some mango here. Oh, look at the tiki cups. We bought one of these once. Sometimes they have them in, you could buy them. I wonder if they have any more in stock. That's good for a tall tea or something,
Oh, yeah, shake that.
Yeah, I like it.
I got yellow.
We got a yellow one. We had that. We could always ask. Oh, I just had a sip of that. Oh, that is excellent. Yeah, so we kind of rushed it a bit. Next time we'll, I can't say about Paz's Pasta and Pizza.
We've been there Monday.
You were in there?
You and breakfast.
Huh?
Breakfast.
Breakfast? They have breakfast in there too? Have you ever been in there?
You've been there before?
I don't think so. No, not this place. You'll see, it's a couple of stores down from here. They even got a magnification on the street with the light, with the showing the name of the place. No, I don't think you've been in this place. No, I don't think so. Well, happy Valentine's Day, my dear. Happy Valentine's Day. Everybody on their phones. Well, even me. Well, what's for dinner for me, I'm going to tell you. Although it's not chicken parmesan. Well, it's, what do we call this dinner? It's chicken filet with some white sauce and garlic toasted bread and some French fries. That's what I wanted. No chicken parmesan this time. Sorry to disappoint. Although the boy wants the chicken parmesan, but he wants it with rice. He caught on. We got more people showing up here now. Everybody, the dinner crowd is coming here. Put it on wide. Yep, they're all starting to come in here now. What do they have? My water? Okay, that's where we're sitting, right there. We might take a very short walk here over a very short pier, as Barry says. Take a long walk off a short pier. Oh, very creative. Got to give you that one. Okay, so town is starting to build up a little more activity as the night progresses. It is Valentine's evening. It most certainly is. Got a good little drugstore here, Generica. You get stuff here. And of course, we've got Twisted Ice Cream and Cafe, which is recommended. They have some good stuff here. We've got that Sweet Tooth, which I occasionally do. We've got Island Souvenirs over here. And what do they have on their menu here? We got Mango Sensation, Monkey Business. Oh, Barry's favorite, Monkey Business. Morning Call, Salted Caramel, Choco Intense, Oreo Monster, Green Matcha, oh boy. Vanilla Twilight, Peanut Kisses, Candy Crush, hello, hello. Hello, hello. No, you're not getting me in there. Got Mocha Latte, Caramel Macchiato, Matcha Latte, Cappuccino, Latte, Americano. Shit, when I was growing up, hey, give me a cup of coffee. Give me a cup of Joe. There's not all this crazy shit. Who came up with this anyway? My Italian people? Or is it like kind of a new age thing? I don't know, because there's never a coffee tree. Here, which we've never been in, they do have a wooden oven pizza. It's called the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl, folks. The watering spot for a lot of people around here. That's right, run me over. The Black Pearl. We're not going to go too far because I'm waiting for my dinner. Yeah, it's picking up. It's picking up around here. My favorite 360 Farming, but that's not my favorite. Actually, Ross Pharmacy. Or was it Rose or Ross? And we got Don Lemon, you know, the commentator, Don Lemon. Well, this is Don Lemon. And, well, that's what they sell. Lemonade. All your usual shops. Now, you see, they tried to do something here with the overflow of water, but it kind of sort of never worked. So a lot of these stores, or the one that really low lying, they almost get flooded out. Yeah, you know, heard that stuff going on in Cebu and all over Manila. Well, that money got parlayed in somebody's pocket, unfortunately. There you go. This kind of stuff I never touch. I never touched that. Street food, baby, street food. Lord knows, look at that. Chicken's been laying there for how long? I don't know. I don't think I want to know. I'm going to turn back here because it's starting to rain a little bit. And I've got to wait for my meal. Yeah, it's still chicken. I mean, as I said, what's for dinner? It's chicken. Usually. I still haven't found that 2-inch ribeye steak around here. No. So walk with me, talk with me a little bit here. Yep, it is getting busier. Restaurants, they're making their money tonight. Oh, they're making their money tonight. Again, going by the Black Pearl. I tell you, I've never been in this place. They do have an oven, pizza oven. I never really see them making a lot of business, though. Not really. Well, they wouldn't still be here if they weren't making some business. They take a chance with these restaurants. It either works or it doesn't, you know. Okay, past Twisted. Let's get back to my destination. Perfume is in the air. I also smell pizza in the air, too. I'm smelling pizza, too. Favorite dish for everyone, really. Still haven't found a perfect pizza yet around here. I just don't think there's perfect pizza. There's MJ Square. And this is where I am going. Okay. Scared the shit out of me, kid. Kid comes running out from the side. What the hell? There was a big rat or something. Startled me. Yeah, I brought a joint with me. Have a little smoke after this. No, she happened to roll up a napkin. Gotcha, didn't I? It kind of looks like one, doesn't it? Oh, they are coming in now. They are coming in, folks. Everybody's out for Valentine's dinner. What is that? That's interesting. Let's see that again on our phone. You got this, looks like a bouquet of roses, but what's coming out of it? It's spewing out money. Spewing out money. Use one of them. Let's take a look at this. They got a remote, and it spews out money. Here we go. Shooting, look at it, shooting out 50s and looks like 50s. It's shooting out a shitload of $50, 50 peso notes. What do they think of next? Okay, food will be coming up soon. I just want some water here. And since we're one of the first few in here, I think our meal will come pretty quick now. That kind of brings me back to Hawaii. Yeah, I missed a place in a certain respect. But I've seen actually real tikis that go back hundreds and hundreds of years. The real stuff. Of course, they maintained it all the time. It's a, can't pronounce the Hawaiian name, but they call it the place of refuge. And the idea is that if you could swim, if you kind of did something against a king or committed a crime, if you could swim over to the place of refuge, you were delivered from evil, because you probably had to swim in shark-infested waters. Place of refuge. It was an interesting place because it had these big stone walls of lava rock, and it housed one of the kings. There's even a rock bench outside where King Kamehameha himself, one of the Kamehamehas, used to sit and look out at the ocean. I sat on that. It was rather interesting. Interesting place. Got to see some interesting stuff there. Wow, this place has just gotten crowded suddenly. Over the past 20 minutes, this place is packed. We're apparently going to have tiny bit of live music here too. Okay, well, I guess this is it. It's not a big meal after all. I should have ordered more. So you got, really? That's all the chicken they give you? And fries and a sauce and cucumber? Yeah, and my bread? That's not garlic bread. Call her back. That's not garlic bread. Small meal. I guess we're going to make a sandwich out of this sucker. Like I do anyway with the chicken parmesan. There's nothing. You got the same thing, huh? You got the same thing. Oh my. This is a white sauce. More for the fries, right? And they got ribs. He's going to get the chicken parmesan. That's a very little bit of chicken. I expected a lot more than that. I would have ordered something else, like the Caesar salad or something. Or maybe we'll still do that, but I'll make do with this. I ordered some garlic bread to go with this. I'll just make a goddamn sandwich. I'm known for doing that. Hey, this is what I ordered. I could have anything on the menu, but, you know, I'm not cheaping out. It's what I ordered. Found out later on, and you're always, I'm working on this, I never heard of a guy work on a motorcycle as much as you. What the fuck do you do? Is your weight that's killing the damn machine? I gotta change this up. Oh, I gotta go rechange it. I gotta change this. I gotta change the oil. How many times are you gonna change the oil on a motor scooter? I mean, get fucking real. And I gotta fix this, and I gotta fix that, replace the mirror thing, I gotta fix. What the fuck did you buy? Well, I know what you bought. From the big floods in Cebu, that's where the bike came from. And you did mention it once on an early show, before you bought it. You mentioned you were buying it. It's my understanding it was a flooded bike. What did you expect? You're going to be pumping money into that left and right. You know? It's your stupidity. You're not the brightest bulb on the shelf, Snickers. You're not the brightest bulb. Boys sure like to talk about me, though, don't you? You make judgment on me, my family, my relationship with my daughter. And then the thing you did about the house. Oh, I would never buy a house. Because you can't afford to buy a house, Snickers. Because if you did, and you're planning a future in the Philippines, you'd be investing in a condo. That's what I see. You're jealous of the fact that I had the money to buy a house. You don't. Your money is very limited. Very limited funding. And as such, that's why you stay at some shit places like backpackers, hotels, and crap like that. It's very clear to me you're not living the life. Then you put down relationships because you can't get in a relationship. You got to hang around with a female, quote, friend, because that's all she wants from you, smart girl. I met her. She seems nice. She seems nice. I have nothing bad to say about Ave Maria. Nothing bad to say at all. I don't know her that well. I just made an initial judgment. That was it. And I don't know much more about her than that, to be honest with you. She could be a real bitch for all I know, but I don't know, I just made a short judgment call on a short time that I met her on the ferry. Anyway, seemed nice to me anyway. And you need a friend. I have no problem with that. When you can't get a woman companion, I understand that you're going to go to a foreign country, but all these women available, you can't find one. And you got to, I ain't saying it's a waste of time that you're hanging around Maria. She's a friend. It's not really a waste of time, but it's a waste of time in the sense that you should be setting up your future. You're not a young chicken anymore. You're not in the best shape in the world. You could have a heart attack at any time because of your weight and what you eat and what you drink and all the years that you've been putting street drugs in your body and the alcohol. I think, it's just my opinion, don't have to respect it, you should be settling down in your life. Find a quality woman, but the problem is, there's my famous 13, the problem is you're potty mouthed. That's your problem. You try to act like a gangsta. You're fucking over 50 years old, dude. Wake up. And fuck the Copaco coffee. Drink some real coffee. And, keep the alcohol out of it. Can you stay away from your fucking alcohol? To have it in your coffee in the morning, you're that bad of an alcohol addict? You gotta put it in your coffee. You can't save for later. You can't just drink a straight cup of Joe. You gotta make it a cup of Josephine with liquor in it. No, that's a sure sign of an alcoholic. Well, you admit it anyway. I'm not saying anything you don't already know. Dad, you didn't already admit it. You already admitted you're an alcoholic. Okay, good for you. Good on you. I like when you admit when you're, you have faults. But yeah, that's the point. You do have faults. Recognize your faults. Don't start pointing your finger at me and finding fault with me. Because compared to you, you're not going to find that much fault. But you sure do mention me a lot. You are an antagonist, like your buddies. You are an antagonist. Because you're living a shitty life doesn't mean I have to take that crap from you. Say it to my face and say what you want to say about Gilda too to her face. That's what I told Revis. Maybe you can both come together and say it to us both. You talk a lot of shit on your show. And you have a boring show. You don't get many viewers yourself. You really don't. And what do you talk about? And you start off your show with, Mabuhay, bitches. How old are you, dude? You're like fucking 50-something years old, whatever. Mabuhay, bitches? What are you, a junior high school student from the hood? See, it's that facade you have that will always forget your looks. Let's put your looks to the side. Okay, let's just put that to the side. Make believe you're a beautiful guy, wonderful complexion. You got both eyes working. You could smile. You don't have a paralyzed face. Let's make believe that's all gone. Here's the point. Even if that was all gone, what's left is a really foul personality. You're extraordinarily immature for your age. Extraordinarily immature. And you talk that street talk and the bandana thing and the tattoos like a tough guy. I wouldn't even say to work on your looks. Even beyond your snaggly teeth situation, I don't understand why you spend money on everything else, but you won't take care of your teeth. Even Ricky, I believe he took care of the space between his teeth. At least Ricky did something, last I checked. But you don't care for yourself, and it shows out to other people. That's your greeting on your shows, Mabuhay bitches? People are bitches to you? Just like women are all whores to you? No, what terminology you use is hoes. And yeah, I brought this up before. Women are hoes to you. Now, you really think that you're going to be ever in a position to meet a woman that's going to stay with you in a, quote, relationship, not a friendship, a relationship. You're going to grow, well, I don't think you're going to grow old because of your damage you did to your body from the drugs and the current participation in your alcohol habit. I don't think that's ever going to stop. Your liver probably is like Jello. If you died and they did an autopsy on you and they examined your liver, all they got to do is take the forceps and touch it. I'll guarantee your liver will be falling apart. So, there you go. Probably don't have much of a future to worry about even getting a relationship. I don't know if there's something wrong with your mechanics when you got blown up. Well, I was thinking about that. What is it you're not telling us? Because the IED was under the Humvee, whatever you call it, the military vehicle. Although these vehicles are made with special, I don't know, it's titanium plates or whatever. Apparently, well, the IED came through somehow. The law of physics, whatever, if there's an explosion underneath the vehicle, it's going to explode up and out. And for you to get damage on your face that you did, it had to obviously come through the plate and go upward. Where was your groin when this happened? Maybe you're not telling us something. Maybe you don't have a groin. Maybe you actually have a pussy. They had to surgically remove what you had left from the IED. Is that what you're not telling us? Is that why you're not with women and having sex with women? Hey, I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm painting a picture, a scenario, but then I'm using some logic. Let's see. Bomb, underneath vehicle, explodes both up and out to the sides and down because the plate of the vehicle will also create a force that will go up and also come down a little bit. But generally the force is going to go up and it's going to come out the sides a little bit, but the main force is going to go straight up. Now the fact that you got your face blown up means it did come through the plate enough to cause the damage that it did. So coming up, let's see, the bottom of your body down toward the plate, top of your body where your head is where the explosion would end up. Okay. So it seems to me that, well, there might be something you're not telling us after all. I always thought you were a pussy anyway, but maybe you really have one. That's all I got to say tonight. Don't worry about my relationship with my daughter, Nico. It really is none of your business. Okay? I'm not crying in my soup. I have a family here. She's welcome to write me anytime she wants. And yes, Snikko, my good buddy, I've made numerous efforts to communicate with her. The way you put on your shows and say is like, he wants nothing to do with his daughter, you know. That reminds me of that guy when I was going to go to Alaska. So you want to go to Alaska? I had that cigar in his mouth and a little visor cap on. Anyway, it just came to my mind. Oh, we had 15 in here, 18 in here. Got my point, Snicker? Got my point? Yeah, I hope so. I know it, it doesn't sink in very well with you. You sure as hell listen to my shows. Absolutely. You're listening to it right now, in fact. I know you are. I want you to. Maybe you've actually learned something, but I don't think so. I see what you eat. I still see you're overweight. You still have that gangsta attitude. But you see, when you're dealing with Filipinas out here, the majority of them don't like this American gangsta kind of attitude. They don't dig that kind of stuff. They're very conservative here. Very few Filipinos want the tough guy type thing. The 1,000 tattoos, the bandana around the head, and the tough guy talk. They're not all like that. They're more gentle people. Filipinos are gentle people. They want a gentleman. They don't want some guy who's referring to Filipinas as hoes. They never respect you for that. They're not hoes, man. They're not hoes. Is that how you see people? Really? Is that how you see women? Well, that's a shame if you do. It's not right, but I can't tell you how to act, but you're not going to get any women that way. It seems a shame that you go all the way to the Philippines to go hang around with Maria. I can understand, hey, visit her now and then. Visit her now and then, absolutely. She's a friend. I have no problem. But how about thinking about your future? Thinking about your future. Because the future is here. It's now. It's right now. I can see whatever life you're going to live. I don't know how long. If you keep up the way you've been doing, I don't think you're going to have a long life. You certainly ain't going to live anywhere near my age. I mean, I'll say it right up front now, loud and proud. There's no way you're going to live up to my age. It's not going to happen, not with your past, the damage you've already done to your body, the explosion, all the problems you're having with nerve damage, your obesity, your drinking. You're not ever going to make it even close to my age. I'm sorry to tell you that. Am I a magic man? Did I know this stuff? I can tell the future? No. I go by your history. I go by your current lifestyle, what you eat, the fact that you're still drinking, the fact that you haven't done much about your weight. It shows that you don't respect yourself, and that's going to be stress on your heart, keeping that weight all the time. And behind that belly and legs is a bunch of visceral fat. That's the damaging fat that's also destroying your liver along with the alcohol. No, I'm no doctor. And I don't really play one on here either. But I learn, I read, I see, I understand, and I could make these evaluations based on basic human physiology, what happens to your body when you're obese for a long time, when you spend years and years on drugs, it's already caused damage, and your liver's condition because of all the drinking and probably all the toxins other than just alcohol that's going through your system. That's how I make these evaluations. And I'll probably be right. So, you got to live your life the way you want to live, of course. I'm not here to change you. You got to change yourself. But no, women are not hoes. What kind of a fucking lowlife are you? Well, I already know what a lowlife you are. You are a lowlife. You're gutter trash. You're street trash. That's how you grew up. You're an alcoholic. I think there are family members that are alcoholics too. Not going to name names. I think you are a bad influence. I think because when you were into your heavy drugs in those days, I don't know what you're on now. I can't say that you're off drugs. You're in America. You can get drugs everywhere. Some people don't change. I don't know. I don't know what you're doing out there, but I know you're drinking. And I know you admitted you were a drug addict. And if you were, sorry, I just don't see you as father of the year to be able to take care of any children when you're into drugs. Your kids were not raised by you at that age when you were on drugs. There's no way. There's no way. Anyway, you have a wonderful sleep tonight there, Snickers. From your hard day of having to work on that piece of shit motor scooter that you bought that was under 6 feet of water. You know how to pick them. Hey, dude, listen up. Yo, 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 let me talk to you. Yo, yo, yo. Sup, sup, sup. Yeah, niggers. Is that how you talk? Is that how you talk? It is. Yeah. Mabuhay, bitches. Oh, you're classy. You're a really classy guy. Yeah. Someone likes what I said. Look at the hearts and everything going by here. I know, folks, I'm saying things that only you wish you could say, right? That's why I'm getting all this approval, hearts and everything across my screen here. Thank you very much for the support. You want to hear more facts like this, people? Well, I'll put up that GCash number for you after I get off here. I'll do that for you. Yeah. Fact is fact, Snickers. Don't try to pretend that you think you're better than me. You're not better than me in any form or any way. I got the years on you, but I'm still in better shape than you are. Yeah. And I do have a 3-piece set. That's one thing, well, you can't lay us any guarantees on that one. According to the physics of that IED bomb, that exploded and went boom, upwards, towards your groin and towards your face. What are you not telling us, sir? Are you basically not a purposeful one, but kind of like having an instant sex change because of the accident? Oh, don't get me wrong. Please, 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 please. Don't get me wrong. Terrible thing that happened to you, man. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. I wouldn't want that to happen to anyone. I'm sure you went through a lot. Hey, sympathy for the devil, but I got sympathy for you in that respect. Nobody want to go through what you did. Not your fault. But then again, wait a minute. Said it happened in America. So you're in this fucking Humvee, whatever it is, and you're doing military training, and you're going to tell me that they planted IEDs in the field and you were running over these IEDs? Something don't make sense here, man. What are you, a fucktard? Why would you get blown up in America on friendly ground with an IED? Damn. You're monkey ass mad. Dumb as the day is long. But listen, you have a wonderful night. Oh, how was Valentine's Day? Hey, I had a wonderful day. And we even went out for a little dinner. It's out there. It's out there. It's on there. A little casual dinner. And whatever else we did for the rest of the day. And we had cake and blah, blah, blah. And no. Oh, I know. You didn't get a chance to even give a Valentine to Maria. She wasn't available. Maybe she had a real date. Hey, her life doesn't stop, Snickers, because you want her to hang around with you to keep you company. She has to work, and she has to have a social life that sometimes that doesn't include you. Don't take it personally. You know, she wants to meet a real guy that wants to be in a relationship. But the problem is she don't want to be in a relationship with you. That's the problem. I know. Well, you know, she's my friend. Oh, that's cool. Hey, man, that's wonderful. Nothing against that at all, Snickers. Nothing against it all. But, you know, life goes on. And you can't be like traveling haphazardly in the Philippines. And, you know, you refer to women as bitches. Come on. Do you honestly think, with your language, your demeanor, your character, your low-life lifestyle, that a really decent Filipina is going to hook up with you on a relationship basis, on your character, your personality, and the way you look at women as hoes? You look down on Filipinas? I just don't think that's going to happen. And it's Mr. Savino. My, oh my. A lot of activities. I've done a lot of shows today. Oh, Barry, of course, was making comments on the Copycat Channel show, and I told him to shut up, but he's doing it again. And, you know, I actually posted part on the thumbnails, I think it was, part of the 4 places that I've sent out, including the warden and other DOJ offices, that Barry was misusing his phone. I don't know if you noticed, guys, but normally they let you use the phone to talk to your lawyer or if you have to talk to your family. So apparently he's been getting hold of the phone, but they don't know, and I sent them the screenshot too. They didn't know that, you know, he's going on social media and he's trying to antagonize me, who's the person that he pleaded guilty to 5 libelous charges. Okay? And he's not supposed to be doing that. He can't antagonize me on the phone. But he doesn't learn. Stupid does, I guess. Yeah, I know, Ed. I know. Believe me, I know. I know. I'll do 5 more minutes on here. Okay. Yeah, I'm obviously aware of that. I'm obviously well aware of that. That's why he is where he is, and, you know, like I said, it's, you know, it's his doing. I'm not getting the brunt of all this blame, you know. He basically put himself there, and, well, he's basically keeping himself there because he don't want to cooperate. So, what am I supposed to do? Help him? You know, I gave him the warning shots. He didn't want to, you know, cooperate. Starts posting on the Copycat Channel. Always seems to have use of his phone, but you think Vitali made it worse for the people and embarrassed the immigrant. Come on, girls, let's go. Come on. Embarrassed the immigration office. But now, if Barry's doing that, oh, they're going to come down so hard on his ass, it ain't even funny. Because they don't want that embarrassment. They just went and took the phones away from everybody there. Then Barry sneaks a little sweetheart deal with a guard or something, you know, and it's happening all over again. So, to save more embarrassment, they're probably going to come down on Barry. They'll probably put him in solitary confinement or something. I don't know, but they'll just permanently take away his phone. Well, which is the whole purpose of me sending out that little communique today. And I did it no more than 20 minutes after he read, and I got the screenshot, 20 minutes after I read some of his comments on the Copycat channel, I didn't waste, told you, man, I'm a man of action. I didn't waste any time at all. He's still trying to play with my head in jail. He hasn't learned his lesson, apparently. Well, maybe another lesson to learn. How about if you get all your privileges taken away from your phone, Barry? Well, you can't call anybody. I know what you're doing. You say, yeah, I'm going to call my lawyer, or I'm going to call my family. Oh, yeah, like you're calling your son, like he wants to talk to you, Barry. Not. Nobody in your family cares about you. If they did, common sense says to me, and I talk to common sense. Common sense is my good friend. And I talk to my common sense friend. And what my friend tells me is that if you're still in jail, your family obviously don't want to help you. They don't want anything to do with you, because if they cared about you at all, logically, they would have had you out there. They would have got their welfare money and went all around the trailer park and took donations to get you out and pay the court, the penalties, pay pay the immigration office for the 7 years of overstay. But they didn't do that, did they? Bummer. Son, boy. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. Because they don't give a fuck about you. Oh, yeah, I love my son. Then why didn't you pay support? You had to make the mother go through hardship? They're all fucking living in trailers, man. However, I heard, though, not anymore, his ex-wife met a better class gentleman who happens to be African American. They got a good relationship, and she's not on the welfare system anymore. But he didn't want to pay his support, and Barry's son didn't like that. It was bad enough that he had struck his mother, and he had to go to jail for 6 months. You think a child forgets that when you strike their mother? No, they don't. They don't forget that. Boy, they don't forget that at all. So don't tell me you have a love affair with your son. Your son probably has nothing to do with you, nor does anybody else. Because if they did, Einstein, okay, if they did, Copernicus, if they did, all this time that you've been in there, $5 here, $5 there, $10 there, $20 there, would have raised the money if they gave a shit about you, and they would have got your ass out of there. Okay? Of course, they wouldn't give it directly to you, because even your own family don't trust you. So, with that being said, I'm going to bed soon. Call me every name you want, Barry, but every action is another, I don't know, reaction? And like I did today, you want to be a wise guy. You want to make some stupid comments on the Copycat channel. I saw them. I got copies of them. You know I do. I mean, you know I do. I copied it, and you saw what I posted on there, on the thumbnails, part of a 4 or 5 paragraph informational statement that I made to the appropriate departments that will share that information. It'll eventually, takes time, I know. It'll eventually filter down to the warden. And one of them, by the way, was to the warden. It certainly was, Goober. It certainly was. See, you just can't keep your mouth shut. You just get yourself to more and 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 more in trouble. What, 3 years ain't enough? You want more, I'll give you more. Or I don't have to. I'll just continue being the piece of shit that you are. And how many times you get your ass kicked in that shit? That's what I'm wondering. That's what I want to know. How many times you get your ass kicked in there? Oh, no, you don't want me in there with you. I'll guarantee you that. You would get kicked again by me, by an old, frail, and is that what they call me? Well, let's see how frail I am. 20-year difference. Bummer. Well, I'd have a special surprise just for you. If I had the grace of being in that fine establishment that you've been in for 3 years. I'll say hello in my own way, motherfucker. Hey, anyway, I gotta go to bed. Gotta get my beauty sleep. You know what I think? I don't know. You and Brevis should get together or something. I don't know. I know you're gonna be deported. Maybe Brevis should consider just going back to the United States, go to Alabama somewhere. You guys get a room together and be one happy family. You both have a lot in common when you think about it. You're both scumbags. That's a start. Anyway, with that being said, hey, it's been fun. Thank you guys for listening. And, Snikko, maybe, keep your hopes up. But only you can make the changes in your life, Snicks. Nobody could do that for you. Otherwise, you just be chasing your tail. Okay, girls, good night. Do you gotta go? What do you want before I go to bed? You gotta go? Do you have to go? Do you gotta go? You just want to look for cats. Is that what you want to do? Anyway, I think you guys that are listening get my point. I think you get it very well. These people can't afford to fucking talk about me. You talking about me? You talking about me? You always talk about me. I think they're in love with me or something, man. They don't want to admit their real sexuality. Hey, come on, this is 2026. Come on, boys. Where's the other dog? I gotta make sure I didn't leave her outside. Where are you? Where are Arthur? Is she still out there? Where is she? Before I lock the door, I gotta make sure. No, outside. Come on. Let's go. Can't stay in a room tonight. See, I can't have them stay in my room, and I'd love them to stay in my room, but problem is, they don't want to stay in one, kind of like me, they don't want to stay in one place all the time. That means I'm going to get woken up in the middle of the night by the dog after I get to sleep, finally. Okay, see my sweetheart? All right, you say goodnight to your daddy. See what a nice man I am? Yeah, I love my dogs. And they love me too. So I really got kind of an extended family out here. And of course, the Sal. All right, good night, Sal. You get some rest, you get some good sleep, okay? Yeah, that's a real man. Knows how to love, knows how to treat people and animals right. Because that's the kind of guy I am. All right, enough said. Good night, Barry. Don't let the rats and cockroaches and the dengue fever mosquitoes bite. Stay out of trouble, if that's even humanly possible with you. But I hate to tell you, I actually did send off some really juicy emails to the proper people. So I will leave off as saying, Snickers, you're definitely no father of the year, I'll tell you that much. Convince yourself, don't try to convince me. I've never been sold on you. Don't try to sell all this bullshit. Great father that you are, which you always talking about. What a great father you are. Oh, my daughters and blah, blah, blah. They're in my life. Well, yeah. Now, but where were you when, you were on drugs? You weren't in their life. No, you weren't. So you boast about them now, but I've made some, I took some observations of your daughter there. I've heard her in the background. She sounds just like you, brother. Sounds just like you. What a shame that is. Thanks for the hearts, boys. I gotta get my beauty sleep. Well, ain't no sleep gonna help Snikko out, I'll tell you that. It just ain't gonna happen. Look, continue doing your shows and mentioning me. It just kind of cements my theory about you that you're actually jealous that I actually have a life. I'm not with a friend, although she is my friend too. 10 years, Snikko. You ain't gonna hold no relationship for 10 years. Certainly not a Filipina. Oh yeah, maybe you find some street gal. And I don't know what your wife was like. She was probably one of these street people, gangster types, cigarette hanging out of her mouth, tattoos, bandana. I can picture it now. Because that is... Well, good morning. Boy, right away I turned this on, boom. I got hearts going, got a thumbs up, and brilliant, brilliant. Superb. Excellente. Welcome aboard my machine. Okay, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I cheated this morning. Had to have a good chunk of that blueberry cheese cake. Of course, that's gone. Got my matcha going right here, right on schedule. What did we put in it today? Well, we put ginger and we put turmeric and a dash of black pepper to synergize the turmeric. But some people wouldn't understand that. It's above their head. It used to be above my head too, many, many years ago. It's called learning. You pick up things as life goes by and you learn. And sometimes you learn from your mistakes too, and you build up upon that and you just, get things correct. Just right. Perfecto mundo. Right here. I think I ran out of NAC. I have to check. I did a show last night before I went to bed, and I reviewed some of it this morning, and I said, boy, I really got it down. I thought it was brilliant on how in that one show, I pretty much defined somebody's character in a way only that I could do. Now, please understand something. I don't really like going on the attack of people. But when they involve my family, you know how I am with that. Talking about my daughter. My lovely daughter, by the way. Okay? That's not cool. But, hey. Good morning. Good morning. See, got respectful children right here. No one's attacking them sexually, verbally, any way like that. I know what respect is. I give it, I get it back. It's deserved in both directions, okay? I think I spelled it out pretty well. It was one of my better shows last night. It actually was. I pretty much defined Snikko as to who he is. And my apologies, sometimes, give me that poetic license to do that. I mean, I'll do it when it's actually needed. Look at that, 20 people. Sorry I blasted you with both barrels, Snikko, but, it was well deserved. I mean, who are you to tell me what kind of a parent I am? Who are you to fucking put, you know, your little evil thoughts and everything you say that to try to throw a wrench in my machinery, what, as a person, as a parent, and so forth. There, when I raised my daughter, Jack, please, with this exemplary father type of thing, the image that you're trying to put upon yourself or display to us and not doing it very well. No, I'm not going to do a repeat performance of last night and talk about your, the formative years of your children, that you were into drugs and all that stuff. Nah, we won't talk about that because I already did a good job last night. But I'm not here this morning to have a negative morning here. It's a beautiful morning. Remember, every day you can get up and you're not fat and you're not an alcoholic and you're not a criminal. It's a wonderful day. Roosters are crowing off. Life begins to go through another journey, through another day of life, until there is none. Let there be light, it was said. And there was. What is darkness anyway? It's the absence of light. What is being a dumbass? It's the lacking of intelligence. All relevant. Okay, so holidays are pretty much over. Been through birthdays, Valentines, anniversaries. Not over yet. One more birthday this month that I cannot attend because I have to watch my lovely, wonderful, caring dogs. See, the thing is, I know what responsibility is, and I have always taken responsibility. I've always said I was wrong when I was wrong. But if I was right, I would build up upon that, and I talk about it and say why I'm right. But I've always admitted if I was wrong about something in my personal life, on YouTube. I had no problem with that. Some people are not capable of doing that. Hey, Verenzano Vinny. Hey, Goomba, what's up? What's your pizza joints? A little Donna Capistrano. What's up? Yeah, it is a lovely morning. Actually is. I feel good. Got a good head on my shoulders this morning. Pretty good sleep. I had my vice this morning. No, I've had enough of that, cream cheese pie. Sometimes when enough is enough. But that has many meanings too, when enough is enough. And sometimes, I hate to say it, but you have to take out both barrels and you gotta fire them. If not just one chamber at a time, but you have to fire them. Only when it's necessary. That's the only thing I've ever done on here. Load up, fire when ready. Don't need a scope, don't need a red dot rifle. Just talk and tell the truth. Because the truth always wins, but the truth can also hurt people too. That is, those that are guilty of all their crimes, all the debauchery and so forth and so on. Donny Capistrano. Is it true that the swallows always come to Capistrano? And what time of year does that happen? When the swallows come back to Capistrano? I never know the history with that. Maybe I should research it. Verenzano Vinny, going back to the old country in April. Really, man? Looking for a good pizza joint in Cebu. Is that the old country? Well, you're going to have a hard time finding it. Because I really haven't, unless you want to call SNR pizza. Well, which is edible, but hey, you take what's available. That's kind of the way it is. You make a trade-off when you move out here. But that's a choice. I'm sure nobody's moved out to Philippines for its excellent cuisine. And it's definitely not known for that. But it is known for wonderful, friendly, smiling people. And no matter what their situation, they smile. They're not bitching and whining all the time like these pussies out there. They are enjoying their life as best as they can for what they got or what they don't have. That's what's great about the people in the Philippines. They live, some of them, under deplorable situations. But you know what? They got the strength and the fortitude and their pride. I've seen people living in the dumpiest fucking places. You may make judgment on that. But you know what? The way they think, it's my place, they say. It's my home. We're proud of it. We're happy to have a roof over our head to protect ourselves and our children. That's the difference between Western culture and here. You gotta applaud the Filipino people. Absolutely. Not these whining bitches on here, always trying to find fault with people. See, Filipinos are not like that. They're not, confrontational people. Oh, they could be if you push them hard enough. You don't want to mess with them. Believe me, you're outnumbered. It's a win-win for them. Don't go against a Filipino, really. If you don't have to, Maybe a court of law, perhaps, in a particular situation, you might have to. But other than that, keep your nose clean. If you're visiting here, or if you're living here, same thing. Go about your life. Enjoy your relationship, if you have one. Just keep your nose clean. Life isn't that bad no matter where you're living. It's kind of like what you make of it, really. If you get into controversial things in your life is going to be all controversy. Who wants that? Nobody wants that. But there are people that are stupid enough to continue to do the things they've been constantly doing and never got them in a good place. And it will continue not to get them in a good place as long as they continue that behavior. Make sense? Yeah. You're going back to the old country in April. Okay, okay, got that. And the hearts keep on coming here. Thank you, folks. I've been picking up a few more subscribers lately, too, by the way, folks. I've noticed that. Thank you for that. For those who haven't subscribed, you may want to consider. If not, that's fine, too. Enjoy. No obligations on my show. Oh, we did. Nothing to write Mom home about if she was alive. The writer did get another $10 donation on my GCash. Total, $205 so far since I put out the GCash number. Not a phenomenal number. But it shows that there are people here that do actually take interest in my show and what I have to say and my ability to get the facts out without worrying about what I say and to who, as long as they're facts. That's the difference. They have to be facts. But thank you. We're at the $205 mark. And again, we'll even verbally give you right now. I don't have it on description. For those who want to donate to my channel, that figure I'm doing a bang-up job. Grab a pen or pencil, whatever you have. And if you listen to my show, you'll be able to get this anyway afterwards. The number here is 0969. And my eyes are bad here. What do we got? 367-3217. I believe that's it, yeah. That'll be 0969, pardon me, 0969 367-3217. That's my GCash, guys. For those that have been enjoying my show, my humor, my fact giving, my frankness, excuse the expression. There you go, a way of showing a little appreciation. Oh yes, we jumped on the platform, but not in a big way. 205, better than a kick in the ass. It means there are some people out there that care. And I thank you again for that. And I thank you for future donations that have yet to come in. No, I'm not going to get rich on it. But it's just a way of my viewers saying, hey, I like your material. You're a pretty straightforward dude. You don't take no prisoners. And you're not afraid to say what's on your mind. We need more people like that. Now, you can say what's on your mind, but doesn't mean what you're saying is truthful. Unfortunately, we have a lot of that going on YouTube. Maybe too much. Okay, enough of the sales pitch on the GCash. Give if you can. If you can't, I'll understand that. By following me, that's a gift enough. By learning from me and getting the clear facts, not secondhand knowledge, third-hand hearsay, and so forth. You're not going to find that here. We got 20 strong. Okay, we're good with that. And 7 thumbs up, we're good with that too. Yeah, I kind of laid it out on Snikko last night. No apologies for that at all. I think he had that coming to him. He really did. Who can make judgment on somebody that don't live my life? But they seem to know so much, but they got a vivid imagination. Or they're just plain fucking jealous of the fact that maybe I actually do got my shit together in a lot of ways. Well, there's no doubt about it. We've seen trolls come and go. We've heard everything they had to say. They even devoted a channel on me. And they don't know what to do with it anymore. Because yours truly has not been taking down his shows. Now they're trying to find a different angle and put me under a microscope. Not that they haven't been doing that before. But there's nothing valid they can say. Nothing that pertains to me, my life, my endeavors, my present situation, my relationship. They haven't been successful so far, but they're digging at the bottom of that proverbial barrel. Digging and scraping. I gotta find something. It's not good on your fingers and nails. They're probably bleeding right now. You might want to put a little Neosporin or something on that. You don't want to get an infection. Okay, so what's new? I haven't gone through anything this morning on my, in the Philippines genre, who's doing what, who put a show on. I have not even gotten around to that because I was too busy wanting to know about what's going on in the world, not giving a shit what's going on in the Philippines genre. People seem to live in their own little plastic bubble. The world is literally falling apart, but they're too concerned about Frank Battaglia, and that's how you pronounce the name. My name is not Battaglia. Battaglia. Frank Battaglia. If you're going to use my name, at least get it straight. Okay, fair enough. All right, appreciate that. Okay, where do we go from here? Now that all of our children have grown up. Yeah, you're in the empty nest syndrome. A lot of parents go through that. They've been raising their children over the years, do what they have to do. The children leave the nest, voluntarily or forcibly. But now, you had the empty nest syndrome. Many of you have been through that before. But my nest is never empty, certainly not here in the Philippines. No, it's not empty at all. But it might be a loss in some way to a family member. I've had some losses. Oh my God, I can't believe it's been this long. Has it been 2 years? As of next month? My dearly departed brother passed away. 2 fucking years. Wait a minute, man. It seems like it was like not even a year ago. This is what I mean about time. It goes by so fast. So fast. Now, by the way, Snikko, the reason I know about it's everything from socioeconomics to psychology to different types of dynamics of what goes on with people who are on drugs, because it's a known fact, and I talked about it with no problem, that my brother, through his life, good part of it anyway, was involved with a lot of heavy drugs. I mean, you name it, he probably took it. It kind of really messed him up, his mind, his body, his soul, you know. So I know a little about that. And I know how it is as far as responsibility. When you're on drugs, you just don't take responsibility not only to yourself, but to how other people feel. Just imagine what my parents went through, how hurt they were when my brother started getting into drugs. I remember like it was yesterday. He comes home and, he wants snacks. He takes out some Oreo cookies. I remember like it's yesterday. Takes out some Oreo cookies and a glass of milk, starts dunking it in the milk. He was on heroin. Then he just totally nodded out with the cookies still in there, getting soft. Then he wakes up and starts dunking it again and eating it. Can't make out what he's saying. So obliterated by the damn drug. What do you think my parents went through? And as his brother, what do you think I went through? I know all about that stuff. I know all about that stuff. Lucky I was never a user. I turned out different. And thank goodness for that I did. I learned from my brother. I learned from him. He did me the biggest favor in the world by showing me what not to do. I wound up the fine gentleman that I am today. What's that, Whistler? After high school, the years go, oh my God, yeah. Going back to the old county, okay, I got that. Yeah, after high school, the years does seem to go by. Look, I know what age I'm at. And sometimes I sit there and I think, how is it possible? Number one, that I lived this long, but more so, how the hell did the years go by so quick? I look on the internet, there are people in rock bands and singers that are all dead now, dead and dying, Hollywood actors that you grew up with, all dead and dying. You're saying, wow. Yeah, time has gone by. And you look at them now, what they look like, the ones that are alive, and you say, man, that ain't the same person I grew up with. How vibrant they were, good looking and energetic, and that's time takes its toll, man. Time really takes its toll. To a certain point, it took its toll on me. Not as bad as I would think at my age, but in its own way, it's taken its toll on me. There's not one day I look in the mirror and say to myself the same words. Where has time gone? This isn't me. But you got to understand the way our psychology works, our brain works. We still see ourselves as that younger person, that energetic person, because that's who you are. You're the same person. You're the same body. It's just packaged a little bit differently. You still have your own beliefs and convictions and so forth, and you are the same person. Maybe, except you're a little bit more learned, because with age comes wisdom, obviously. Right? And boy, did I learn a lot since I was a teenager up till now. About the human psyche, about, where we stand as people in 2026, the different generations that have gone by and the changes we've seen and experienced, some of it being unbelievable, some of it being totally outrageous. We see the increase in violence among humans all the time, their propensity for violence, how easily influenced, a very important word, as it might apply also here on YouTube, how influenced, a very important word, how influenced people can be that are weak and don't stand on their own boots on the ground. They don't stand independently, having independent thought. They're easily influenced by other people, what they say, what they do, what they imply, what they allege. People don't stand up on their own 2 feet anymore. Fact. Whistler says, I went to my 10th and 20th, I never went to those things, 10th and 20th high school reunion, and most of the girls have aged poorly. Yeah, they seem to age a lot poorly than men, if you haven't noticed. Yeah, well, you've noticed it, obviously. Yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen some pictures of old girlfriends, not many, not that I was doing research or anything, but a few of them I was very curious about how they're doing, they're happy, what they look like these days, just, common curiosity sometimes, And I wasn't impressed with what I've seen. I said, man, she never looked like that, not even remotely. She totally morphed into something that, and that's the crazy thing about getting older. You're morphing. It's like, a cocoon, yields to a beautiful butterfly, But unfortunately for humans, it's cellular breakdown. I mean, how can I say? Let's go on a cellular level here if we have to, We're breaking down on a cellular level and it shows in our face, but some people look better than others because they took care of themselves. Some people are just looking horrible. They let themselves go in every way. Drinking, eating the wrong foods and the wrong diet. And, oh man, just lay it out. And look what they look like today. Just like we see all these Hollywood stars and starlets, we're always thinking about them. We used to watch them in the movies and, wow, good looking chick, man. You look at them now, you say, what the fuck? Unless they went under plastic surgery. But even that winds up getting botched up because there's been a lot of well-known people who had botched up plastic surgery. They looked absolutely grotesque because it went wrong. Frank, do you remember Alley Boy? He still speaks highly. Alley Boy? Who's Alley Boy? I don't know who that is. Alley Boy, do tell. I don't know. Alley Boy. No, can't say I do, sir. Who would that be? I don't know any Alley Boys. Alley Boy. No, don't ring a bell. Don't Al, or whatever is my brother. God, is March 8th of next month. Anniversary of his death. Mind-boggling. Just mind-boggling. It's going by too fast. That's the problem. Alley Boy Perch. Huh? I don't know. Alley Boy. I don't know any Alley Boy. What does that have to do with the perch? The perch, you mean like in Cebu? The perch. My piece of real estate. My claimed territory. Alley Boy Perch. I'm sorry. You still lost me here. Perhaps you can explain a little better and I'd understand. Okay, what am I going to do here? I'm not really feel like I should be eating yet, but I have some leftover from yesterday. Okay. Okay, perhaps you might want to elaborate on it a little bit more. Now you got me curious. Who's Alley Boy? You talk about the perch? I don't have a clue. But okay. I'm sure there's enough people out there that talk highly of me besides all the people that talk very negatively about me. And by the way, Snikko, I do send my daughter some of these videos, even if they're against me. I do actually send her some videos. And she's receiving them because I don't get, what do you call it, a male or demon. I don't get any feedback that she's not receiving this because the mail doesn't come back to me in the system. Lee Mazzilli and Alley Boy were friends. Friends of mine, you mean on YouTube? Personal life? Because I don't know any Lee Mazzilli. Oh, he's saying Lee Mazzilli and Alley Boy were friends. I don't know who they are, Vinny. Vinny Barbarino. I don't know who they are. 10 thumbs up. Hey, I'll take that. In New York. I don't know these people. I don't know anybody by the name of Lee. That's correct. If the email doesn't come back, right, the recipient is still active with that email. That would be correct. So she's getting them. Well, you know, Mr. Knowledgeable, Snikko, says I don't make any effort to contact my daughter. He knows everything, you know, he just knows. He thinks he does. I do write her. And if she don't write back, well, hey, like even he was saying, you know, make the effort of doing so, right? And I am. Can't control everything. Hey, it's the Frank Battaglia crime family here. FB, is that what it is? Battaglia, I'm even saying it wrong. But I'm just saying it the way you're used to hearing my last name. But that's not how it's really pronounced. Bat, like a baseball bat to somebody's head. Bat, Talia. And you don't pronounce the G. The G is actually silent. Did you see Kevin Hankey bought himself a chocolate and said it was a gift for Valentine? A gift to himself. How sad. How fucking sad. No, I didn't. I really didn't. He bought himself a chocolate, excuse, and said it was a gift from who? His fictitious girlfriends, his dream girl, Nocturnal. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic. I have to agree with you on that. My God, they're trying to hide their lives, but it's so abundantly clear to us. The picture that they paint about themselves is so absolutely clear. It is pathetic, you're right. The guy's got problems, man, you know. I mean, let's acknowledge it, you know. Yep, there's my Valentine's girl. There she is. My goodness. See, that's my point right there, too. I actually do have a woman in my life. It's been in my life a long time. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I'll tell her that. Well, she's holding out really well. I gotta say that, you know. And there's the other thing they do too. It's just how spoiled people get. They used to, like, you know, because the Philippines, I figure it's easy to get a really young girl. But when you're actually dating somebody who's actually, you know, an adult, I mean a real adult, they're grannies. Now they're called grannies. Okay, tell you what, go back to U.S., okay? Go back to U.S. And you'll be lucky to even find somebody your age, but nevertheless, to get somebody that's 20, 30, 40, 50 years your junior, ain't gonna happen, brother. You're not that important. You're not a big politician, a rich doctor, or a rock star. That's the only way that's going to happen in the United States. But they come here and they figure it's easy picking. Not necessarily, but they figure it's easy pickings. Oh, and they're all proud, you know, they got the notch on their belt and all that. Hey, there's still a 20-year difference between me and mine. It's respectable. It's a respectable age. I didn't go after some bubblegum chewing 16-year-old like some of these people choose to do. No, I didn't do that. I'm a lucky man to have somebody her age. Absolutely. I would not be able to do that in America. I'm going to tell you right now, brother. It would never happen. Do you remember Wally Backman and Tim Tufel? Wally made a good pizza for an Irish mix. I don't know who they are. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, got my leftovers from last night. But Jesus Christ, what did I just... Yeah, I don't know, man. I just had that pie. I'm going to have to wait just a little bit here. Because I'm going to make some eggs, and I'm going to have that chicken strips from last night I had left over. And, not to mention the garlic toast. I'm going to have that for breakfast a little bit. I'm going to put this bag back in the refrigerator because I want to give my stomach a fighting chance to eat this in a little bit here. So I can actually enjoy it. And I don't know, you're just coming up with a lot of names I'm just not really familiar with, to be honest with you, sir. Memories in the corner of my mind. It's really interesting in New York because New Yorkers talk one way in New York City, but if you meet Brooklyn people, their accent is even more intense, actually. It's a little bit different. Not grandiose, but it is a little bit different. What was a comment on some troll show? Tell us about Grey Gardens, Frank. Oh, what's there to tell? Only I can say is, are you on the IMBD, International Movie Databases, for any reason? I don't care if you clean toilets. I don't care what the fuck you did. Are you on the IMBD? I am. I actually made a contribution to something. Imagine that. Oh, they downplay it all the time, but it was really cool to me. Now, what was your part in Grey Gardens? I didn't have a part in Grey Gardens. I didn't have a speaking part. I wasn't in the movie. But by golly, by Joe, by George, I managed to get a credit on there for one form or another contribution. Oh, and they make fun of that, but I don't know anybody out here, not so far, that is on the International Movie Days Beta, in, movie land. Tell me one. I don't know, maybe there is out there, but please tell me. Please refresh me. Please do. They make fun of that. I was asked the same question. How many people out here has ever owned a home in Hawaii? Don't raise your hands all at once. Yeah. Made only garlic toast, speaking my language. Well, it's a little heavy for breakfast, though, but, It was so crowded there last night, never mind what I showed on the video. Just about the time I was leaving, that place was packed. And very fortunate, I'm very happy for the businesses there that they were doing very well last night. They need it, they deserve it. Now that new Italian place, I walked Gilda in there to show her. It's a nice big place inside, and you could really smell, it smells like Italian food, man. I said, well, maybe next time we'll go there and check it out. It wasn't the place she thought it was. She thought it was something else. But no, this is a different place that opened up. And I don't know how long they've been open. I don't think very long. It smelled good, that's all I know. They had nice seating. It wasn't like a little dive, where it's a tiny little room with a couple of tables. It was pretty spread out. And the smell, oh man, smelled good. Now, of course, I'm going to check out what they have. I'm kind of over pizzaed out lately. We've had pizza in the past couple of weeks, several times. I'm not really into pizza at the moment. And but and they have pasta, and I want to check it out. They have ravioli. What kind? Cheese? What kind of sauce do they have? And make my and see. It's all in the sauce, but we're not going to go heavy into that. If they know how to make the proper sauce, I'm there. I'm there. I'm there. Because the sauce is the main ingredient of anything here. Without the proper sauce. Now last night I had like a chicken. What do they call it? Chicken fillets. Chick-fil-A, right? I was really disappointed because, and I would have went to the other place if I knew about it too. There wasn't much chicken there. I saved a little bit for this morning. I'm going to have it with my eggs and the garlic toast, of course. And very disappointed. And they give you fries with it. It's just like I really needed fries, right? So you might as well go to a fast food joint. Well, she probably would pay more at a fast food joint anyway, didn't it? Yeah. But anyway, it was a casual dinner. It wasn't a fancy place. It happened to be one of the places that we frequent, and we were all good with it. It was a night out. Streets got full. The restaurant built up like a son of a bitch. But I'm happy about that. I want to see businesses succeed. Because the town doesn't have too much to begin with, really, and choices. And to see a business succeed, especially if they're serving anything on the menu that is worthwhile. Now, that particular place that I went last night, not unfamiliar to people here, they had on the reader board, they had said that they have ravioli and lasagna. Well, I wouldn't even chance their lasagna, but I would be curious about the ravioli. We're going to give you like 5 pieces of ravioli. And look, sometimes I have a ravenous appetite. And 5 little squares of ravioli is not going to cut it for me. But it has to be cheese ravioli. That's my preference. Double chin. It's according to where you are, double chin in Hawaii. They're not all that high. No, where I lived, you could find houses for, if you're lucky, 300,000, but that's pushing it. I mean, actually, the funny thing is, I do check every now and then as MLS listing. I actually pump in my address just to see what the value of my house is. It didn't go up that much. So if the guy bought it to try to make a profit, he's not doing very well. And I'm sure he probably had to invest quite a bit of money as time went by because even the cover of the catchment tank, the metal... Ginger, stop! Look, the cover of the catchment tank, it's a metal backing on there, probably rusted to the ground. And, it was an old tank. I kept it up as best as I could. I'm sure there were other things that had to develop, If he wasn't attending to the ridge, what do you call it? The ridge caps on the roof, maintaining the screws that were rusting, I always took care of them. Stuff like that. Maybe little things, but they add up. I mean, yeah. The guy's living there alone, what I understand. I don't think he bothers with the neighbors. I don't know. The old place. A lot of memories there. He went to Curtis High School. Not familiar. Yeah, it is probably one is to high. Believe me, I ain't going to do a show about that, but if I would have read you what I read about a week ago, and what the average visit for a tourist coming to Hawaii would cost them, you'd freak out. They impose so many different types of tariffs or taxes, and you're not only paying for the room in some places, you're paying for the privilege to you in some resorts. You're paying for the privilege of being there. For using the facilities of any sort, you're paying whatever they're charging you per night, a VAT tax, a high VAT tax, You're paying for the usage of the premises. What other things? There was more. Oh my God, they would get you for everything. I was reading about that, and I do go back and forth to Hawaii stuff on here, and people writing about Hawaii, and they said, boy, I've never seen anything like this. Hawaii has priced itself out of the market for tourists. I mean, it is that high. No exaggeration intended here. You're going to spend a week in Hawaii, and a family of 4. Spend on it, figure you're going to at least spend $10,000 for a family of 4. For the accommodations, the food, everything, transportation, different fees. You're going to spend about 10 grand in a week. Dollars. Davidy says, you moved from the old country in 11th grade. I have broken English, but still fluent. Really? So where did you live? Italy, I suppose, That's interesting. You still have the broken English. You Nabladan? What are you? Siciliano. You Nabladan. Nothing wrong with broken English. My girlfriend speaks broken English. I don't have a problem with that. She's not American. We still got 17 hanging in there. Fantastic. Anyway, 10 thumbs up this time. Gracias. Hawaii votes Democratic. Well, good for Hawaii. I don't know, man. It just seems to be nobody's happy, whether it's politics, social. I mean, it seems that nobody is happy anymore. They're not trying to find a reason. To try to be, happy. And they just concentrate on so much negative shit, finding a reason to be unhappy. They're never satisfied with the status quo. I mean, I'm fine with mine. The boot. Well, here's a good question for you, since you said Sicily. It's my understanding, and always has, Sicilians don't want to be called Italians. No, I'm Sicilian. They don't want to be called Italians. It's almost like they're not part of the boot. They're not part of Italy. They have that certain independent thinking out there where don't associate it with Italy, per se. The boot, yes, give them the boot. It's true, isn't it? Right. Yeah, I'm not Italiano, I'm Sicilian. Well, they also say that Sicilians' ancestry comes from Africa, so a lot of people used to make fun of Sicilians because they said, you're not truly white, that you got the African roots in you, which there's truth to that. There's absolute truth in that. They don't want to talk about that, though. But, realistically, we're all from Africa. That's where our roots are. From Africa. Every one of us, really. Seriously. We're all from Africa. The root of civilization was in the continent of Africa. A lot of people don't want to acknowledge that. We're all brothers. We're all brothers. But nobody will acknowledge that. Go back to Olduvai Gorge, right? Where they found some of the oldest human remains. They told everything. Olduvai Gorge. Boy, I remember that too. How do I remember that? Olduvai Gorge. How do I remember this stuff? Because, yes, I took a little bit of, a few courses that kind of taught me a few things. No expert on anything on that, but I remember. There's some things I absorb and there's some things I don't. Olduvai Gorge and Lucy and a lot of different configurations of the past that have told us a wealth of information about us. We're all brothers under the skin, okay? And we truly are. And whether you like it or not, or what it means, we're all brothers. We don't all have the same skin color. But that's actually environmental, why people's skin are dark, why people might have squinty eyes, or their height is either very tall or very small. And if you don't know it, it all has to do with the climate, the geography of where you live and how your body has basically adjusted through the thousands and thousands of years, to produce new generations that were different from the others, having to do with adjusting to the temperatures, the climate, how tall you were would determine you're closer to the sun in a way. Different changes happen with the body. There are people that are pygmies or very small. That also has to do with both climate and geology and all that's all related. That's why I used to ask myself, why do people like Asians, like Chinese, Japanese, etc., why are their eyes so different? There's a reason for that. Some of it has to do with they don't have eyelids. It has to do with the sun, or the region they grew up in. It's amazing how the body evolves over hundreds of thousands or millions of years. It's actually quite amazing. There's a reason for all that. It didn't happen by accident. Okay? We evolved, that's the word, it's called evolution. We evolved. And we're still evolving. To today, we're still evolving. There was one theory that was sort of kind of broken down, is that our cranium is getting larger because in time our brain is expanding. And some people, their brain is shrinking. But then that theory was sort of kind of shot down. And maybe that's why aliens, what we know as aliens, not like illegal Mexicans, but, aliens from outer space, why they think their heads are so big. Because their cranium in evolution had to expand to be able to house their brain as their brain grew through time. The cranium, the skull, that whole area that houses your brain had to grow to accommodate. But I don't know anything about anything. Don't listen to me. No. Don't listen to me. I don't know anything. Maybe I just don't know enough. Maybe I just don't want to know too much more, because everything my brain is absorbing these days seems to be a lot of negative shit out there. Because sometimes you just don't want to know anything. You've heard enough, But you can't expand your brain unless you use it. That should make sense to you. Exercise your brain. No, I mean, seriously, exercise your brain. Let me see my weight. Let me test my weight. But I had already eaten something here a little bit, so. See, I'm up. I'm up 72.30 kilos. The other day, it was down to 70 kilos. Well, it's according. Did you take a shit? Did you just eat something? That all matters. You can't get an accurate weight. No. You gotta, after you take a shit, okay, then take your weight. Or how much water did you drink? That adds up in how many ounces. How much water did you drink? How much booze did you drink, you alcoholics? That's all big. Look at you out here on your little chair, living the life of Riley with your cup of, let me just see your cup, not you, but drinking her cup. Oh, don't be looking at her crotch now, people. You perverts. Do I know these people or what? Do I know them? Oh, there's nothing at all. Oh, there's nothing at all. What we do have is a overcast day today. Changing the subject here, but
Sa ila na kay libre man na sila tanan. Huwag ka ng plate.
Hello, Sousy Bowsy. Hello, my little sow girl.
Huwag ka duming.
My precious. She loves her daddy. Telling you,
Ambot lang.
I am loved. Even by my dogs.
Tanawan ba? Unsa gyud na ba sila pa ba? Di magud na sila dali-dalig makuha. Ha?
You ate ravioli out of a thermos in high school. Chef Boyardee.
Panahiran na sila pwede man pero inigwan ko kay.
It doesn't taste very good. I might have liked it as a kid, but you go see what they charge out here for a can of Chef Boyardee. There's a store that actually sells it here. Enormous price. It just doesn't taste good. And you could taste the sodium and all that. I mean, I'll take that out of desperation. There's nothing out in the house or something at the time. You didn't go shopping. I get desperate to eat something quick. Open up a can of Chef Boyardee ravioli, but you don't get much in there to begin with.
We still have egg.
And they're going down. Yeah, you might as well get more eggs. Warm. Okay. Well, even if it was real ravioli, yeah. I do love ravioli. Only cheese, though. Even the stuff I buy from Messinata, frozen stuff, don't buy the beef ones. It's not worth it. It's tasteless. And you know what the fuck is in there. But, I buy the cheese ravioli. In fact, the next time I'm over that way, I'm going to buy. I go to ravioli like crazy because if I'm looking for something quick to eat or something, I don't even have to boil. I don't have to boil it or nothing. I take the ravioli, I put it in a deep bowl, put some water up to level in it, and I give it like 10 minutes, and it's ready to go. And then I add my ingredients to it, and I make it work. Because I do love cheese. I love cheese ravioli. Tortellini, if it's made right, but any tortellini I've ever had didn't have any ingredient. It didn't have anything in it. It was just eating pasta with no filling or nothing. I don't know. I'm not much into tortellini. Maybe I just haven't had any good. Your aunt packed your lunch.
Oh, then.
I grew up like most kids, And we ate whatever parents made, all that stuff, There was always salt on the table being passed around. We used salt on everything. Soups, we put salt in it. Meat, mashed potatoes, French fries, you name it, we put salt on it. But, growing up in a family, that's what you did. You kind of copied what they do. It becomes part of your own little habit. But of course, I woke up through the years, and I changed that. The only salt I have now lately, and yes, I've been using salt, but in a different way. I have to use salt in a little bit, I'm talking about a little tiny bit, in my oatmeal, because it really adds to the flavor. And I use butter, salted butter. If you're going to buy butter, don't buy the unsalted. And I'll tell you because it has no flavor. It really doesn't. Don't worry. Unless you got extremely high blood pressure, don't worry about it. Buy the salted butter. Don't buy the unsalted. Mozzarella and roasted red peppers. Oh my goodness, man. I just saw some recipe last night. It was on the internet. And I always send her that. Send her a copy of it, Gilda. Sea salt. Yeah, this one is Himalayan salt. But the truth is, 90% of that salt is still table salt. Well, if you buy the Himalayan, it's still 90%, and you only have 10% that has trace minerals of various different minerals, but it's better than a kick in the ass. So what I try to do, if I'm going to drink, in fact, what do you think I just put in my tea? I didn't finish it yet. I put a little tincture of the Himalayan salt in there. Okay. Because what we're doing is, and I don't want to turn this into a health show necessarily or unnecessarily, is that they're always telling you to drink a lot of water. It helps you flush out your system, your kidneys, all that stuff. You know, you're familiar with that. The problem is with that, though, is that you're also flushing out all the minerals in your body. And you need these minerals. So when they're telling you to drink 2, 3, 4 liters of water per day, that's a washout theory itself. Literally, not, figuratively. So what you do, it's just a suggestion, but nobody listens to me, but, take a little tincture of salt in your water. Whenever you're going to drink a glass of water, very little bit, not to be concerned about, unless you have your blood pressure is that insane that you don't want to touch salt at all, but you need the salt, you need the sodium, you actually need it. What do you think they give you out of an accident? They bring you to the hospital, they put you on a bag of a saline solution. That's like 10,000 units or something of how they measure it in the sodium. What do you think they do? For your heart and everything. That's what they put you on. You had an accident or something, give them some ringers and whatever. They have a sodium bag. It's intense. Sodium is what it is. Maybe with some potassium in it, and maybe a little bit of magnesium, but predominantly it's salt. It's salt, sodium. That's what they do. So when someone says, you're eating too much salt, maybe you're really not. If you don't have a concern with high blood pressure, you can take salt, but like anything else, moderation. Don't listen to what some people say on here. Even the so-called experts are full of shit. That's what they give you in an accident. Salt is so bad if you don't have too much salt. It's the first thing they put you on when they got you in the ICU or somewhere. They're going to run a bag on a stand into your veins of a high concentration of sodium. Imagine that. I learned a lot from you, Goomba. Can you speak Italiano? No, not much. I'm afraid not. That's a sad story because my father could speak fluent in his own dialogue, but he never talked Italian. My mother could. My mother knew a few things, but my father could go out and find another Goomba, at the street, and they'd be talking away. I said, I wish I understood what he was saying. Unfortunately, and I do mean unfortunately, my father did not speak the language around us. I would have learned. It's too bad, too sad. No, that's your answer. I don't speak very much Italian. I know a few words here and there, How about Mafangu de Mamada? How about the Stataji Tuzibat Skulasia? Do you know what that means, either one of them? I know a few things, but not a lot, unfortunately. I probably know more Spanish than Italian, really. I took Spanish in high school, but I should have continued. Spanish is a very easy language to learn. I could listen to some shows where they're speaking Spanish, and there's some things I actually understand what they're saying. Didn't realize I understand what they're saying, So I probably know more Spanish than I know anything about Italian language. No, I wish I could, man. Mr. Verenzano. Have you been over the Verenzano Bridge, by the way? Yeah, I wish. 11 thumbs up now. I really wish I was fluent in another language. I don't even know much of the local language here. I do know a few words here and there. And if you ever really listen to me sometimes, you might hear a few words of mine come out of my mouth when I'm addressing my girlfriend. But you have to pay attention to it, really. I'm surprised you don't. They pay attention to everything else I say. But I do, off YouTube. There are certain words I know that I will speak around her or her friends. Yeah, I actually do. But unfortunately, I'm not well studied on the language here, and It's kind of very difficult to me as an older age. My mind is not like a sponge anymore. You know, you're a little kid or something growing up, you know, your mind absorbs everything. You know, just like a kid, a baby learning language from hearing their parents talk and they pick up on it. They make a relationship to what you're saying, just like a dog does too. My dogs, I don't know what you want to call it, a vocabulary, but my dogs understand a lot of our words. Maybe I could do a test right here. I don't know what I'd say to them to make them see, get a reaction from them. Like hungry, they know the word hungry. Well, watch this. You girls hungry? You hungry? You want to eat? There you go. That's how a child learns. Now watch what I say to my other dog. Let me see your eye. She understands. Watch it. Demonstration. Can I see your eyes? Can I see your eyes? Huh? She knows. She knows. Do you have to go out? Do you want to go out? Oh, because I mentioned food. Okay, I'll get you food. They know a lot. You'd be surprised. But it only happens when you spend the time, just like a child, where somebody claims they're the best parent in the world. But how much time did you spend with your child while you were on drugs? I don't want to get back into that again. We've well covered that. But I'm just making a point. No more or less. I'm just making a point. Speaking of, I gotta feed them now. Now that I mentioned food to them, I don't. Oh boy. Running out of these little flavor packets, unfortunately. They're so fucking spoiled. But I don't mind. You getting ready? You getting ready? Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Of course you are. All right, hold on, folks. What I do is I flavor it with some pedigree beef and gravy, and they love it. Oh, look at that. They're just waiting and attentive. You hungry, Ginger? Are you hungry? Yeah? You girls hungry? Yeah? Oh, you bet. Oh, she's smelling. Okay, we use the whole packet in here. Then we just mix it up really nice. Oh, she's having a tantrum here. She's dancing now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But she don't know what I'm going to mix in here. It's called quercetin. It's an allergy ease. Quercetin, omega-3, and citrus bioflavonoids, and green tea extract, and vitamin C and B. Now, of course, what I have to do is I have to crush it up. I have to crush it up into a powder, or they won't accept it. Is Timmy on here? Well, he is blocked, or else I would see him. Yeah, don't worry about that. Timmy, the fence jumper. Got a lot of fence jumpers on here, don't we? They all want to be part of the action of my show, but they do stupid things that get themselves blocked. You know why? Because they don't learn. Hanging around Barry too much, they don't learn. See, I'm going to crush this up as best as I can. I'm going to discreetly, I don't want to show them it. Shh. I'm going to put this in there. Oh, when I make that sound on the dish, they're jumping around. Oh, yeah. Looks good enough to eat. Well, that's the idea. Pardon me while I, here we go. But it makes it more exciting if you tap on the dish. Watch this. Watch. Okay. It's all right. I'm serving you. I'm trying not to give it too much because they are overweight. They're not terribly active dogs. I try to give them both an even amount. Okay, there you go. That's taken care of. Now I gotta get together her. She's only gonna be on it for a couple more days on her prednisone, which is a steroid. So you have to wean the dogs off of that. See, I know what I'm doing. But don't listen to me. No, 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 no. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. So I have to very carefully prepare a half a milliliter of this prednisone. Very carefully. Very carefully. You can't fuck around with prednisone. You cannot do that. It can affect your adrenal glands, all that stuff. It's not funny stuff. Not at all. Looks good, Goomba. Whoa. Do you know that song? You ever danced the tarantella? Have you ever danced the tarantella? You know what the tarantella means? I'm Italian. What is the tarantella? Tell me exactly what it is. I know what it is, but what is the tarantella? Tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. Okay, got that ready for them. Her. Well, no. What does a tarantella mean? It's a dance of the... Let's make sure I got this right. It has to be about 5 milliliters. The spider. It's a dance of the spider. You didn't know that and you're Italian. It's a dance of the spider. Tarantella. The tarantula, maybe, perhaps, but these are things I know. Sometimes I even amaze myself. But I'm this guy that don't know anything. Never experienced life. We had some guy come on. I think it was on the Copycat. Hey, you boast about you had like, 120 women. See, your problem, Ginger, is you just gulp it all down. Look at her. She's not even halfway there. She's a very delicate eater. You just gobbled everything down, but it has to do with the prednisone. Has to do with the prednisone. See, I know this stuff. Oh, it's the guy, comedy. Hey, back in those days, 120 women was nothing, man. I'd do that in a season. How they all say that? They all say that. In the clubbing days back in the 70s, man, 120 women that's nothing, brother. I ate 120 women for breakfast, I laugh at that. Always more to learn, my friends, always more to learn. Why? Because I've lived a life. I actually have. No regrets. Not really. Only regret is I ever got on YouTube. That's my regret. Let me be honest. You know what I used to really love growing up, or I did? Mr. Vinny. Oh, okay, she's finished her medicine. I gotta give her it on a full sip. Ginger, baby. Gingerbread. I gotta give you a med. Here. I gotta give you a med. Ready? Huh? No. Head. Okay, very good. Good girl. Good girl. Got her prednisone down, and now I got also weaning down on the antibiotics. She's taking Gentle, not even giving you the antibiotic. When a doctor tells you that, hey, you need antibiotics. Well, here's the thing. You have to complete the whole regimen of the antibiotic. Or else you might have a rebound type of thing. Is this thing on? Oh, wait a minute. What the hell? Oh, okay, I see. So you have to finish the whole thing, or it's not going to work. And they have what I guess you call it kind of a rebound effect. That if you don't get all the bacteria, unfortunately, it's just not going to do its job. As much as you don't like the side effects of antibiotics, you probably go loose sometimes with antibiotics. It can make you a little sleepy. Everybody experiences it a different way. But you're also killing all the good bacteria in your body. That's the drawback. But I think one of the best inventions in the world are two things in my mind. Two things. Toilet paper and penicillin. Toilet paper and penicillin. That was the two best inventions in the world. Thank goodness for toilet paper. If you want to go back in time, even go back to medieval times, you want to go back, you wouldn't believe what they were using. Yeah, toilet paper and antibiotics. There you go, Ben. You're gonna love this. Look at the garlic on here. Oh my God. Right? Right? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm making some eggs, but what I'm gonna do, Vinny, Vinny, I'm gonna take just a little bit of olive oil. That's even too much. And we're gonna cook these eggs in the olive oil rather than some fucking bad seed oils. Get this around the plate. It's ceramic, by the way, this plate, I do believe. And we'll make a couple of eggs. I don't know if to be scrambled, just eggs. Number one. Number two. And she's got to eat two. I'm going to get 2 more eggs. You're done with your food? No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. I actually think I'm overfeeding them, really. It's not very active dogs. There'll be 4 eggs in here. 4 eggs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I got to think of my honey buns, too. So basically, what I have here, where's the other? Oh, what? Oh, okay. Here's just a tiny bit of the chicken fillet that I brought home. It's in kind of a white sauce. So what we're gonna do, I'll have one of these, and I could cut it in half, make a sandwich if I want. Or just kind of cut this up with the egg and eat it with the garlic toast. Garlic's a little heavy duty in the morning. Yeah. Who are you yelling at? What happened? What happened? And this is a no-no, really. You don't really want to use plastic spatula, but that's what I got. I got a metal one, but I'm afraid to be scraping a pan with it. Do 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 Well, what's Len saying that's bad? What's going on here, brother? I'm missing something here. I'm just gonna have to heat up this little piece of chicken. That's all I can do, really. Oh, and as far as the bread is concerned, that is pretty heavy duty with the garlic, though. I mean, look at the massive garlic, which is good for you. It's like a natural antibiotic, and amongst other things. And I asked them for toasted. They barely toasted this thing. Could they spare the electricity? Oh, that's potent. I may have to actually scrape some of the shit off, to be honest with you. That's a little bit heavy duty for me. But 2 things in there. There's, cooking with olive oil, extra virgin, of course. You don't find many virgins out here in the Philippines. But extra virgin, and with all that garlic, boy, the combo is good. Hey, don't get me wrong, the combo is excellent. No complaint from the peanut factory. Okay, I think the chicken's in there long enough. I just don't want to. White sauce didn't do nothing. It's flavorless. But not to have a dry chicken fillet last night, And I said, oh, white sauce stuff. There's no flavor to that shit. There's no flavor in that white sauce at all. But, acts as a good moisturizer. Okay, I gotta heat this piece of so-called garlic toast up. Give it a minute or less. Do, 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 do. What did he say? What did he say? Do tell. What got you fired up? Something I should know about? It's pretty plain, though. It's according to what you like. For example, I like pizza with white sauce rather than tomato. You might be saying, oh, that's not Italian of you, but I don't like the acid. I don't like the acid. That's the problem. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on here, folks. Eggs are about done, I'd say. And I wish I knew all the words to those Italian songs, too. I could hum the songs. But I don't pretend. I don't know the words. Hey, you know what I got a kick out of? Vincenzo. I tell you what I got a kick out of. When I grew up in New York, we have these Italian feasts, right? And these Italian feasts, they have the local Italian little crooners that we had singing all these old motherland songs, And they had all these widows, the Italian husbands, widows, listening to all this music. Oh, they're carrying their rosary beads and everything. You know how it is, right? They're crying, tears come in their eyes. Reminds them of the old country, And they're all dressed in black. They're very traditional. Mourning their husband who died maybe 20 years ago. Never remarried. Because they were devout, worshipers of their husbands. They showed something you don't see a lot of these days. They showed respect. Now, you really shouldn't put your life on hold, but I'm just basically painting a picture of how these immigrants were, And that's what they did. They were far from the motherland. And when they hear these Italian songs, they just break down and cry. They just break down and cry. I understood. But boy, I used to watch them. And all the Italians showed up, of course. Listen to their traditional music and, oh, I can't eat all of this shit. No, I'll pick on this, but that's too big a toast. And I'm going to have to scrape off some of the garlic on here. There we go. That's a little bit overkill. Just a wee bit. And she's probably going to do the same for hers. So what happened? San Gennaro. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What did Len say? That was, well, what did he say that was so bad? What happened? What happened? Oh, there's a Filipino guy passing by here selling his wares. You probably maybe heard him in the background. Hey, goody. I don't know what he's selling. Sometimes they sell this soy in a bottle. They sell this soy that they make up, this soy. No, it's going to be a heavy-duty breakfast here, man. All right, you blocked Len. Why? Because, oh, you want me to block Len. What did Len say that got you goat? Len, where are you, Len? Len Whistler. Well, I'm not seeing anything bad that Len said on here. Maybe you could kind of fill me in. I'm scrolling, but I don't see. Oh, Google blocked it. It says Sean hates you. Len said that? The guy that goes under Len Whistler? Are you talking about him? Oh, you talking about Len Whistler said that? Did he really? I mean, did he really? They're all experts on my life. I'm not even an expert on my life. How could they be of mine? Go figure. Do 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 do. They're all trolls. For all I know, you're a troll too. What do I know? What do I really know? I mean, what do you really know in life, you know? All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a little piece of chicken like it is. I'm going to put some of the egg yolk, whatever, on there. Right? Compress. Compress. No, I tapped the dish. I wasn't calling you dogs. And I'm going to make a, I can't take all the garlic. And we're going to make a little bit of a sandwich. Maybe not the healthiest thing with the bread and the carbs, but we got protein from the chicken, we got protein from the egg. What's a plus? All right. You just ate a big meal, Ginger. What do you want from me? I know, it's a prednisone. I understand. I get it. But you're not exactly slim. There's still going to be a lot of garlic. I don't know. This is big toast, big bread. I don't even know if I could even eat all of that. Do you remember Lenny Dykstra? No, I really don't. You're bringing up names that I'm not really aware of. Okay. Yeah, I should have took off the crust on here. No, I'm not aware. There's so many trolls, how can I keep track? Yeah. Too much crust. Too much crust. I really need to take the crust off. I'm doing that now. No, I don't. Oh. Pardon me. Sal, don't look at me. You did not finish your breakfast. Don't look at me for something else. Ain't gonna work. No. Ron Darling has a good product. Who's Ron Darling? You give me all these names that people have never heard. I don't know. Oh my God. Well, get my protein in. carbs for sure. Garlic, partial. I can't do all this. No. No. I just can't finish this bread. It's too heavy. Concentrate on my eggs. Eggs. Wow. 12 watching. 12 thumbs up. I can live with that. Don't forget too, I had Bad Boy. I had a good piece of, blueberry cream cheese. And here's the problem with this garlic. See this garlic? This has to be disposed of properly because garlic is very toxic for a dog, and even for the cats. So, and sometimes my dogs will go out there not unknowing, they'll try to go through the garbage. So you gotta be very careful. Oh, God. You realize how strong garlic is? I just ate a piece of garlic and I swear to God, it was like such a reaction in my mouth with the garlic. See, I'm trying to be real careful with what I'm eating. Or rather, I'm going to take a plastic bag and I'm going to put this in the plastic bag and I'm going to tie it up. Because when I put it in the garbage, I know that the cats, or even possibly my dogs, are going to rummage through that behind my back. I don't want them to get this, and that's how your dogs get sick. Very sick. So I'm going to make sure I get all this garlic. That's it. They think when I tap the dish, it means I have food for them, but I'm going to try to carefully get this into the bag. Because I do care about my dogs. Because I'm a caring person. Okay, now that I accomplished that. No, Ginger, you're not touching her food. No, you're not. No, you're not. Now, where's my phone? I'm talking. Distance here. What I also saved, so I'm going to tie this bag up here. What I also saved was the ribs. We took the ribs, we didn't throw them away from our dinner, and give to the dogs that come next door. Now, I don't normally, normally you don't want to give a dog cooked meat bones because that's the one that creates all the shards they can choke on. It's always better to give your dog raw bones if you have to give them. They're ravenous when they're hungry. They'll eat that bone like there's no tomorrow, and they could wind up choking on it. I've seen them happen once almost here. When a bone went in his mouth sideways, and luckily he dislodged it, because he couldn't shut his mouth, it was like horizontal in his mouth. I said, oh shit. So we got a situation going on here. But fortunately, the dog managed to dislodge it. I want to run something by you. I drink 40 ounces of water first thing in a no. No, you get up and at best you drink a 16-ounce warm water, not cold. Warm water. You don't drink 40 ounces of fucking water in the morning. What's wrong? Haven't I taught you well? No, you don't do that. You just flood your tissues and actually drown your own internal tissues. No. you spread it out during the day is my best advice to you. Not being a doctor, of course, and I don't know anything, but no, don't drink 40 ounces. You do have to drink some water in the morning when you get up because your body has been dehydrating overnight. Absolutely. It's the first thing I do. Well, it's not the first thing. I take a piss or something, but, yeah, you have to drink water. And if you will, just put a tiny little tinge, I don't care, just table salt, whatever you have on hand. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. RESPCT. That's all I expect from thee. Okay. Just a little bit. No, I don't advise on that. And of course, a disclaimer, I'm not a medical doctor, nor am I a medical professional. What I say on here is from my own reading. It's something you could take at whatever value, face value, whatever you want to do. I gotta make that. I'm gonna wait for my vitamins here. Yeah, if you drink that much in the morning. I piss all day long. Nothing to tell. I don't have the greatest stream in the world, no, because my prostate is enlarged and it's normal for my age. I'm not fearing the reaper with that one. But at intervals, it's not as strong as it used to be. But neither am I. Neither am I. I suggest, though, that you do drink water during the day at different intervals. Try not to, especially after a meal, don't drink. You're eating meats or something. You need the water to break down so that the meats get digested. They just in your stomach. If you drink something cold, it's going to interfere with the digestive process on there. That I could tell you for sure. I used to always love cold water. Only if it's just going to be a really hot day, maybe I'll do that to cool my core down. But other than that, I've changed things up a bit. I've been just getting used to just, room temperature water from the dispenser. You knock down shower tiles. What do you mean? oh, okay, it's so strong. No, mine ain't. No. No surprise. I accept that. Shit happens when you're aging, man. Shit happens when you are aging, brother. And by the way, Vinny Barbarino, how old are you, man? You knock down tiles. I love that. Wow. You piss in the shower? He says you knock down shower tiles. I mean, from your urine flow? You piss in the shower? I don't do that. A lot of people do. They won't admit it, but no, I don't do that. You're 61. All right. So you're getting to be an old timer like me. I've got 10 years on you. You ever been to Yonkers Raceway or anything like that? Anyway, we don't have to go into that. Why not go into a food show, which it actually has been this morning. Nothing wrong with that. Time can go fast now, brother. When you hit that 60 mark, next thing you know, you're 70, next thing you're 80 if you live that long. No, but I think it was you talking about the water. No, man, don't be drinking 40 ounces of water and you get up in the morning. Never do that. That's not beneficial for you at all. No, I'm afraid not. Drink a regular 60 ounce of water as you greet the day after you take your first piss or something, man. Just drink a 16, even an 8, preferably a 16. And if you could put a little lemon juice on there, squeeze a fresh lemon into that, you're doing very good. Who's beeping their horn in the distance here? As most New Yorkers say, blow it up your ass. Blow it up your ass. Who is tooting their horn and where are they? I don't see anybody. Trying to get somebody's attention somewhere. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Lost little lamb that lost his way. Ba, ba, ba. Hey, who is beeping their horn? You're becoming a little, you're getting a New York out of me now. Tell them to blow it up their ass. Right? Wouldn't we do that? We sure would. See, here in the Philippines, they're very creative. They use a horn as a communication system. Well, we do that in New York, and well, in America anyway. You're trying to show you're upset with somebody, so beeping your horn like crazy, you get road rage. You know? Or your hemorrhoids are acting up or something, but you get road rage. Gets you into trouble. Here, you know, anybody on a motorcycle or anything, whatever, trike, whatever. It's the way they communicate, and how they make their beeps is important. They know how to make a certain beep sound to show like a courtesy, like, hey, I'm just being courteous. I'm letting you know that I'm coming by you. I'm on your left side. Just to let you know I'm here. Okay, thank you, bro, you know. Fuck, you beep your horn in New York. Or anywhere in America, man, you might lose your life. They don't take that as seriously out here in the Philippines. It's a form of road communication. You do not often at all, since I've ever been out here, heard that many incidences of road rage. Maybe road roids from sitting down on that motor scooter all the time. But road rage is something you don't hear too much about out here. There goes those hearts. Thank you, folks. 14 watching, 12 thumbs up. What do you think of that, Don? You always have something to say. Why not? May not have a lot of people, but the people that come on here, look at the smiley faces, the hearts going by. Somebody appreciates me. And thank you for that. Thank you so much. Got 100% markers going, icons going, floating around. Excellent, excellent. Who was that you say was on the, I got that from actually the comedy show with Goldie Hawn and Laugh-In. And who was that? I forgot his actual name. He'd be the guy like with the, I don't know, he had the German outfit on, and glasses. And he'd have the cigarette in his mouth with his hand saying, excellent, excellent. I think I got it from that. See, I do have a memory after all. Now I got 12 up in 13 months. Excellent, excellent. You got to accentuate the word excellent. Even put a lisp on it. There you go. And by the way, Snikko, I'm sorry. I had to come down to your level. I'm actually going to be apologetic about that. Because that's the kind of guy I am. I kind of laid on you. I didn't kind of, I did. I laid on you pretty heavy. But sometimes you got to be able to take your own medicine. You know, that's what that's all about. I'm not trying to be mean and cruel to you, but you've been kind of mean and cruel to me and mine. Some people don't like a taste of their own medicine. So I apologize. I won't come down on you that hard. I promise. But sometimes you have to let loose and express yourself. Another song. Sometimes you have to do that. Then, you know, you get it out of your system and you feel better. I think you understand. No, was it Tim Conway that was doing that? I don't think that was Tim Conway. And he had like the German helmet on and outfit and glasses. And he'd have the cigarette either in his mouth or something. I'm not sure if he took a drag on it or... He'd say, excellent. I don't know, a lot of things, right? Pretty old show. I was pretty young, too. Tim Conway was good too. Humor is so different in America than maybe like the Brits. The Brits have a kind of a dry humor that only other Brits could really understand. I like their humor though, but it's, you know, it's kind of dry compared to America. And to also note that you got to watch what you say here in the Philippines. You may call it humor, but they don't understand it. To them, you know, with our slang, we have a lot of slang. They're not going to understand that what you're doing is a sense of humor, or even a compliment of some sort. But not knowing the, you know, the slang, Western slang, let's call it that, what it is, they may think you're insulting them. So sometimes you're going to have to watch what you say, or try to clarify what you're saying, because they're going to take it as an insult. So you got to be careful with that out here, I will say that. Because your sense of humor and Filipino sense of humor might be totally different. You're coming from a different culture, a different angle. They don't have a lot of slang. I don't think they have a lot of slang words out here, but Americans or Westerners, absolutely. Our sense of humor may not jive with theirs, is what I'm trying to say. So kind of be careful what you say in front of them or around them. They might take it very offensively and then get very defensive. Be careful, man. You got to be careful of a lot of things out here. Let's just put it that way. 12 and 12. 12 watching, 12 thumbs up, by the way, folks. Just to make a note of that. And we're going to push the GCash again. We'll put it on the description box after this show. I'll verbally give you it right now, actually, if you have a pen ready. No shame on that at all. 0969327. Whoops, excuse me. My eyes are bad, I'll tell you. 367-3217. Okay, got it out of the way. We'll put it on the description. Thank you in advance. We reached the $205 mark. Let's get it up to 300, folks. Every little bit counts. Every little bit. Just a little bit. RASPCT. That's all I expect from thee. Show a little respect. A little respect. That's all I ask for. Just a little respect goes a long, long, long way with me. And you have to know me to understand that about that word. You don't show me respect, I'm not showing you back, brother. That's just the way it is. My child, my brother, my mother, my sister, I don't care who it is, man on the street, someone on YouTube, I'm not going to give you respect unless you give me respect. That's just the way it is. I'm not going to change my ways. If you appreciate my show, sometimes now and then it's kind of nice to get a little GCash from somebody, which is a way of saying, I can't really express myself to you, Frank, on the show and what you've done for me and all I've learned, but I'm going to put a little jingle your way to show some of that respect, that we're behind you. There you go. Right? I'm not asking for money to buy booze, to buy cigarettes, nothing like that. To buy women, nothing like that. It just shows a little bit of respect that you are behind me on this show, and to make it worthwhile for me to continue this show. Because I tell you, I'm on empty. My gas tank is on empty on here. I'm being honest with you, as I usually am. My gas tank is on empty, and I don't mean about money. I'm talking about, I'm still trying to find reasons to stay on here. But if I see people are behind me and they're giving, it gives me a real incentive to stay on. Everybody's on their own monetary platform on here. And I've just been fooling myself all this time. I mean, there's no reason for me not to be. They're gaining and have the most horrible shows, most horrible, inaccurate information, repeating themselves constantly, same rhetoric that a lot of you all listen to, and you donate to. And I'm saying, okay, why is that? I don't know. 1212, still doing good here. Okay, what else can we wrap up on before I have to do at least a few exercises this morning. Got a little protein in me and whatnot, and I got to work it out a little bit, or else it's just going to turn to calories and fat. You got to gain some calories, but then, you know, the way things work is you're going to still lose. You're trying to bulk up and you want to eat more. You want to get more calories in, but unfortunately, I mean, it'll work for you and it'll work against you, because if you don't work it off a little bit, you know, you're just going to gain weight. You'll get the bulk you want, but not really muscle. It's going to turn to fat, like a lot of these YouTubers are experiencing at the moment as we speak. You can't stuff your mouth highly caloric foods without suffering the consequences unless you work it off. So if you're going to be consuming a lot of protein, that's great, only if you're going to utilize that protein for your muscles. But what happens, unfortunately, we were always talking about protein on here the past week with one individual, you eat too much protein, your kidneys are not going to like it. They utilize protein, but they don't want much protein. Now, if you did a lab test and you find protein in your urine, that's not a good sign, as well as microscopic blood, but in regards to the protein, if your urinalysis is showing excess protein coming out, then you got a slight problem with your protein. Okay, keep that in mind. And by the way, I do encourage that. Just, you know, don't please me, please yourself, and I don't mean masturbation. Go, you do that too. Every periodically, just go to a lab. It doesn't cost much. What, maybe 800 pesos or something or more? At tops, maybe 1,000. That's like, you know, not even, what, $18 or less. Go and have a urinalysis done, for one. And just got to get kind of a little chemical profile of what's going on in your urine, because it tells a lot of information. And if you want to get a little bit more adventurous, while you're there at the lab, go ahead, and that doesn't cost much either. Get a regular CBC, a complete blood count. Because what it reveals might be astonishing to you. They look at your red blood cells, they look at your white blood cells, your T cells, you know, all that shit. If the numbers are off, there's something going on, which further will bring you to more of an investigation as to why those numbers are just not holding out very well. A blood test and a urinalysis can give you at least a good idea that everything is okie dokie, or if there's something different going on that shouldn't be. It doesn't cost you that much money. Nobody's that broke that can't go to a lab. Hey, I'd like to get a urinalysis. Right on. You're also giving them business, pushing the economy. And I'll have a blood test, a CBC with that, sir. Okay, we can do that for you, sir. Then you wait for the results, and it's very easy to read because it gives you a standard measurement of what is within the normal range. Then it gives you your result number. So it's either above or below where that particular, whether it's white blood cells, red blood cells, platelets, whatever, where they should be. And if it doesn't jive to the standard, then there's obviously something that you need to investigate further. You might have to have specific, I never get that, specific, that's my word, test done. That's how you do it. You start from scratch. And then you work your way. And that's how they do it with everyone. They'll test your blood, your urine, if you have a problem going on. And the bacteria count, if that's up, obviously you've got an active infection. It doesn't say where, because it can't tell you where you got that infection. You just know that you have a lot of pus cells. They're called pus cells. Your urine is cloudy. They'll define it as being clear or cloudy. Okay, and you'll see that the numbers on the report is either going to say few on the urinalysis. What you got to say, few. Now, a few means that, yeah, you have some bacteria in there, but nothing really to worry about, because you will pick up some bacteria from different sources. It's going to be in your urine. You get away with that. But if they use the word many, which is a word that they use, or numerous, or many, usually many out here. Okay, then you got an active infection, and you just have to investigate where is this infection. So right away, the doctor's going to tell you, listen up now, the doctor's going to tell you, okay, son, or boy, or whatever, you need to go on antibiotics. Bio-Roonies, that really relates to you. Bio-Roonies, if you want to go the Scotty route. However, what you have to say to the doctor, okay, I recognize there's an infection, cool. Cool beans, there we go, cool beans. Give me an antibiotic. If we know the affected area, maybe it's your bladder, kidneys, or maybe it's your lungs, you got some kind of lung infection. You want to choose an antibiotic that is known particularly to target that area. They do have antibiotics that do that. But instead, sometimes they give you what you call a broad spectrum antibiotic. We talked about this, which will go after any bacteria, even your good bacteria. It's not concentrated on a particular. Now, sometimes you will have to do a broad spectrum because they don't understand where the infection, and doctors do this just to be careful. They say, well, how old are you, sir? Oh, okay, you're a senior. Well, you know, we can't take any chances, so I think we're going to give you a broad spectrum antibiotic. This way it's going to find its way to that nasty bacteria that's making you ill. That's good. It's okay. I understand that. But if it's not centered on a particular area, you don't use the right antibiotic, you're killing all the wonderful good boy bacteria that you need in your body. That could be a bad thing. And if it's not the right type of antibiotic, guess what? You went through the whole regimen for 7 to 10 days, whatever the doctor instructed you, and you still had the infection. What does that mean? It means that this bacteria was resistant to that particular antibiotic you took, or you weren't targeted in the right area. So the bacteria would fester and get worse. That's when a doctor will, usually he'll come around and say, okay, we have no choice but to give you a broad spectrum antibiotic because obviously now you already went through a whole regimen of antibiotic. Not a good thing because it's affecting your immune system. Okay, that's not a good thing. Then you wind up going on that second antibiotic that supposedly will be curative to the bacteria. And by the way, what you don't know, usually, there's always a little bit of bacteria, even though you've had the antibiotic, that still stays there. That was resistant for some reasons. You got to keep an eye on that because you may get rebound infection. But that's a chance you take. It's better that you do take the antibiotic. But what doctors do wrong is that you may have something viral. Example, your lungs. You got a chest cold or whatever it is. You got a lot of phlegm. Doctor's going to say, well, he'll give you an antibiotic, and it's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. Oh, no, I'm in a different direction. Let me clarify myself. What is viral, you can't get rid of. It has to go away on its own. Okay? So a lot of times if we don't want to turn it into pneumonia. You're such and such an age. We don't want to take a chance. Well, you shouldn't, unless you actually develop a bacterial to be tested. Because if it's a viral, an antibiotic is not going to help you. In fact, it can make your immune system lesser, and the viral thing could wind up turning into bacterial later on. Anyway, enough of that. And I can't do a show without educating my viewers in one form or way. Frank don't know anything. You don't know shit, Frankie. Well, apparently I do, but it's not something that's, that nobody else can do. We could all read, I assume, and if you have the ability, cognitive or otherwise, to understand things, just read. and reread if you're not sure. And what you read, if you don't understand what you read, you can go and ask ChatGPT, what does this mean exactly? And what is this word? I'm trying to understand it. What are they referring to? Because this word is above my head. I don't know what they mean by, this or that. It's simple to do. Modern technology isn't wonderful. We got ChatGPT, Google, we got all that. It's marvelous. I've learned a lot. Some things that may have saved my life. And maybe some things I was doing I shouldn't have been doing as far as certain supplements. You have to see the whole picture. What supplements are you taking? Why are you taking them? What's your reason? For the antioxidants, for the anti-inflammatory effect? To build up your cellular structure to your immune system? That's fantastic. Please continue with anything that's really good that's going to go after that free radicals that's running through every one of your bodies as we speak. I don't care if you don't smoke. I don't give a shit. Either way. Every time you open your mouth and breathe, you're getting free radicals. They're running around your body like kids in a fucking playground, at recess. Every one of you, right this second, right this moment. But sometimes these free radicals build up so much that they can make you ill. The whole idea of taking things that we call, medicines or actually supplements that works with your immune system and keeps it healthy and strong to fight these free radicals, right? Okay, I think you understand what I said. I put it in a very simple way. Overabundance of that can't be good, and that's why I told you I'm always re-educating myself all the time. I was at one point taking too many supplements that are basically antioxidants. It's not a bad thing. It's not, but sometimes there's overkill. Because sometimes your immune system could turn on you. Yeah, you're taking all this stuff to keep your immune system strong, but they can act as an immunosuppressant at some point. And that's why I stopped taking a certain particular, I just take them periodically. I don't get rid of them all. No, I don't. If you see the vitamins I take in the morning now, it's not a fraction of what it's a fraction of what I used to take. And I'm also running out of shit. Reminds me of my D3 and K2. This is critical. I'm going to have to order it. I'm about out of it now. I try to take that every day with magnesium. I have a choice. Magnesium glycinate, which is a little better as far as not causing diarrhea. Or you can take magnesium threonate, which is a type of magnesium that actually passes the blood-brain barrier, which will affect that magnesium you need to charge up the D3 and K2 to make it work right, and to get the calcium and so on to the bones and where it needs to be done. But, you have to watch what you take. Well, the threonate, the good thing about that, and I got 2 bottles, thank goodness I got 2 bottles of that. It actually helps with your brain function too. It's beneficial for your brain. See, a lot of these supplements you take, they don't pass what they call the blood-brain barrier. But magnesium threonate, Threonate, I believe, goes to your brain. The other stuff really don't. Okay? There you go. Anyway, you've been a great audience. Thank you very much. I've been on here long enough, 2 hours. We're pushing it again here. I want to say thank you for subscribing. Our subscribership has actually gone up a little bit, if you noticed. And for those that would care to donate to the channel, I will post on my description when I get off here my GCash number if you want to show some appreciation to the show. I know, Frank's begging. Well, look at it this way. I'm not begging for money. I'm saying if people appreciate my show, they can contribute because they like my show. No one has an obligation to do so. If I really wanted to push it, I'd get a PayPal and all that other bell ringers that you could put on here and buy me a fucking coffee, buy me some Shabu or something which some people might take. I don't. Whatever. I got a simple GCash. That's all I got. And for now, that's all I'm going to have. And that's the only way you can probably show your appreciation besides saying, Frank, I like your material. That's just as golden to me, too, as a donation. But I will post that again in my description box. mention this before I sign off here, and hope to hear from you. How do I leave off today? Oh, I got to take my vitamins. Speaking of that, I'm not done yet, and then I'll do my exercises. Yes, I am a person of habit, and I don't mean just bad habits. I'm a person who follows a certain type of ritual in the morning. Besides, putting on a show on YouTube, which I do a lot in the morning. There's certain things I do in order. But sometimes if I'm talking too long on YouTube, don't realize, like I said earlier, how time flies by. You know, what age you're at now, what's your age, what's my age, right? Time does fly by, you don't realize how long you've been on. Part of it is because you got some audience participation, and you want to be on a little bit longer than usual. We're all creatures of habit in some way or another. So I do certain things in the morning when I'm on too long on here. It kind of interferes with my other things and chores. I do help out around the house too. Keep that in mind. Yes, I actually help out. I'm not expecting my girlfriend to be enslaved. And unfortunately, a lot of foreigners use their Filipinos. I don't want you, or whatever you want to label them as, your indentured servant somehow. Somehow you made them an indentured servant, or you have this expectation because they're so nurturing. They should be washing the dishes. They should be doing the cooking. They should be cleaning the floor. No. Don't be an asswipe. Help her out. She works hard. Now, I admit she does most of the cooking, but I at least made her. I forgot I gotta call her. Forgot I got a little breakfast waiting for her. It's been sitting on the table. Oh, I got up too fast. Okay. Yeah, I gotta call her in for her breakfast. She doesn't always cook breakfast. She'll sit there, she'll have coffee with some bread. And I tell her all the time, that's not healthy. Yeah, I made some eggs for you and blah, blah, blah. You know, go and eat the eggs. In fact, let me tell her right now. Sweetie, I have a little breakfast waiting for you. I'd appreciate if you could eat it, get in your stomach. I got some eggs. I got a little pieces of that chicken we had from last night. I got a bread, there's garlic on it, but I took most of the garlic off. You could scrape it off if you want. But yeah, you're welcome. Just come in the kitchen and eat, get something in your belly, okay? All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. See, that's how you treat a woman. You don't call them a hoe. You don't have these grandiose expectations of them to, here, slave, cook my fucking breakfast, you bitch. No, only like, people like Snikko would do that. Told you, he's a classy guy. What class he went to? Probably didn't finish high school. All right. I'm not going to get too intense here. But, I call a spade a spade. That part of my personality, or what I talk about, then you don't have to listen. But I just figured, just get it out. You have something to say to somebody, don't hide it. Even if it's something you want to say horrible about me, go right ahead. It's not like you haven't done it before. And, it goes from one ear out the other. You're not hurting my feelings, I assure you. And if you know my personality, you'll know that it doesn't bother me. I admit in the past, if some things I start talking about my girlfriend or family, it did bother me. But this is the tool they try to use against me. But again, I graduated to a different level over time. I expect them to hear stuff like this. It don't faze either one of us, even Gilda. We laugh sometimes when we watch some of that stuff. Let's see, what are they saying about you today, Gilda? Bar platform dancing with some skimpy outfit. You know what that really is, guys? This is Freud stuff, Freudian stuff. And do you know why I say that? Because they admire her. In their minds, they'd like the picture. They know she's totally opposite of that. Very conservative, laid back. She don't drink, she don't smoke. She's not like that sexually, She's not a whore, not a bar girl. She's a good girl. But they try to, here's what it is. They fantasize. What would it be like to be in a relationship with her? What does Frank experience? That's why they make these videos with their little editing and AI, whatever, whatever they do, their little bag of magic tricks. They put her on a stage or something like she's dancing or she's picking up a John or something. This is the wishful thinking part of their mind. They admire her. Maybe too much. I understand. Oh, I understand it. I admire her for lots of reasons. But, if you want to get into Freud's brain or any psychologist, I'll tell you what they're going to say. They're going to say that this person is living a life of, grand illusions. I mean, they're in their own mind, they're thinking, yeah, Frank does got a nice woman. She is attractive. I think she is. And holding very well for her age. She's not that old. Just that you guys are used to having these 14-year-olds chewing bubble gum, That's not for me. I want a mature woman, and I got one. All it is a sexual fantasy. That's all it is. They want to see, what is it like if we dress her up in some skimpy outfit? Let's add this, let's add that. Put her near a guy in a bar, like she's sitting near a guy near a bar. This is their fantasy. That's exactly what it is. And you know what? I am absolutely motherfucking flattered. Yeah, I'm that good and figure it out. I am that good. I know how their minds work after all these years. That's exactly what's going on. I don't have any doubt about it at all. That's why they do that. Obviously, my girlfriend is not like that in any form or way. Never been a bar girl. Never worked in a bar. She don't even drink, nor does she smoke. Doesn't do street drugs. She's a good Catholic girl. But people, they fantasize. They probably have hard copies of her photographs on their wall. I'm not kidding. They probably have hard copies of her photo, and maybe even mine too. They go both ways, some of them. We know who they are. They go both ways. Oh, sure they do. Might even have my picture on the wall. Jacking off to me or jacking off to her. I know they've done that to her. Oh man, that's kind of a turn on to me. You ever see these guys who, if you guys have ever partaked in some of the porno sites that's offered all over the internet, right? And some of these things you could actually send in to these people. Very sexually explicit photographs of their girlfriend having sex with yourself or whatever, somebody, whatever. And it's like a complete turn on to the guy that puts his girlfriend on there. Because he knows that all these men, thousands in fact, are looking at his woman and he's proud of it. They're all jacking off to his woman that they could never ever have in a million years. That's what a lot of people do. These guys do it in a different way. They'll kind of with their little AI and so forth and editing, they put together this scenario. What if she was like that? What's she like if she's like that? Let's try to envision her as a real sexual goddess. What would it be like? What does it be like to have sex with Frank's partner? You think I'm exaggerating on this? No, I'm not. This is the way their minds think. They get upset of what they don't have. And I just happen to have a damn decent woman in every way and form. She is that good in every way. She pleases me. I please her. It's the way it is. She's not 20 years old anymore, mind you. But she's still looking good for her age. Absolutely. I don't have a problem with that. Your own taste is your own, but if you're posting pictures of her in your thumbnail, it clearly tells me that you envy me and what I have and what you don't have. You're living in a fantasy world. That's exactly what it is. I didn't have to. I didn't have to study psychology, psychiatry. Never studied any of the above except on my own time. I understand people more than you think. I'm very good at that. I'm good at a few things in life. Believe me, I am. And in surprising ways too, for my age. But this is exactly what's going on. I notice 100% sure, because nothing else would make sense if they didn't do it. It would not. It's their fantasy. That's the way they want to depict her, but it's highly personalized. How's that for a dumb guy? How's that? Have I figured you guys out yet? You know I have. Boy, I got it down. That's exactly what they're doing. No, they don't hate her at all. They actually love her. They may make comments, oh, how many kids she has, blah, blah, blah. Her pussy must be blown out from all those kids, right? Is that what I heard on there too? Well, guess what? It's not. It's not. Only I would know that. She's not all blown out. She ain't like these some chicks that got the labia, you know, whatever, labia, hanging down like a fucking, I don't know, hanging down fucking 4 inches from all the sex they had, or overuse or whatever. I had this woman I used to know. We used to call her, well, actually, we called her Skank. Wasn't nice, but John Reed and me, you know. She was known to be kind of loose, but she did have those hangers. I mean, she had some hangers. I mean, she's had a lot of sex with a lot of people. She had hangers. No, I'm afraid my girlfriend doesn't have hangers. And she still, let's just say she doesn't need to do Pilates. Why did I just be sensitive about this? She doesn't need Pilates. I'll leave it at that. Fantasy is not reality, okay? Just keep that in mind. What you can't have upsets people. You know, I'd like to have 10 million US dollars in my bank account, but I could assure you, I don't have anything even remotely near that. It'd be nice if I had, but the reality is that I don't. So you have to live with reality. You can't live in a fantasy world, but you can actually sexually. While you jerk-offs, or you blokes are fucking masturbating, because you don't have a girlfriend, you're using your mind. You are going into a fantasy. You might remember an old girlfriend you had sex with. That's going to get you all charged off. You might be thinking of somebody that you find attractive. I wonder who. Or sexy in some way. Someone who has that bling. You know, that has that bling. Remember that? And you're jacking off to her pictures. Now, as sickening as that sounds, and you know, when I think about it, it's also very flattering to me that they think of her in that way. Because I got her and they don't. Okay?